month basically. Within 1 month, you can create any kind of resource in the cloud using these credits. So for 1 month, like you'll have by default it is free subscription. After a month, it will prompt you to upgrade your subscription to pay as you go. Go to the browser, go to the Google, and Outlook sign in if you don't have the account. So just for all, like some people may not have the account, so that's why I'm discussing this. So just type in an Outlook sign in the browser, then you'll get this, and it will okay, I'm already logged in it seems, so I'll just log out just to show this how to create this account kind of very quickly. It's not we don't take at least not 2 to 3 minutes we'll spend here. Just people who don't know how to create kind of Outlook sign in, and then click on the first URL that will pop up, and here it is asking me to log in with existing account, but I wanted to create a new one. When it is showed up, just go to here, create one, and then it will take you through the account creation. So it is asking you to choose your account. So I'm just, for sample, I'm just keeping 0809 something like that. If it is available, it will take up, else it will give the error basically. Hit next. So here it is asking me to give the password.
This conference will now be recorded.
Fine. So it will run through some kind of information, just go with the defaults, that's fine. You need English as a language and time zone. If you wanted to change it, change it. If you don't want, just as it is demo, just I'll keep it as it is, but you have to change to your time zone basically, the Indian time zone, right? I'll keep it anything, that's fine. So you wanted to choose any background theme for the Outlook, just you select it and then go with next. Default is fine. Now it's loading my email ID. So using this email ID, I'll log into the Azure cloud, like to create my account, Azure portal basically. So at least you need to have this kind of account, one account at least, to create the your own subscription into the Microsoft portal, Azure portal. So now what I'll do, I got the account, so I'll go to the portal and then create the Microsoft account. So why I'm coming to here, because my account got already cached. So it is trying, it will directly go to the sign in. So that's why I'm taking the incognito window. So what I'll do, just for your information, go to the Google and then type Azure in order to go to the create, in order to create your account. Just type Azure. So here you will get an option called create Maxi. This is the one you have to choose. Create your Azure free account. Okay, choose this URL. Type Azure. You'll get this in your search. Create your Azure free account. Just click on that. So this page will land up. This is where you have to create your account. So before creating account, I'll just familiarize what is there in this. This will explain you after creation what and all you get it basically. Once you create your free account, you will get by default $200 dollars as credit, which is 13,300 in Indian currency. So this will expire in a month basically. Within 1 month, you can create any kind of resource in the cloud using these credits. So for 1 month, like you'll have free credits, you can use all your credits, you can create any sort of service in the cloud and explore it within 1 month. After 1 month also, there will be 25 free services for 1 year basically. 12 months you'll have 25. These are all always free teasing. 12 months, there are some services are free, not they are much in use, for our lab kind of, but there are some services which are free for 12 months. If you wanted to go through certain practical labs, after expiring your credits, you may have to go to pay as you go. It will charge you very minimal. I'm going to show today how it will charge you for each resource. We are going to talk about today. No need to worry. And don't scare that, giving you a credit card while you are creating your account, they will charge you kind of. They never charge you unless until you do something, by default it is free subscription. After a month, it will prompt you to upgrade your subscription to pay as you go. If you don't convert into pay as you go, they never charge you throughout your life. Just the account will lie there in the cloud, but they don't charge you at all. Even if you convert into pay as you go and you are not using any resource, they never charge you. Don't scare about it. It is trusted company. The company will not cheat anyone about the billing at all. So keep that thing in mind. So this is about just portal after creation, what and all you get it. And also why Microsoft so popular. Just let me run through very quickly and then move on. So there is a differentiation between the Azure and AWS basically. If you click over here, Microsoft is officially saying that the Azure cloud is more secure than the AWS. Officially, they have written on their website. Organizations all over the world recognize Microsoft Azure over Amazon Web Services as the most trusted cloud for enterprise and hybrid infrastructure. So, of course, nowadays the Azure is highly getting implemented than AWS, highly. The reason behind, there are reasons why it is getting more rapidly getting deployed into the market. How? What is the reason? Basically, see, AWS is 5 times more expensive than Azure for Windows Server and SQL Server. Why run them on anywhere else? So if I go with the Windows Server, if I create a Windows Server in AWS, basically they will charge you 5 times more than the Azure services basically. Then why people will go to the AWS and pay 5 times? Because it's a Microsoft product and they are actually giving you a cheaper cost, basically 5 times lesser than the AWS. That's why people are rigorously moving to the Azure cloud. Azure is actually giving the hybrid benefit. What is hybrid benefit? They said like hybrid benefit, right? Hybrid infrastructure. What does that mean? Only Azure offers these pricing advantages. If you have already existing your Microsoft products and if you are moving to the cloud using the on-premise licensing, you can get the 50% off, flat 50% saving through existing license, because you're using the Microsoft softwares on on-premise and you're migrating them into the cloud. So you can use that license in the cloud as well, so that you will get the flat 50% off. Use your existing Windows Server and SQL Server license with the software assurance to pay reduced rate when you move to Azure. It is flat 50% basically in the billing. We are using it actually. More than 50% sometimes for some services. Okay. That is different case. Free extended security updates. They do, your product completely in the Microsoft hand. They will take care of about your security patches and all. So basically, this is something they are given as a hybrid infrastructure. They're giving more than 50% off on overall cost that they are charging. That is one of the reason people are highly moving to the Azure nowadays than AWS. AWS also has a lot of existence because it was there since long ago, 2006. But AWS, Azure started, officially growing into the market 2014. Somebody have any question? Can you guys mute someone? Suresh, can you mute yourself?
Yes. Wait a minute.
Yeah, we can hear the background sound basically. Still not muted. There is a mute button.
Sorry for the disturbance.
Yeah, thank you. So this is something you need to know about the Azure, why it is popular in the market now, because it is a cheaper than AWS. Microsoft said officially in their website itself that thing. And if you wanted to see that geographically where the Azure global infrastructure, they have 54 regions available in 140 countries, and up to 1.6 petabytes of bandwidth in the region. Very huge infrastructure basically they have. It's not a small thing. Azure regions, if you go geographically, their existence is almost everywhere where the IT is living in the world. Basically they have everywhere where the IT is popular basically. In some countries, there is people, don't use much of IT there. They don't have much existence, but where the people are using IT services, the complete data centers are there in their, countries kind of. They have almost in every country, their cloud existence. That's why, people are also opting this cloud. This is another reason basically why they are, opting the Azure cloud basically. There are, a lot of things in the cloud. We will not go through that. Let's go through with the account creation basically. So let me come to the homepage itself. So this will end up when you click on that create free Azure account. So if you wanted to create a free account, just click on free. Okay, it will take you through the whole steps how to create your free account. So I'm going to hit on start free. Then it will ask us to create our own free account. So now I'm going to use my account, which one I just created Outlook account, right? Ravinder 0809 I have given, I guess. Fine. Hit next.
0809.
Sorry, 080. Okay, sorry. So now it will ask you the password for the first time registration. Okay, it is asking the password to enter into the Azure Cloud portal. So I'm giving a password. So now sign in. If like you wanted to log in forever, so keep it yes, so that your browser will cache your details, and whenever you click Azure portal.azure.com, it will directly sign into your portal. But don't do that. Keep it no itself always. Caching your details is not good. So now it is go with the registration process. Once you do that, you it will go through the registration process. You have to give your details like this, about you, your country, your first name, last name, email ID, and phone number, organization, PAN details, and all you have to mention here. So just for the sake of demo, I'll just give some dummy details here. So the email ID which I have created, I'll give it. You have to go through this method. I'm going to give the video to everyone who attended the class. They can go through this thing. So now this, you have to give your authentic mobile number here. No need to worry about it. You have to give your details. And organization self, you can keep, you don't have any organization because we are using for this as a lab. So PAN card is mandatory. They made it mandatory. So I'll just give anything that's random kind of. Invalid format. Right, that's random. So now, like you have to authenticate yourself. You just, give this one, text me. They'll text you a message, and you have to enter that so that it will pass the next step. It is verifying your mobile number is correct or not. So I got a number here, so I'm entering it. 50785. Fine, verifying the code.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, fine. We will start it then. So you guys can see my screen, right? Yes or no, guys?
Yes, able to.
We are able to see.
Okay, good enough. So I am logging into my portal. I am going to take you through what are the background information you need to know before we create a VM.
This conference will now be recorded.
You need to have your credit card basically. There are few prerequisites you need to maintain. Okay, like requirement to create the Microsoft free account is we need to have, like Microsoft email ID or any kind of Hotmail, live.com, msn.com, outlook.com. Any of these you need to have in order to create your account basically. So if you don't have, you have to create it and then move all some services. which are free for 12 months. If you wanted to, go through certain practical labs after expiring your credits, you may have to.
Ramdhar, do we need to follow the same process, while in organization, or how it will be? It is a different kind of process.
They'll follow the different, they'll create a corporate account. They, they will have a separate account for that, creating a corporate account basically.
Okay.
So the process is like, the enterprise portal they'll use the billing and all. They'll negotiate with the sales people with the Microsoft. They'll do the lots of background before they create the account. They need these many resources, how much they can get the, as a discount for that resource and all. There will be a lot of discussion before they do all this. But once it is created, this is the next
Okay. Okay. Okay.
subscription level, what we are discussing at subscription level, where we actually work in the real time. That part we don't care about, we don't even involve into that area. Where enterprise accounts get created, that is a different portal. We are not authorized to do that as a lab user or something, as an individual user. That is a company, company will directly contact with the Microsoft will give the, authorization to enter it through that account and all, because they need to charge monthly, right? So they
Yeah.
need to have corporate credit cards, company credit cards for billing the charges and all.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. So once you log into the portal, this is how you'll land up, like this is how it looks like. So basically, once, like if I go to my subscription, what I already have, oh, where I am again? Again into the same account. Sorry, I logged into the wrong one.
All team members will use only one account which created by our company, right?
Right, that's correct. You don't use basically this. I'm going to talk about that single sign-on. You can sign into the portal using your corporate account only.
Okay.
Your ID which you use in inside your company. That is called
Okay.
single sign-on. They integrate your accounts. You are authorized to enter into the cloud using your company. You log into your laptops, your machines, right? Using that
Yes.
account only, you can come to the Azure automatically. They are actually synced in the background. That is also we have a discussion as a discussion. That is called single
Okay.
sign-on into the portal. We have that topic further. No need to worry. So now subscription. So this is my subscription already. I have upgraded to pay as you go because my trial version, period was over. Then I migrated to pay as you go. Once I convert into pay as you go and I use the resources, then I'll get charged. It is very minimal, guys. I do take the classes for a whole month. I'll get roughly 1,000 rupees, not more than that. So if you look at here, my invoices already have. Uh, Very minimal, like 820, 823,018, like that. It is not too much of charge. They'll charge you like for yourself. If you do it, not more than 250 rupees per month. Even if you upgrade to this one, whenever you are using, then only you'll get billed. Don't scare about this. I'll get lots of bill kind of. This will be, like a dilemma. People will be there because they don't know about the cloud kind of. So let's run through the cloud navigation, what and all we have here. Let's go to the upper tab here, what and all we have and why do we use that. This is something, if you wanted to search for any kind of service that is there in the cloud, you come here and search for it. Example, I wanted to see what are the free services we have in the cloud. Free services, just type it like this. It'll tell you free services. What are the free services we have? Services for 12 months, like with Azure free account. These are all free services you can go and create for 1 year, actually not 1 month. Okay, these are all free. Now if I wanted to create a Windows machine, basically Windows server, just you type it Windows server, it will pop up all sort of Windows server related details. We don't search here, we have other methods, but I'm showing that is also can be used for searching, creating animation. See, Windows server to the 19 data center, Windows server to the 12 data center, like it will give you all the server details, and based on that you just click over here. It will take you to the that server creation basically. Right now we are going to create it, we will see later on. Okay, just this tab can be used for searching the resources within the Azure. What are the services I have? Lots of services. We do have 500 plus services. So you wanted to search something which you wanted to create, then go here and search it. This is something Cloud Shell. This is the last module for us. PowerShell. If I click it here, it'll give me the Cloud Shell where I can go and run PowerShell, and PowerShell can do all automated administrative operations. So I'm not going to touch this, especially at this moment. This is the last module for us, PowerShell administration. There I'll explain it in detail how to use the Cloud Shell. We have a Bash Shell and PowerShell. Using Linux commands, using PowerShell commands, both we'll see in the last module. This is something I have multiple subscription for, any reason, like you have sales department, admin department, IT department, everybody have their own subscription. Within their subscription they have created lots of resources, so that they'll get the different billing kind of there. If you wanted to switch to any other subscription, then you click it here. It will let you to switch between the subscriptions. This don't apply here, and even in the real world as well. Everybody will be part of a subscription basically. As an admins, we will work on subscriptions, like subscription resources. They'll give us a subscription, and which subscription we have to work. No need to worry about subscription. This is a bit of confusing in the beginning, because as we move on, we can create extra subscription as well during the Windows concepts. I have to do that to show something. So the topic is there. The rest will be discussed in detail. These two will be parked, for future. We'll talk about, and these things can be explained. This is something, if I create any resource in the cloud, the progress, how the resource is getting created and how long it is going to take to create. It is kind of progress bar where it will display the resource information when it is getting created. We will see this, just in a while when I'll create a VM and show this here. And this is important basically. There are many things, you have to know here. Example, I logged into my portal, and I'm telling to the portal that log me out of this portal. If I'm not using this portal, inactive, I'm not using portal, like for 30 minutes, it will automatically log off my account. Logging off means it is not shutting off all your services. It is only everything, whatever you created the services, they will run in the cloud. Only your session is expired. That's it. Whatever you have done in the cloud, that will be there. Only your cloud session is expired. I don't want to do that. I wanted to keep it never expire. Means it will always log in. Whenever you hit portal.azure.com, it will enter into the your account. But that's not something good, because anybody can use your account. Maybe like if your computer is not locked, someone wanted to damage, they can do that. So best practices says that you log out after some time if you keep it inactive. So I'm keeping it 30 minutes. If I don't do anything in the cloud for 30 minutes, my session will be logged off, auto logged off, for security reasons. And this is kind of theme, like I have the background like this. If I click it here, it is changing the theme, like the color of the background is changing. So if I click it dashboard, you feel it actually. See what theme what theme looks good for you, just select that one. Whatever theme you wanted to choose as a background color for the portal, you can choose whatever you wanted basically. So high contrast, this I never, people don't use it, but if you use it very badly, it look like your portal looks like very badly. See, high contrast kind of. I never use it, but you have the option to doing it. None means it will be neutral. Don't use the contrast, it looks very ugly basically where they have given, but that's something no need to worry. Toast notifications means something Microsoft is upgrading. They are doing lots of new updates on the portal. It'll start giving you a pop-up. Some huge feature got upgraded. Some feature is introduced kind of. If you don't want to see, just disable it so that you don't get any pop-up kind of. Good to keep that basically. Allow double click on the dashboard to change your themes. So if I enabling it, example, I'm enabling it and applying it, what happens? Let's see. I'm in the dashboard. If I double click it here, I disabled it or what? Enabled itself, right?
To enable different one.
Okay, allow double click. I need to enable, right? So now if it is enabled, if I double click, theme will change it like this. After every double click, the theme will be changed. That is there in the settings. This is getting switched. So if you don't want to, if you wanted to stick with some particular thing which looks good for you, then don't enable that option, disable it, this thing, sorry. So new all resources browse experience, can make it enable, like browse experience should be good, and your languages should be in English. The portal made in many languages, like there are these many languages the portal can be accessed. So if you are Chinese, just select this, it will show all this kind of language. It is kind of random text for you, of course you don't know. So, and you keep it in United States, English only. So whatever we are seeing in English, if I change it to some other language, it will show in that language all these options. So the portal is made in many languages basically, because people, some countries, they actually use their own, language only. That's why the portal is made in many languages, so that all people all over the world can use this portal in their language with a own comfortness. Kind of. These are the things you should know under setting. This is something very important. Just keep this value. Some 15 minutes is good, 30 minutes is okay, but more than that, don't keep it unless until you, if it is personal computer, well and fine, but in the real world, you are doing lots of operations. Anybody can do anything in the cloud if they wanted to misuse. That is a very huge loss to the company. I'm going to explain all that. So, but better to keep 30 minutes maximum, not more than that. And home and dashboard, what do you wanted to see as a default? You wanted to see the dashboard or home? Home means, if I land into the Azure portal, it will show me the home like this, where this is the home. This will show up. No, I don't want to see home by default. I wanted to see the dashboard. Then what I have to do, I can go and switch that. I wanted to see the dashboard, apply it. Now, if I refresh my connection, I'll land into the dashboard, not to the home. See, dashboard. What is dashboard? I'm going to talk in a while. Give me a minute. So next, I'll go to here, help. This is very, very important, especially, like when we are working with the cloud. So here you have lots of details to explore. So help means if you, something is not working in your cloud, something is giving lots of errors. Maybe it worked, for a while, but it is not working now. So say there could be some bugs as well in the cloud as well. So in that case, go to the help and support. You can raise a case to the Microsoft, whatever the issue you have, go on help and support, and then you can raise a case. If you wanted to raise a new case, then go to new. You already have your support cases, you wanted to see the status of the support case, you can click on this one. If you have the plans for that, support plans, like you wanted to subscribe to premium kind of, uh, I don't have anything. Why it is giving this? This is means is not good in the cloud. Whenever you see this means the portal page is not displayed for you. This is, whenever you see this, you have something wrong in your portal page. So I'll come back again, go to here, help, right. So I'll go to new request. Right, so new support request played Microsoft. Whenever this is showing up, I'm not authorized to see this page, or something wrong with the page, or page is not loading up at this moment. This cloud symbol, cloud and drop symbol means why. Should anybody can raise it if I have a new support request, that's fine. If that is not, why it is erroring out? Maybe some issue with the cloud portal, it seems. I can also show tomorrow if it is not showing today. Maybe sometimes it happens, like if this is giving this cloud and drop error, that means that there is some problem with that page. Always keep in mind, we do get this symbol sometimes. Whenever you get, maybe that portal page is not up, or some issue with that particular APIs and all. So why it is like this? Let's go with other steps if it is not working. I wanted to show how to raise a service request with a Microsoft here. Why? Mhm. I'm refreshing my account. That's it. Right, it is loaded now. So sometimes, don't scare that. Sometimes you see that kind of error when you are creating live resources also. So that is temporarily, that particular API is down. So don't scare that, like why it is coming up kind of. It comes many times, we see in the cloud. When that comes, just I'll come back here again, help support, and then go to new support, then it is popping up. So what is the issue with you? Like, what exactly you wanted to push it to the Microsoft Cloud? Before that, let me see this support plans. You have multiple support plans. Like, what do you wanted to subscribe to? Basic, developer, standard, and professional, direct, and premier 3 kind of. So I'm part of this basically. So if I raise any request, I'll get in within 2 hours SLA response. So if you go to this chart, they have given different SLA have been given for this 24/7 support for everything. But if you're in the basic tier, then you'll get at least like 48 hours. Within 48 hours, they'll respond you back. A developer is also like that. Standard 24 hours directly. This is high, high in cost. You directly get a message. It'll directly assign to one of the available resource, and the available resource will respond to you. So they have, like different charge methods as well for support model. Is here, you will see the charge here. $29 per month, $100 per month, $1,000 per month. Your company will take care of the support model basically. You don't do basically, because it is a chargeable. Companies are okay for getting the response within 48 hours, or they are okay, then they'll go with the basic. So there is no charge for that. For a developer, there will be time limits basically in the chart. This is a chart for that, and $29 per month. It is not a big deal for the company, so they can subscribe to even direct as well. That is up to your company. It's not your choice basically. Come to how to raise a case. Let's talk about this. So now, example, I have billing issue or else some technical issue. Most of the time, we don't go with the billing. We'll go with the technical. We don't deal with the billing basically. The company corporate sales team will contact about the billing. That's not our job. So technical, as an technical guy, we face the technical issues. Select the technical, and it will ask you a subscription, and subscription ID automatically will be there. Based on this ID, they will identify you directly. This ID is belongs to you, to whom kind of. Okay, this ID will be passed to them. Using that, they can do that. And what is the issue on which you are getting the issue? You select it actually. Example, assume a case, any kind of service. I'll pick up SQL database, maybe SQL database, or anything you have as an issue. You select it and then go with it. Example, VPN gateway. My VPN, I have established a VPN, but the cloud is not connecting. My on-premise to cloud, there is a VPN already. The VPN is giving sometimes outages. What is the problem with the VPN and all? So you can go here and then connectivity issue you can mention, and the problem subtype, site to site VPN or point to point to VPN. What exactly it is? Maybe site to maybe point to site VPN, and then you can keep this VPN is my point to site, or my VPN is disconnecting intermittently. You can keep this as a subject, and then hit no. Next, to go to the solution, they have already predefined solutions. Like if I click on this one issues, they have lots of requests they got already, and they are already provided a solution. You first go through this one, maybe that might resolve your issue. There are lots of solutions they got, like they have given certification could not be found. What is error you are getting out of all this? If you are getting a matching error, just click on that, and that will be solution for you. They have given a full solution for that issue basically. If you don't find any solution here, then move forward. There, you can move forward. If you don't get the solution there, so that's why they have given some solution. See, solution, they have given some sample solutions what already they got it. If it is not resolving, go to the next, and you have to detail what and all you are getting. You get the screenshot and upload it to them, all that your company email ID, so that they can contact you for resolving your issue. And then next, when you click next, review and create issue, the ticket will be created to the Microsoft. They'll get back to you because you have given your details here. That's how you raise a Microsoft case in the real world basically. So I'm not raising a case because they'll contact me if I do it. So this is something very, very important point in the cloud when you are working as an admin, because you might face some issues. You wanted to resolve it on your own. because you are the guy who actually supporting the cloud. Senior most guy will do this, guys. Don't worry that every time senior most guy, everybody will become a senior. So in my company from offshore, I do. If any issues I get, I do actually. I have the full authorization on that part. So this is something very important to know. How to raise the help support. And example here, what's new? What are the new things have been introduced recently? If you click it here, it will tell you these are the new features Microsoft has been released into the cloud. Always these things will keep changing. You can go through it to wanted to updated with the services what they are releasing. That's something good to know. And this thing, Azure roadmap. So if you look at here, they are doing lots of work in the background, lots of things they are developing. What are the things are in development in the future? Like what they are going to give as a new things as a future. These are all in development at the moment. They are building it for the cloud. If you wanted to get explore the features which are in development also, you can come and see here. Nobody does that amount, and that nobody will have that amount of time. The Microsoft people who are working for this feature, maybe they can see someone is working on this one, they wanted to see other thing. For them it is a good thing, but for us we don't do all that. Once the development is done, they'll release into preview. In preview you don't get the billing, you can explore the service in the cloud. Whatever the service is in preview, if it is something service is already deployed into the cloud and available, it says that preview, you can use that service for it free of cost, and as long as it is in preview. So these are all options at the moment in preview in the cloud. They are doing all this. Development is over. They went into the preview. Once preview and they got the good response for that, then now it will go. Then it will go to the now available. So that these will be officially chargeable. Once it goes to now available, then these are all will be chargeable. Once comes into the this cycle, development, preview, and available. All you see everything available, preview, development. So you have a full sort of option there what they are doing in the Azure updates. So you can have a look at it if really wanted to see and all that is included in the portal, right? Azure roadmap. Launch a guided tour. So this is something will explain you. If I click on this one, welcome to the, see, when you log into the first time portal, this will come up, welcome to the Microsoft Azure. So start your tour. This will explain you. See, this is a create resource. If you wanted to create a new resource, click on this tab and then it will let you to create a new resource. We will go through all that. See, quickly create a resource or just click, just view the wide variety of services in the Azure marketplace. Just you click on this, it will give you lots of options. We are going to talk about that and hit next. So next, home. What is the home? Basically view key info quickly. Like you wanted to, there is some information on the my home page. You wanted to see that, then it will give some kind of information basically. That also we'll talk about. Dashboard. Dashboard is very important. I'm going to talk after this. We will create our own customized dashboards in the cloud. How we'll create, I am going to talk about that. Dashboard is very important, especially all services. What are the services you already have in the cloud? Anybody have a question?
Yes, at a
Yeah,
time
Venkat.
we can open only one dashboard, right? It's not popping up a new thing. Like if we select any of the left side panel,
Okay,
uh,
I'll talk about dashboard. Dashboard, like you can switch between the dashboards. You can create multiple dashboard at a time. Only one dashboard you can see, but you wanted to switch, you can switch it. I'm going to talk about that.
okay.
Just in a few minutes, I'll talk about this. Is also important topic for today. So this all services means what are the resources I have in the cloud. Maybe I have created 100 servers. I wanted to see all the server details. You come here, it will show and list all services you have in the cloud. Okay, this all services. Hit next. This is a something customizable, services. These are all customizable, and I frequently access these services. I wanted to dock it here. How to dock it here? I'm going to talk today itself. No need to worry. Whatever the tour it is taking through, I'm going to talk about all this. So this is something, how do we make the options available here ready made for us so that I can click it and then get the options and then do the operations. So that's something we will talk. And this is search bar. Quickly find resources you are looking for. Just type it, you'll get the resource what you are looking for in this one. And this is a directory. So switch between the directories are global subscription filter to filter resources. You can switch between this directory and subscription. We'll discuss during the Windows. I'll create separate directory. What is directory means? It is completely a kind of domain service. We'll talk about that active directory kind of thing. So this is a notification. If I create any resource, if it is in progress, you can see what is the progress of that resource creation. It will show up basically here in the notification. And just now we have seen help and support, what and all we can see here kind of, right? And this is my account details, with what account I have logged in, all that. So this is kind of quick guide tour what it is taking through. You just click on this, like just quick information it is giving about each what you have in the cloud kind of. That's it about the launch guide. You have the keyboard shortcuts. If you hit this, I never use this. We don't use the keyboard shortcuts, but you have the keyboard shortcuts. Maybe, like example G plus A. Go to all resource. If I hit it, let me hit that G A. Automatically, see it is going to all resources. It went to the all resource automatically. Why? Because this is just a shortcut. Keyboard shortcuts, you have it. You never do that. You just click over it and then go there. But you have the shortcuts as well to move to the tabs within the cloud portal. We don't use this, but still I wanted to have a discussion because it is there. And show diagnostics, like if anything you have, like anything this we never do this kind of, but you want this will be in the JSON format, even you don't understand. Like if I open it, like if anything wrong with your portal and all, it is in the form of JSON format. You never see this basically. Privacy terms and conditions, like you have agreed all these licensing terms when you created your account. So legal information will be there, right? You have agreed when you're signing up for the account. So that means that you agreed all these conditions. That means, okay, that's something. If you wanted to see what are the terms and conditions they have in the cloud, just go to that and then it will display all that, right? This is all about, this is very very important. This tab is really important. We use for many reasons, like help and support is especially important because whenever you get stuck with some operation and it is working, but it is not working now and you are not able to resolve, then go to help and support and raise a case. So that the Microsoft will, based on the service tier, Microsoft will respond like basic or premium or developer, in which tier you are in. Based on that, they will respond you within that SLA. That matters, what you are subscribed for. So next, it is about feedback. Like what is your feeling about Microsoft Web Portal? Everybody can send a feedback. Maybe you might experience good, you might not experience good. So based on that, you can give some feedback. They seriously take this as a inputs for the portal development basically. So whatever you feel, you just send a feedback if you wanted to send, and not only once. You can send feedback any number of times. Whenever you face issue, you did not feel good, and tell that this is the issue I faced and I did not get the response within the given SLA, and Microsoft is not responsible at. You can give, like whenever you feel, and come here and then send a feedback. Someone will contact you why you faced bad feeling for about particular support case. If someone is not giving you response, it happens, right? Like people also people, sometimes they don't to give the proper response from Microsoft as well. In that case, you can write your feeling about that. You can give you as a feedback, this is my support case and this guy did not do the proper solution for me and irritating me, kind of whatever it is. You can write it and people seriously look at this. Okay, that something is good. Microsoft is tracking everybody's feedback and taking a like inputs from them, which is good. So this is also useful if you wanted to use it generally. Fine. So let's talk about a dashboard. I'm going to touch base everything, no need to worry. So let's talk about dashboard. Dashboard is something, a quick view. A quick view means what I wanted to see at one glance. So here I have multiple dashboard. I don't want to have multiple. I can delete it as well. Okay. Now this is my dashboard. I wanted to see some information by default in my dashboard. How will I do that? There is a dashboard already. This is creating a new dashboard. I'm going to talk about that. No need to worry. That upload, import, we don't do the dashboards. Just there is an option, but I never use and people also don't use it. And edit. I wanted to edit this dashboard, add some information here. Go to here, edit, then it'll come to here. Example, I wanted to see the time zone where I'm working, client time zone. I wanted to see, this is my system time zone. I wanted to see the client time zone by default, where the servers are running in. Just click it, add. So it'll pop up like this, and you can select the time zone where the client is working basically, so that you will can see this time, and then start working on some particular thing. This is a good thing I do have in my dashboard. So I kept this everywhere in the cloud I work. So this is something good. So where your client is sitting, like based on time zone, select that time zone and keep it on the dashboard. So that will tell you when what you have to do when they are got scheduled kind of. Service health. I'm into my resources are into particular data center. I wanted to see the data center health. If anything goes wrong with the data center, this will notify us. So make it small. So I have the dimensions here, how big it has to be. I wanted to make it very small so that I can accommodate multiple options. This is also looks big. I wanted to make it small like this. So that multiple things I can accommodate in each box. So next I'll go with the resource groups. A resource group I'm going to talk today very briefly. So this is also important for us. Resource group is something, like what are the resources we have created in the whole cloud. This will tell us. So what it is, we are going to talk about that as well. No need to worry. So like this, you can do the editing, and you can do the quick view and then done customizing. So by default, this will show up on your dashboard. When I come to my dashboard, these things will show up automatically. So service health, example, I am working in which location? South India or West India, Central India. There are 3 locations in India. So I wanted to monitor them. Okay, I wanted to monitor them. Then you select the location. Central India is already there. I don't want this. I wanted West India and South India. Here it is. Okay, and then you'll see there are 3 locations here. And then if anything is wrong with this location, it will show red over there basically. I mean, their network is down, their data center is down, whatsoever is happened. This is kind of information. It is green means health. It is, it is in the healthy state kind of. You can see the status of each data center by adding out here, which is good actually. You can see the data center operation status at that moment. Maybe if the service goes down, it'll show as a red. And why it went down, Microsoft will send a mail to everyone basically. So based on that, you can be alerted what can be done in that area kind of. So it's good to have. If you wanted to have, it is up to you, but that is also an option, good option to keep on the dashboard. Resource group means if I create any kind of resource, everything is part of a resource group. Resource group is a very big logical container. Within the resource group, you might create production, development, testing for single project or multiple project. We are going to talk about this. The first discussion in the cloud is resource group only. This comes tomorrow basically. So this is a logical container where you create all services. This is like your company data center. Resource group is like equivalent to almost a data center for you. You might create one resource group for development, one resource group for production, one resource group for testing kind of. So within the production also, you might have multiple projects as well. So like that, you can resource groups, tags, there are many things to discuss to have a basic understanding about tracking the resources in the cloud. We'll talk about that. I'll take you through everything in detail, no need to worry. As it is a first class, I'm not much getting into this because we work on everyday basis on this. And every day I do create this. No need to worry about that. So next, if I go to time zone also will help us a lot. Keeping it on the dashboard is a good thing because when you have to do some maintenance task, you look at the time zone and then start working on that particular thing, which will help you for following the client time zone kind of thing, right? And let's talk about this area. Why these many things are there here? So there are all are here. Why? Because I docked them or toggle them. How do I do that? Go to all services. You click on all services. This is equivalent to search. All services is equivalent to search. Now, if I look at here, subscription and resource group, where is here is a resource group. It is there because I toggled it, and which means if I click it again, it is gone. So whenever it is there a gold color inside in it, you toggled it. It will be available here. If I uncheck this, uncheck this, uncheck this, I don't want to see anything there. I can uncheck all this. All will go from my favorites. Whatever I frequently access, I just toggle it like this. Disk availability sets, all that. If I wanted to see something disk availability sets back, click it over here. It will come at the bottom, availability set. And example, let me click virtual machine example. I wanted to see this. If I look at the bottom, there is no such thing. uh, Once I click over virtual machine and this thing, it will become a golden color. Then it will show up here in the favorite, so that I can quickly access that feature basically. Why? Because I regularly access all these features. That's why I doc data toggled it here, so that I no need to search every time what I wanted, kind of. Already kept in my favorite, so that immediately I can go and do all the operations, whatever I wanted to do. So whatever the service you daily access it, just toggle it here, so that you can just go through that and then do your operations, kind of. No need to search every time what you wanted in the cloud, because you're already working on that. You have your resources in that service, and then toggle it here, so that you can go enter into that and do the operations. Guys following or teaching myself? You guys are following, right? These are all basics,
Yes, yes.
everyone.
Yes, yes,
Yes, sir.
follow.
Good enough. So this is a portal, like navigation you should aware of always. So this is all services, you can do all sort of things. Let me create a virtual machine and then show this progress bar and how do we connect. Basically, just for the sake of demo today, there will be a lot of things you need to know when you are creating a VM. What are the options you need to choose, why you are choosing, you need to know the reasons. All that I'll explain tomorrow. But let me talk about creating a virtual machine very quickly. Okay, go to the virtual machine, and first, I have the resource group already. But resource group is mandatory to exist first. So what I'll do, if at all I have to create a resource group, I'll just create one. I don't have it here. Yes, I untoggled it here. So what I'll do, if it is not available, I'll just go here and search resource group. Here is a resource group. I'll just click it over here. It will be popped up here, and I wanted to see at the top. Why? Because I do access every day, so you can move it as well like this, so that you can easily access it. So here it is. I wanted to create a resource group. Resource, someone is unmuted. I guess we can hear the background sound. If you wanted to talk, you can please unmute it.
Yeah, just want to know whether we maintain this resource group like environment wise or else. Uh,
Depends, it's not something, it's not your decision. It's something comes from the architect basically, how they wanted to design their environment. Single resource group, every, like we do have in a single resource group for some one project. We do have multiple subscriptions. In one subscription, one resource group has the development, testing, production, but in another subscription, we have separate resource group, production, development, testing, all that. It matters how the architect is guiding you, how you wanted to build your environment, how they wanted to track. So even keeping in one resource group also, you can track it. How to track it also, I'll discuss, because we are doing it that way. I'll
yeah,
explain you
just
that.
want to know how you are using because we had some discussion on this. Just want to know how in using the how the people are using outside. Just
Okay,
as a
okay, got it.
curiosity, I'm asking.
Okay, got it. So you can use either way, like you can create multiple subscriptions, or else one subscription is also fine. And also you can track the resources. How do you track? I'll explain that in a minute. So I have example one resource group. I wanted to
One
create.
small question.
Yeah,
Yeah, first we'll create research groups, and again in that we'll create virtual machines. Is that like
yeah, yeah, that's correct. When you are creating a virtual machine, there will be an option which resource group this VM should be created. You have to choose that resource group.
okay?
So what I'm doing is I'm creating a resource group. This is a major resource group is equivalent to your data center almost. So let me create one very quickly. It is very simple. It takes up your subscription first, then it will ask you resource group name, Maybe I'll keep testing RG, testing resource group. Then where you wanted to create this resource group. So wherever you choose, it will get created in that. All resources will get created in that location. So I'll choose West India for our reasons. Right. Click it. Okay. Review and create. So now here it is a tag. Why you wanted to, for what you wanted to create this resource group? Any production or development, you can also tag it actually. So this tag at resource level is something does not make sense. At resource level, it makes sense. We'll talk about that. Very simple. Resource group is created. Now I wanted to create the VM inside this resource group. I can go to within that one and also add a resource group. I mean, add a resource inside in it. Go to add and then create the virtual machine. I can do that. So Windows, I can see Windows Server 2002. This I want Windows Server 2012 R2 data center I wanted to create, and then select the one which you wanted to create. Just click this one. So we do this everyday basis, guys. For now maybe you might be confusing, but I'll show the different methods and everyday basis. We have two deployment models, classic and resource model. Classic is completely out of market, like it is a very vague and very, like most of the operations so you have to do them manually, but resource group is most of the things are automated and very less things you have to do manually. So you always go with the resource manager, RM model. We'll call it as RM model. Classic model is out of production. People are there. Some people might be using who are into the cloud before, like 2016. 2016 ending, this has been introduced. So I guess it is to the mid of 2017 or 16. Right now it is asking the, like a resource group here. I'll choose this is a resource group. See here, when you are creating a resource, it will ask for a resource group, and you wanted to make which part of resource group you wanted to make this machine. So you just create that. I mean, you choose that resource group, proper resource group. If you have only one, then well and good. You don't need to worry about the resource group. You just select what is available. When you have multiple, it depends on how your design is done. That always matters. Example, I'm creating VM1 server. Assume the server name is VM1 itself. I can give any name. What are the standards to keep the names for the servers? Also, I'll talk about naming convention. How many resource groups you can create? There is no limitation how many resource groups you can create. They can create n number of resource groups, but that will make you a mess. There should be a limited resource groups, and you have to make each resource group for some purpose. But there is no limitation. You can create n number of resource groups. But if you create n number of resource groups, then you cannot track the resources, which is a mess. Okay. And we will talk about availability in next couple of classes. This is very important thing, availability set. And this is an image, like what you wanted to. There are multiple different voices you have, which voice you wanted to have on that machine. And machine size, how many CPUs, how much of RAM resource you wanted to allocate to that particular machine. Change size. And here there are sizes and there are family of computing here. A lot of things are there. I'll talk about this with a document, like general purpose computer, computer optimized computers, memory optimized computer. There are a lot to see. Memory optimized, compute optimized. Each have a reason why you have to choose this family. I'll discuss in detail about this. No need to worry. At the moment I'm not discussing that. I'm just choosing one option. Maybe I wanted very small one. B1S. This is the smallest VM in the cloud. Smallest VM size. One CPU, 1 GB RAM. Okay. Click it. Okay. This is the size of the server. I mean, it will have one CPU, 1 GB. If after VM is created, you wanted to upgrade it. After that, also you can do that. So VM is creating one who has to connect to that server. At least one person has to connect to the server. So that person you have to give it at least. Once it is created, once you connect using this user and you add it to domain, then this user no longer useful. I mean, you can do that. This user by default part of local administrative group on that machine. Okay, this password should be lowercase, uppercase, and special character and numeric. It has to be 16 characters length basically. It should be complex password. Then only it will accept you. And allow
One
RDP.
simple question on this.
Yeah. Go ahead, Venkat.
Why they are not using keyword? Why they are using this separate SA type account on this?
Where I didn't I just you were talking about Vault. Venkat, can you come again with your question?
Yeah. We have an option like keyword, right? It will be used centralized, but when we are creating any new SQL server or VM server, they are giving an option as like this SA account. Just want to know, is there any particular reason they are using this?
Key Vault, you meant to say?
They are not using keyword in this place. Just we need to give one SA account type, right? We are creating this.
Yeah, see, when you are creating it, at least one person has to interact with the machine first. At least one person, so that you can enter into the machine. You can do the administrative operations in the beginning. So that has to be there for sure. So by default, if I create a VM, it will not go to any domain basically. You have to add into the domain. It's like a independent individual machine basically.
Okay.
It is like that. So now I'm going to here, it's like, Hyper-V guys, you create a machine, you add into the domain, then it will add into the domain, then people can log in and work. The same kind of thing. You create a machine and then log into the server, add into one particular domain, then that particular domain can come to this machine and do the operations based on the VPN they have. We'll talk about that. I mean, we have lots of discussions on this, guys. I'm just going through very basic. I'll take you through everything. Even if you don't ask me, it's my responsibility to take you through everything. Even if you don't ask me, because you don't know, you cannot ask all that things. I know what can be discussed, for you, what you are going to use in the real world. So by default, I'll take you through everything. So basically, there are ports which you need to open to connect. If I don't open this port, I cannot do the RDP to this machine. Why I'm opening it? What are the reason? This is called NSG. NSG will block you. What is NSG? All that we have in the networking discussion. The ports and all comes in the networking discussion. There is a huge topic that is, I'm going to explain everything in detail with the practical implementations. For now, just we are clicking a port to connect to the machine. If you don't open this port, you cannot connect to the server. And this is where I was saying that you save up to 49% with your license. Already you own your Azure hybrid benefit. You already have your license, example, on-premise. You can use that license and then you can get up to 49% for this VM. So it might be 60 to 70% also. What you are creating, based on that, they will give you the percentage of rebate, which means that they'll give you that what I can say, discount, so that you can only pay that amount only. Out of 100 rupees, you have to pay 51 rupees only, example I mean to say. So that's how you can save your cost to the company basically, using the Azure resources. If you have existing Windows resource, if it is AWS, you don't get this percentage, right? So which makes worst. And you have a disk networking. All these can be discussed for the topics, because there are a lot of things to be discussed into this area. Let me talk about only tag at the moment. This is example development server, dev server. I'll keep it as dev, sorry, name of the VM1, the server name, and this is a dev environment. I'll keep it dev env. I'll explain it how to see this. That's fine. So it is saying that use storage account IP address. Why availability set? We did not select. That's fine. Whatever it is. So review and create the machine. So I did not discuss a lot of things here because it's just a basic. We have a lot of things to discuss in these tabs and all. Then you'll come to know what is actual creation of a machine. Slowly we'll move on with the VM operations from tomorrow onwards. I'll take you through everything. Why do we have? What is the reason behind each option? We will go through every option in detail. No need to worry, guys. So I'm deploying a VM example. Here you can see the status, see the notification, deploying in progress. And I wanted to know how long this has been run. You cannot say that it is going to complete on the next minute or third minute kind of, but you can see that status. You can click over here. So it is running for 30 seconds, 31 seconds, and what it is creating multiple things in the background, network NIC card and private NIC card and storage account and IP address, NSG for the machine. There are many resources will get created. Why these resources are creating? What is the purpose of it? We are going to talk about. I mean, each one has a purpose. So we will talk in further classes. As it is the first class, if I go through everything, you'll get confused. I need to connect point by point so that you all can understand.
How much is charged for this creating
This
virtual machine?
conference will now be
Oh,
recorded.
this virtual machine 1 rupee is 20 paise per hour. Okay, fine.
Let me show it.
I'll do it. I should have
We'll start
said
it
that
then.
point. Very good
So
question.
you guys can
I'll
see
do it
my
one
screen,
more
right?
virtual machine very quickly. It's a VM1 it is creating. I'll just show it, the cost of the VM. There's a
So
lot of things, we need to be considered before just creating a VM. It's not like you just go there and create any VM randomly. There should be proper planning before we create the machine in the cloud, because there are multiple family of computers are there in the cloud. We're going to discuss each and everything basically. Okay, so first what I have to do, the first criteria is to create the resource group. Always every machine should go into one of the resource group. Without a resource group there is no resource. You cannot create a resource first of all. So for that reason I'm just creating a resource group. Okay, Ravi slash test resource group name. I'll use, so
This conference will now be recorded.
okay, fine. We'll start it then. So you guys can see my screen, right? Yes or no, guys?
Yes, able to.
we are able to see.
Okay, good enough. So I am logging into my portal. I'm going to take you through what are the background information you need to know before we create a VM. There are a lot of things we need to be considered before just creating a VM. It's not like you just go there and create any VM randomly. There should be proper planning before we create the machine in the cloud, because there are multiple family of computers are there in the cloud. We're going to discuss each and everything basically. Okay, so first what I have to do, the first criteria is to create the resource group. Always every machine should go into one of the resource group. Without a resource group, there is no resource. You cannot create a resource first of all. So for that reason, I'm just creating a resource group. Okay, Ravi slash test resource group name. I'll use so
This conference will now be recorded. This conference will now be recorded.
okay, fine. We'll start it then. So you guys can see my screen, right? Yes or no, guys?
Yes, able to.
We are able to see.
Okay, good enough. So I am logging into my portal. I am going to take you through what are the background information you need to know before we
This
create a VM.
conference will
There are a lot of things, we need
recorded.
to be considered before just creating a VM. It's not like you just go there and create any VM randomly. There should be, proper planning before we create the machine in the cloud, because there are multiple family of computers are there in the cloud. We're going to discuss each and everything basically. Okay. So first, what I have to do,
This conference will now
the first criteria is to create the resource
find
group
in the
always.
background for
Every
each
machine
data
should
center,
go
and it is
into one
picking
of the
the
resource
IP
group.
from the.
Without a resource group, there is no resource. You cannot create a
This
resource
conference
first of all. So for that reason, I'm just creating a resource group. Okay, Ravi slash
this
test
It then.
resource group name. I'll use so
this conference
So I no need to go to any directory. Stop it. Then you have to go to the.
this conference will now be recorded.
fine. So now let's go to the no, very quickly create a VM. So before creating a VM, I need to create a, resource group. So I'm just creating a sample resource group. Here I'll create Ravi test. I'm choosing location as South India or West India. That's fine. Creating the resource group. It won't take too long to create the resource group. Just it's an kind of cloud object. It is not have anything inside in it. Just it's a plain object. That's why it will get created immediately. When it has to build a VM, it will create lots of background dependent objects. That's why it takes long. So we are going to discuss about what and all it will create and why they create all that today. I'll also talk about deallocation as well again today. So that was a question. I'll answer that question today. So now I'm creating a VM. When I'm creating a VM, I need to choose the resource group first. That is a mandatory. In which resource group you have to assign the VM, you need to check that basically. Okay. The resource group you have to. Without a resource group, there is no resource. Every resource should be part of a resource group. That is mandatory. So you have to choose that. And VM virtual name, this is very important, guys. When you name a server, the server name should, whenever you look at the server name, you need to understand for what purpose that server has been created. So example, if it is a production, what and all naming convention we are following in the cloud, I'll just tell you. So if it is a production, it will start with PP. Okay, if it is a development, it will start with the DD. If it is a testing server, it will start with the QA. If it is staging server, it will start with SS. So the first it will tell the environment. Okay, first it will tell the environment, next it will tell the location of the server. If it is east US, will have a like ES. If it is a west US, then WS. After that, what is a business unit the server has been created. Servers, like every server will be created for particular purpose, right? The purpose you have to mention. Example, this server is created, our company is like automobile company IT industry. So what do we do in that case is, if it is a service related project, then we'll keep it SVE, the name, so that I understand this is a production, this belong to West US, and this is a service related server, and then SQL 01. So by looking at, this is the first server for that project, SQL 2. This is a second server for them. This SQL 3, like this. We have, when we look at the name itself, we understand this server is created for this business line, and like in which location and which environment it is, basically. So by the naming convention should be like in such a way that everybody should understand when they look at the server. So if I look at the server, I know like who actually work that for the work for that particular project, like the project managers, developers, everybody. I know like each project. So like when I see the issue, directly I can go to them and then I can coordinate them. So I don't need to go to any directory or any CMDB, all that, because I'm working since long. So I know each and every one who are working for the particular projects. So that's how it will help you. Naming convention is very, very important when you're creating any server. It could be on-premise, it could be cloud. The name should make some sense, basically. That something is very, very important. This is how it will be. If it is a development, DD, and if it is QA, it will start with QA, means testing. Staging means SS. Then location, then business line, then the product name. If it is a web server, then they'll keep it like this, web 01. The same thing will follow, except this. If it a web server, web 01, web 02. So like that, all server naming conventions will go with the same flow, so that easily we can understand what purpose the server has been created. Next, I'm just giving the our name just for the lab purpose. So the naming convention is very, very important in the real time as well. If some clients don't follow any naming convention, randomly they go with, you suggest that is a good solution, basically. Okay, fine. So now we have talked about availability options. Like, I'm not going to talk about this. And yesterday we have discussed about this a lot. And here, image, what image you wanted to deploy into this machine. So now I wanted to go with the 2016 data center, 2012, anything is fine. Let's go with the 2016. That's fine. So now I have to select the size of the server, what size I wanted to choose, and what family of the server I have to choose. These two are important, size and family. So how do you decide basically this part? This part is decided by many factors, like what sort of data they are playing with. If they are actually playing with only like videos, softwares, videos, and they are loading some kind of PDF, scan documents, photos, all that. If you are doing, you go with the like compute optimized, because it's not processing the data, it's not pulling and processing the data, it's only reading the data, right? If it is a video, you cannot edit a video. If it is a photo, you cannot edit. If it is a scan documents, PDFs, it's a lot of data is coming, the such kind of data. Go with the compute optimized. That will give you best performance. Memory optimized does not give any kind of performance for that. Why? Because it's only processing the data, it's only reading the data, basically. It's not what I would say, like it's not collecting the data for multiple tables and joining and getting the data. Is that will be done in the memory, but this is a straight raw file. So what you are playing with that server, that is very important. You need to ask the business people that what is the purpose of this server. Basically, you don't ask. Actually, there will be an architect will contact with the business line, the who is requesting the server. he will get the information. That's how our project is working actually. The architect will get the information. Based on that, we will choose the server family. It matters. Most of the time, our family is memory optimized in the real world because we work on the databases. If you work on different business lines, yes, you have to know, like which server family you have to use for the business purpose. Very important, that area. Based on that only, the server performance will depend. That's fine. So now I'm going with the B2S general because we are just doing the lab. So I'm just using this. 2 CPUs and 4 GB RAM. So now if I go to here, what is it is costing me per month? 3,461. But per day it will per hour it will cost me 4 rupees 60 paisa basically, not more than that. Hardly I can use for 2 hours, which is 8 rupees per my lab basically. So hit select. Now who has to connect to the server once it is created? Someone has to connect at least, once it is created. That is, this login can connect, no one else. So this password should be 16 digit long. So you just have to give that password to accept. Now I'm not going to allow this port today. I'm going to open it manually. Okay.
One question.
Yeah.
If AD group is there, they have to log into the server. How can we provide to that AD group privileges on this?
AD group means, you have to add the server into AD group. That we will talk in the Windows module. We have a separate admin, like AD, like Active Directory module. Identity management, Active Directory. We will build and we'll add the servers using single sign-on. Only, you will go to the cloud using your company accounts only. Here I have created separate account to log into my cloud, but in the real world, you don't use this kind of accounts. Use your company accounts only. How does that work? All the demo is there. So what was your question exactly?
Oh, I want to add my AD group into the login credentials here itself only.
You cannot add here. Once it is created, then only you have to add the server into the particular domain.
Okay.
It is like that. You have to register the server there. You cannot add directly here. That's not there. So go to disks. If I wanted to add a disk, we have seen yesterday, adding a disk, expanding a disk, existing disk, all that. So I'm not going to add extra disk for today because disk operations are over. Like I sent a video as well yesterday to everyone. So let me talk very bit about the networking, not much, don't confuse here. So here it is creating a network for us by default. It is creating a network by default. No, I don't want to push this machine into this network. I wanted to create my own customized network. We can create that basically. So just someone wanted to join the class. He is not able to join. What happened? Fine. I'll talk to him later. So now, like this network I'm going to create manually and then show it off after the VM creation. I'll talk about this a little bit today because it's a vast subject and we are going to talk in the networking module. I'm going to take you through right from the basics to advanced so that you can understand. So directly if I talk about this, you don't understand. But still I'll give an idea about this one today. So let this be for now. And the NSG is also 2 days discussion. This is a very important discussion. This is the one which will act as a firewall in the cloud. This works as a firewall. Who has to connect to the server? Who should not be connected to the server? Defined in the network group itself. NSG, network security group. This is a 2 days class and this is a big area. We will talk in the networking module. This one as well. So I'm not going to open the port. I'm going to open it manually today. Accelerated network. This is also very, very important. Example, I have created a network. I'm creating hundreds of servers into this network. Then you have to enable the accelerated network. It is only one machine into this network. Like when this will be enabled, when you are creating hundreds of machines here, this option will be there in the same network. What does it do basically? Within the network, the server should talk with the maximum bandwidth. It will enable that basically. Accelerated network within the network. If you look at here, enables low latency and high throughput on the network interface basically. So I mean, like when you have large large volume of servers into the same network and you are playing with, you are transferring lots of data within that network, you enable this option basically, and this will charge you something extra. Why? Because they're giving the extra bandwidth for that. So management again, these are all by default, you don't touch basically. Boot diagnostics should be stored somewhere so that you can, verify why the server is not responding, why it is not coming up. This will give you some details, OS level details. This is something we will keep it on. And diagnostics are not required. You just go with the defaults here. Auto shutdown everywhere, it will be not there. In enterprise companies we never use this auto shutdown, but small scale industries who actually wanted to save money on every machine, they will shut down at particular time, like after business hours. Then they'll start the servers, when the before the business start coming in. So that is small scale industry, very small scale industry, they choose these options to save the money basically. Okay, so that's something is
Yeah,
related to the, yeah,
yeah, Ravinder, can you
yeah.
please explain what is that diagnostic storage account? How it will work? Means it will store the all diagnostics, or how it will be?
All diagnostics means all event logs. All event logs will go into that storage. Like, if the server is not booting up, example, why it is not booting up, what the file it is missing, what is the reason it is not responding. It writes the details. It's like kind of logs, event logs.
Okay, okay. But here we are just giving the account name, but we are not specifying any path or
No need
something to
to,
store
this
the
is,
event logs.
it will go to the storage account. It will write in the blob storage by default, blob storage.
Okay. How we can view if you want us to review the logs?
Uh, how? I didn't catch your question.
No, no, no. If it is stored to that account, right? Suppose if you want to check that event logs, how we need to open that log? So it will store in that. You are telling it will store to some other location, right?
Okay, let this get,
Logs.
Server itself
let
it
this
will
get
show, right?
created. Let this get created. We'll talk about it. This comes in the storage actually. There are lots of discussions in the storage, blob storage and table, queues, files. There are different types of storages. So each storage serves the different purposes. There, this discussion will come up. We will export the log there and then read, analyze from there. There is analytics is also available, logs analytics. So we'll talk about that in detail there in the
Okay.
storage.
Okay, got it, got it. Okay, thank you.
So yeah. So next, like a guest config. Guest config, if you wanted to install any extension, like any extra software as a plugin on the server, you just select this, and then there are lots of plugins, available. Whatever the plugin you wanted to install, just you can install. It is a specific requirement. If someone is asking you to install something, then you go with that. I never seen this using this basically because, like if at all we wanted, we go with the cloud and then install it basically. But if anyone is asking, then you can do that. And the tax is just, I have discussed this is a production, you keep it as a production and mesh name, and then how many servers are there in that tag, you can find it in the production, how many servers are there, development, how many servers are there. At the end you can pull a report that will help in the real world. Then review and create. Once it is created, I'm going through to a few of the details today. It will build some objects. Why it is building the object, the reason and all, we are going to talk. Okay, let me choose a standard disk. I don't want the premium disk here. Yeah. The premium standard, and like we have a standard SSD, premium SSD, and a standard HDD. We are going to talk about them as well during the storage discussions. They will matter. What is IOPS you are getting depends on the disk type you are choosing basically.
Ravinder, it is showing the amount 4,600 something for that standard
4
hard disk.
4
4 rupees, yeah?
4 rupees 65 paisa. Yeah,
Okay, okay, okay.
it's 4 rupees actually. So this VM would take some time to get created. So when it is created, by default it is a public IP. Public IP is something, when you deallocate, the public IP will be vanished. Like if that happens, then all applications which are connecting to this VM will be disconnected. So when we are creating the VM itself, we can tell that we wanted to assign the static IP, but after the VM creation also we can do it. So there was a question about deallocation again we wanted to discuss, so there I'll cover this topic. I mean, how to make the static IP to the VM. Now if I go to this VM, it's not yet finished, but we can talk about this. So it has, you know, given a IP called 3730.71.83. This IP it has given. So let me take this into the notepad. So now, as it is a, you know, dynamic IP, how I can say this is a dynamic IP? You can go to, you click on this and the IP, then it will take you to the, it is a dynamic IP. If I wanted to make it static, just change it to static and then save. That's it. It will turn into static. But the static IP will be give you an extra cost to the company. Not too much of difference, but there will be, you know, a little bit of extra cost. Why? Because you are reserving that IP for your machine, and this IP will not released even you deallocate the machine. It will be there for the machine. So before, I don't want to do it now. So let me let the VM get created, then I'll talk about this. So now if I deallocate, what happens? What is the difference between the stopped and a deallocation? Basically, so stopped will lock all resources which are allocated to the VM. Deallocate, when you deallocate the VM, it will release the dynamic IP and CPU and memory. These three things will be released from the VM. The storage will be there as it is, and when you bring up the server, the data will be there as it is. Okay, the storage cost is very minimal, you know, like not too much, very very minimal. So you don't need to worry about that. In the real time also, some servers, when we have to decommission, we will deallocate the server for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, so that if nobody comes, you know, after 2 to 3 weeks, then we will completely clean up the server. But we'll keep it as a in the deallocation mode for 2 to 3 weeks to save the money, to save the resources basically. When after 2 weeks also nobody is complaining, then we will completely flush the server from the cloud, so that the data also will be gone, the storage also will be gone. We'll talk about that in the real time. That's what we following actually. When someone is requesting decommissioning the server, we directly don't go and decommission it. We'll keep the server in deallocation mode for 2 to 3 weeks, so that it will only cost you the storage, not the, you know, CPU computing charges will not be there. So I'll also create one more VM for the sake of other discussion. I'm going to build a golden VM today. Golden VM is will be there in every environment nowadays. What is a golden VM? How do we prepare it? I'm going to explain. Let me create one more VM. So if it is created, then I can use this machine itself. That's different story. So now, okay, let me create it. Why? Because parallelly we can discuss. We are not supposed to waste time. So now I go to the different, you know, like machine. I'm going to create VM2 here, and then I'll choose the Windows Server 2012 or 2016. Anything, what OS you are using in your environment, go with that OS. Basically, 2016, that is also fine. So I'll choose this 2 CPUs and 4 GB RAM. Again, someone has to connect to the server. I'm just creating the username. So I'll allow this port because I'm going to talk about this port for the other machine. So we don't have any, you know, existing license. I'm not going to use this option, and disk key is also not required here. The disk key is not required. Why? Because I'm going to generate, I'm going to make the server as a golden VM. What is golden VM? I'm going to talk in a while. So let this be, it is taking the default networking again. I wanted to take specific network, then you have to create it. How to create it? Just I'll give an idea of if we have a time today, and that will come in the networking somehow in detail. And this I'm going with the defaults, and then all will be default. That's fine. So charge for this is 4 rupees 65 paisa. It is not 465 basically. So now I'm creating the server. Let this get created. Meanwhile, I'll come to this this machine. So let me go to the we have called all resources, all services here is. Let me go to that one once to talk something very quickly. All resource. I'm going to uh, toggle it or dock it. So I'm going to bring this up. All resources means this will tell you entire resources, not even VMs. The VM has a lot of things in the background that also will be displayed in the all resources. So if I click it on this, it will show a lot of things basically. These are all there in our environment. These many things are there in the environment at the moment. So if I go to here, it has created for VM1. This is a VM1, 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 and then if you look at this one also VM1, and this one is also VM1. What are these? Why these many objects have been created basically? If you look at here, the first one is a virtual machine name. This one, this is a public IP. Why the public IP is required? To connect outside of, outside the cloud, you need to have a public IP for sure on the machine. Without that you cannot connect. You can connect if you have a VPN. That is a different case that comes in the network. Point to site VPN, we will build it, we will connect with a private IP without a public IP. That we will discuss further topic. But whenever I have to expose my server to the public domain, I need to have a public IP. That is one thing you need to keep in mind. The public IP, like it will create a NIC card, network interface card for the public IP, and one network interface card for the private IP. Basically, if you look at network interface card, this is a private IP, this is a public IP, and this is the NSG. Network security group is a firewall which protecting the whole server. How to protect the server from any hacker, we are going to explain in the networking itself. Again, it is created a disk, OS disk. By default it will create a OS disk, and this is what it is. One is a virtual machine name, one is a public IP, one is a private IP, and one is a firewall NSG, and it is created a disk. These objects will get created for every VM basically in the background. 5 objects by default. So these are all objects are created for this so far. I mean, within the resource group. So if I look at, these are all resources have been created. But if I look at VM level, there are only two VMs. But these two VMs have all those resources in the background. So now let me go to the VM1, and then if I go to the VM1, if I stop it, what happens? If I stop it, this IP will be gone. If the IP of this machine is basically 13.71.83.79, so once I deallocate, what happens? If I deallocate the server, what I have to do? Deallocate the server? Just I have to stop it from here, from the cloud. If you don't want to deallocate, then you just wanted to stop it, then you have to go to the serial console. Go to the serial console and then stop the server from there. But if you stop it from here, the VM will automatically get deallocated. Once the VM is deallocated, then it will loses this public IP. This public IP will become empty. So see, if you look at here, IP is gone automatically. It is released. The IP is not there to the machine. When you bring up again, it will take the available dynamic IP. And what IP it will give? What IP it will give, that depends on the range you are in which data center we are in South India. Let me show that IPs as well. What IP it will give? There is an IP, defined IPs are there. Azure Cloud IP ranges are region wise. I'm going to talk about this, is also something useful. So okay, if I go to here, okay, this is actually the complete IP ranges the cloud has at the moment. Now I'm downloading it. I'll show it, what IPs it is giving, why it is giving that IP. So let me go to this file, open with the WordPad, that's fine. So these are all over the world IPs. What happened? It's not giving it. Then I'll open with the Notepad. Let me open that. Fine. It is showing the IPs now. This is what we wanted. So these are the IPs the cloud has data center wise. If you look at here, this is Australia again, and there are all countries and all IPs. These are all public IPs. So now what was the IP it has given? 13.71.83.79. And what was the data center I have used for this server? What was the region I have used? South India. Let me search that. This IP. I'll go with the first two bits or first three bits or else South India. Where it is, I'll search with South India. Or else India. Okay, India Central. India South, yeah, this is the South India. And what is IP I got? This is the range I got. You see 13.71 dot, like the range of IP. What is this? Let me close this. Yeah, the range of IP is coming from 13.71.64. After the 64 to it is, this is something called subnet mask after the slash. We are going to talk about in the networking. So this IP came from this range, basically this IP public range. Like every network is already defined in the background for each data center, and it is picking the IP from the available pool actually. Like available pool. Each pool is made for each family of the server basically. That is designed by the Microsoft. You cannot control that area. So this is a IP it is pulling up from that South India basically. Now the VM could have been deallocated by this time. So now what I'll do, I'll show that what it, it will get the new IP again. So you can see the status of the VM as stopped and deallocated. Now if I go to the VM, I cannot see the public. It's just showing a VM1 IP, but it does not have an IP. If I go to here, there is no IP basically. It is not showing the IP. If it has IP, it will show the IP here basically. So if it does not have the IP, it will also release the computing resources. Computing means CPU and memory. Those are the major things which will be part of the billing basically. The rest are all everything cheap except the computing resources. It will release the computing resources. The licensing charges also will be stopped once you deallocate. Licensing charges also will not be there for that VM. So only the charge you will get is storage charge. That's it. The rest are all free. So now when this get deallocated, I can expand the disk. In order to expand the disk, you also have to, what you have to do, you have to, like if I wanted to expand the, let me expand it. If it is possible. I never tried, but still let me give this try. I mean, expanding the OS disk. Does it is available or not? Good enough. This is also there. Very good. So I'll keep it 200. I mean, it 127 to I'm making it 200. The OS disk as well we can expand. That's a good point. I never tried this because we did not get any such kind of request. That's fine. So now I'll save this basically. It is added. So now what I'll do, I'll start the server. Once I start the server, you will get a different IP. So let me come to the overview, and then you'll get the option called start. I'm starting it. Once I start, what happens? It will get the IP. The IP is a random. Random means in that pool, it will get a random IP. See, if I look at this IP and this IP is absolutely in different range. And if I go to here, what is the range it picked up? It is picked up this range. You need to look at 52.172, where it is 52. This is the range it picked up. This is the range it is picked up. This is the pool it is picked up. It comes a random IP basically based on the availability of the IP. So that's why what you have to do after the, all VMs in the real world, all server VMs should have the static IP. It should not have a dynamic IP. So whenever we are doing the administrative operations, by default or knowingly, unknowingly, you will lose your IP, all connections will break. So to not to happen that, what you have to do, go to the IP, public IP address, click over it. It will take to the configuration. Just, it is a dynamic by default. Just go to the static and then save it. That's it. So when you do this, this machine, this IP will not be released from this machine till you decommission the server. This is completely reserved for this VM. And here, can I use particular IP for this machine? No, you cannot. It is completely randomized, and public IP is fully managed by the cloud only. You cannot give a particular public IP to any machine in the cloud. It is randomized, and the random IP you have to reserve it. That's it, and that will work for you as a public IP. But I wanted specific IP, this range only. Can you define that? You cannot define that. That come from randomly from the cloud itself, and whatever the IP comes to this machine, you make it static. That will serve your purpose. That's how the IP works here. Got it,
So
guys?
whatever IP it allocates, we have to choose whether it's static or dynamic. That's it. We can't give the selected IPs, right? That's what
Yes,
you're
yes.
saying.
Yeah, that's correct. You cannot give a, like whatever the IP you wanted to which, you cannot give it. There is a, like a background thing which is working by the cloud that will allocate the IP to your machine, and whatever the IP it will give it to you, you have to make it as a static so that it will be reserved for your machine till it is decommissioned. It is like that.
Okay. In this way it works. While network configuration will choose the IP from one range to one range. So here we can select that one and it will choose that IP. Is there any
No,
option
no, no,
like that
no.
or else?
No, you can only define the private networking in the networking. Only you can define the internal networking, not the external networking. Public is completely from the cloud. There is no control
No,
on that
I'm not
part.
talking about the public. Just I'm talking about this static allocation of these IPs and everything. So in that
Uh,
way, while network configuration will decide, right, this many IPs in this many ranges we need. While while creating the VM, can we select
no,
that particular?
no, that
Yeah,
is what I'm saying. You cannot define a range here for the public IP. You can define the range for the private IP. That is under your control.
I'm not talking about the private IP, sir. Uh,
Yeah, that comes, two categories are there. For your question, no, that's not possible using for public IPs. But internal IPs, yes, that is possible. You can define what range of IP you wanted. I wanted this range of IP for these machines only for internal IPs, but external
I
IPs,
don't think we bother about the private IP. It will choose randomly, right? We have to bother about the only this static, right?
and
Will give
you have to
public
bother
IP.
about public IPs for the public facing servers. But most of the servers in your company does not have a public IP, only private IP. Only public facing servers will have the public IP basically. If you go and look at, if I go to the command prompt, in the command prompt, whatever the IP we look at, that is not a public IP ever. It is only the private IP. Always these are all private IPs. These are within your company IPs. These are not external IPs. How do you get the external IP? Basically, I wanted to see the external IP of the machine. Then I have only the option of this. What's my public IP? What's my IP address? This will tell you the public IP of a machine. Basically, all these are all private IP. You manage the private IPs basically. Public IP is something you buys a particular pool of IPs in the real world, but in the case of cloud, there is no such control on the public IPs. The public IP is randomly given by the cloud service, which you have to use for your machine, and you can only manage your private IP. That's it. In the cloud, it is like that. The cloud architecture is built like that. So as maybe you did not involve into this area, that's why you have that question. But if you involve into this area, you understand this. If you have your someone is working in Azure, you can go and ask them. Public is something, it is randomized. You cannot control this IPs.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Okay. Because
so
go on, go on.
yeah. So now virtual machine is this, and then this VM IP is completely reserved for this one, and it will not get changed till you decommission this server completely. So how do I decommission if at all I don't want this machine? We are going to talk about that. So example, if someone is, like I am going to connect to this server, that is also, meanwhile, what I'll do, I'll connect to this golden VM, and then do some installation, some software installation, and build the golden image. From that, we'll build another machine where it will inherit all the existing softwares from that machine to all other machines. That I'll do it, then I'll come to these operations, because when we are doing that, it will take some time. When that is happening, I'll come to this discussion. So let me go to this VM first. Parallelly we can discuss to not to waste time. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to download this RDB file and connect to the server. What is golden image? Golden image will have all required softwares plugins on that server, so that you don't need to install again and again on all servers. You create a image which will have all predefined software that your environment required, and you create the VM from that image only always, so that you don't need to install the all required plugins on the machine every time. So we do have such images. So I'm going to explain
We
this.
do have
This
such images.
is a very
So
good
I'm
thing
going
if
to
you manage,
explain.
if
We
you
do
do
have
it
such
this way.
images.
This is a very
So
good
I'm
thing
going
in
to
your
explain.
environment
We
as
do
well.
have
You
such
are working in
images.
the
This is a
cloud.
very good thing
In
in
your
your
environment
environment.
as
We
well,
do have
you
such
are working in
images.
the
This is a
cloud.
very good thing in your environment. We
Let
do.
this come up.
Is that we call it as a snapshot like that?
You cannot say snapshot, like snap through. I am going to talk about the snapshots tomorrow. Using the snapshot you can build the server, but the snapshot, one snapshot can be used for one VM only. That snapshot will be locked for that VM. But the golden image is not like that. This image can be used for creating thousands of n number of servers. Snapshot can be used for only creating one machine. If I create a disk snapshot, the disk snapshot can be used for particular VM. That snapshot will be locked for that VM. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow. No need to worry. We have the topic migrating the server using the snapshots.
Just I'm comparing this. It's
No,
similar
no.
to that, right? That's it. Okay.
It's not similar. Sir, this purpose is of snapshot. Using the snapshot, you can only build one VM. The snapshot is automatically logged for that VM, but the golden image is not like that. It is like a, like a ideal image where through which, like when we are creating the VM, we are choosing the software, right? So that's where, image will show up.
I got
Let
it.
me
I'm clear on
Yeah,
this.
let me complete it. You will get it completely. So what I'll do, okay, I'll go to the server manager. So there is one thing actually, guys, inside the servers, you cannot access the internet by default. In every server, in the real world as well, you cannot access the network or internet directly. So there is an option called, one option is will be enabled by default. That's why you cannot do it. I am going to show that. So if I go to example www.google.com, I cannot access the Google as well by default. So I can access, but I need to add that site into the trusted sites on the server. Every time you do this one, add this site into the trusted sites, and then close it. Then I can access that Google. If I wanted to open something else, some other site again, every time I have to open any site, I have to do that one. Example, yahoomail.com, something just for yeah. Sir, let me type here itself, gmail.com, Gmail. So I'll go to here. So every time you go to every site, you need to add that, so that then only it will allow you to access that network. If I go to here also, if I go to this one again, it will start asking the add that site, so that that will be openable. So this is annoying thing in every server. So what I have to avoid this one, I have to go to the server configuration, go to local server. There is an option called IE enhanced security configuration. This is on. That's why it is asking every time when you open a site, it is asking every time to add that site into the trusted site. So if I disable this one, it will never ask you anymore. All sites will be open by default. Now if I go to this one, google.com, it will not ask me anything. So maybe that is getting updated. Now I'm going to download SSMS. Download. So it will not ask anymore. I can access any site. Continue to prompt. It's maybe this rule is not updated or what. It should be
We need
off.
to restart once we change any settings over here.
No, no,
It
no,
will
no need to.
automatically reflect.
Yes, it
Okay.
is automatic. No need to restart. Actually, that should not pop up. Maybe that's taking. So now I'm downloading the SQL Server Management Studio setup. Save it. This would take some time to download. So it is almost a GB file, and it is downloading the SQL Server Management Studio using the Microsoft network, not your local computer network. It is inside the server. It is using the Microsoft network to download the setup. It is almost a GB file. It is taking 3 minutes to download that like 1 GB file. That's fine. Okay. So let's come to our VM when that is going on.
Management Studio plugins are not there in cloud.
No, it's not there by default. It's a VM, right? It's a, VM is something like a plain machine. You have to install what you wanted. It's like on-premise machine only again. It will not have anything basically. It's just have a OS. On top of OS, whatever the tools you wanted to install, whatever the purpose you wanted to install, use this machine, you have to install it yourself. Nothing will be there by default in any machine in the cloud or on-premise. You have to do your, because you don't know which VM will be used for what purpose by default. So that is one thing. I'm going to make this VM as a golden image so that image, whatever the servers are getting created from that VM will have all the required plugins for the environment. That is what my discussion is going to be happening about the golden, building a golden.
Hi, Vijay here. Like one dot, in real time also, every time we need to download the software, or we can copy the software outside to the server. How it works?
Yeah, that's why in the real time, like what I'm trying to do here is I'm going to download the software, install this tool in one machine, and I'll make this machine as a golden image. And whenever I install whenever I have to build a new VM, I use that golden image so that this software will be embedded into that VM. No need to install anymore.
Okay. Is there any option to copy the software from outside to the server without downloading?
No, there is no option. It's like, like you don't have anywhere. If you keep some repository somewhere, you can download. Like I have a cloud recovery vault, or else I have a storage account within the blob account. I have uploaded my SQL Server setup, and then you can download. It is absolutely same like downloading from the internet. There is no difference. So what I'm trying to say, you can you can create a storage account. Let me tell you that very quickly, but that does not give you any benefit. This is a server, and you have a storage account within the cloud itself. You have downloaded the setup here. You are downloading from within the cloud. This is a cloud VM, and this is cloud storage account. You place the setup here. You are downloading every time into the VM and then installing it. Downloading from the blob storage also will take long time. So not to that, what I'm doing is I'm installing all the required software. So I'm building an image of it. I'm building an image of this machine. So I use this image to build any new servers. So all new servers which are creating from this image will have all the predefined plugins. No need to install again. Maybe
Okay,
it got it right. So
yeah,
it's like that. Okay. Once I finish this discussion, everybody understand. If someone has a doubt, so still it has a 25 seconds remaining.
Ravinder, why
Yeah.
we need to install all these plugins and all for VMs? That is only for physical servers, right?
Yes, physical servers, but you don't have all cloud, PaaS SQL servers. When you know 50 in every environment, like your PaaS services are always highest versions. If you create a PaaS SQL server, it will be on the SQL Server 2017 by default. So your on-premise server is not on 2017, 2014 example. You cannot migrate to 2017 directly. Why? Because your applications are not compatible. In that case, you have to create a VM in the cloud. You have to migrate the 2014 to 2014 itself in the cloud. That time you don't have option. You have to go with the VM only. I'll talk about when to choose a VM, when to use a PaaS SQL Server. There are discussions on that point.
On-premises is nothing but physical servers, right?
On-premise is nothing but your network, not the cloud. Your client network, his own infrastructure. On-premise means the client infrastructure is called on-premise. The cloud means Azure Cloud, Amazon Cloud, or Google Cloud. All that comes under cloud. It is like that. So this has been downloaded. Now I'll open this and I'm going to install this tool inside this VM. Why I'm installing? Because I wanted to make it a golden VM from this machine. So we do have, like I made it 3 golden VMs in our environment. Basically, one is for 2014, one is for 2016, one is for 2017. Automatically, all prerequisites will be there in that machine. SQL Server also installed. You have to run some certain scripts. It will, it will move to the respective drives, the data drives, log drives, all that. So everything is automated. Nothing you have to do. If you have to build a server, it is just almost 10 minutes to hand over to the project. So I'm going to explain in a while. So before that, I'll also talk about something else, like when this is happening, because this will take some time to install. So not to waste time, let's move with a different topic. So I have the VM. So now the VM1 is up and then it is listening on different IP. Why it is listening on different IP? Because previously it was dynamic and we have deallocated. If I deallocate and start the server, will it change now? It should not change. See, this is IP. Let me do it very quickly, because this is a very important point in the interview as well as in the exam. Both the cases, this is a question. If I go to here, it is a static. Okay. Now, if I deallocate the VM and then start the server, will that IP will be remained with the server? Yes, it will be remained. I'm stopping it very quickly just to show the effect. So the IP is not released. If you look at here, whenever you deallocate, if it is a dynamic, IP will be gone from the machine. Now it is not gone. Why? Because it is static. It is still there. Okay, when this is going on, let's see this. It is still installing. These are all very important operations, guys. You should know, you should have a proper idea on these areas, else it will be a big problem when you work with the cloud VMs. So, okay, it is deallocated. Now, what I'll do, I'll start the server. Even if I start it, I don't see that the IP will be changed. Why? Because it is a static. I'm starting it now. If I look at here, it is deallocated. You can just wanted to see the status here. But don't ever deallocate a server. Deallocating is something, it will take longer downtime. You have to stop from the serial control console or within the VM. So now it is deallocated. Now I'm starting it.
Ravinder, one quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just I want to know, deallocation means we are going to permanently decommission a server, or
No, it's not like that. See, if I have to expand a drive, I have a drive on the server. I wanted to expand it. You have to deallocate the server, then only you can expand the drive.
that's what deallocation means. What exactly? Completely the server we are releasing all services, or
you're not releasing any installed or any data which is there on the server, but you are releasing the computing resources like CPU, memory, and dynamic IP. If
but
these
server
three
is exist.
the server exists, yeah, of course, it has all the data.
Okay.
It locks everything.
Okay, then what is the stop?
What is a stop means it will not release even memory and CPU as well. It will be locked and you will get the billing for that.
Okay, just it's logged. That's it.
That's it. If you stop the server, it will keep the CPU, memory, and everything with the VM. If you deallocate,
but
it will
be,
yeah.
But it will be pingable, right?
No, it is when you stop, it will not be pingable. You cannot ping it.
That's what
because
my doubt.
Yeah, you cannot ping it because server is down. It won't listen.
Okay, then deallocation, then that is also same thing, right? It is not
deallocation. Yes, deallocation stopped in both the cases. You cannot ping it, but deallocation, it will release the resources. See, computing resources like CPU, memory, it will give back to the cloud. Whenever you switch on, it will lock the computing resources again. So the time which you made the server for deallocation mode, that time you don't get the billing.
Okay.
So here, like you need to understand deallocation we have to do the disk expansions. When you do it, your IP will be changed. To not to change that, you have to give the static IP only to the server. Now if I refresh, the server is up and running, still the IP is listening on the same IP. Let me verify it very quickly. See, the IP is absolutely same, it did not changed. Why? Because it is a static IP now. In the previous case it was not. So there will be interview question, what
So
is the
do we
difference?
uh,
Hmm. Go
do we
ahead.
do these things like stop and deallocation in real time environment? I don't think
Yes,
so. It will happen.
we. Why you don't think so? Like when you have to expand a disk on the server, you have to deallocate the server. You have to deallocate the server, then you only can expand existing disk. You cannot do that without that. And also when you have to decommission the server, you keep the server under deallocated for 1 2 weeks, and then decommission the server completely. That time also we use that method. There are two cases you come to that area, and you should know that the difference between that. So let me come to this VM very quickly again. It is still going on. Fine. So now what I'll do, I'll connect to this VM and do the different operation now. So connecting to this VM. So by default, I cannot connect to this VM. Why I cannot connect? Because I did not open the port. Which port? RDB port. If I go to the networking here, if I look at, there are by default few rules already there. What are these rules will be discussed in the networking only. For now, if I'm trying to connect to this VM1, I cannot connect to basically. It will not let you to connect as long as you open the port. Any question? Oh, your voice is... Okay. Somehow we cannot connect to this server as long as you don't open the port. So I'll open it. So it will not connect. So how do I open the port? Actually, go to the networking. Okay. And there is a add port in the inbound. Why? Because the connection is going inside the server. That's why inbound. If I'm going out of the server, that is the outbound rule. We'll talk about the inbound, outbound rule in the networking itself. But still, here inbound, I'm going here. I'm adding the port. So I'm telling that source could be anything. I'm not going, specifying particular IP. If I specify particular IP, that particular IP only can connect to this machine. So all these options will be explained in the networking. So any machine with coming with any port, it should be connected with, like on the destination with this particular port with 3389. Any machine with any port, like anything should hit on this port. Anything like I can also restrict here, particular IP only can hit this and this IP and this port. We will talk about this, guys. This is a confusing discussion if I go into get in detail here. And the priority also plays very bigger role in the NSG, and that also will be discussed during the networking itself. So what I'm doing is I'm going to the networking. I'm going to the networking here. I'm adding a inbound rule to open the RDB port. So I'm just adding 3389 at the moment, and then adding it. The rest all will be discussed in the networking. Two classes on this NSG itself. Why? Because it's such an important topic.
One minute. Like while creating this VM, we didn't select that port, right? That's the reason we are adding it right
Yeah,
now.
right.
Just
That's
that.
correct. That's correct. Intentionally, I did not do to show this. Just so I am connecting to the VM now. It will connect now.
Ravindra,
Login.
what are the ports required to communicate?
There is HTTP port, RDB port, SQL Server means you have to open 1435, 1433 port. So whatever the ports your services are using, you need to open. We're going to talk about the ports and opening the ports, what sort of ports we open, all that. So I'm connecting to the server now. Within the server, every time it will give a temporary drive. That is also an issue. We faced many a time, so I'm going to explain that using the temporary drive. What is the issue with that? So when this is going on, let me go to other VM. Why? Because that is also a discussion for us to discuss. Still going on. Let this complete and then I'll build the golden VM and then finish that topic for today. So now I'm coming here. So now by default, it will give the two drives. One is OS drive, one is a temporary drive. For every machine, you'll have a temporary drive for sure. That is something an issue for us. Why? Because it is occupying the drive letter as D. If I look at here, this is a drive letter is a D. But when we have to migrate the servers from on-premise to cloud VM, the drive letters has to be matched so that you can no need to remap the files into different drives. This we have faced, guys. That is why I'm discussing this. When we have migrated the servers to cloud VMs, when we have migrated, the drive letter created the issue. D. See if I can rename it to anything, but the thing is that is a label only, not the drive. So I can make it a data. Yes, you can do it. That is a temporary drive. Still, it become data. But that's not a. If I keep anything in this drive, if I reboot the server, it will be gone. It is a temporary drive, basically. It will not maintain the data. So it is a temporary drive. In order to use the D drive for my on-premise servers, I need to change this drive letter. So how do I change it actually to change the drive letter? Basically, you can do from the disk management, but it will not let you to do by default. You have to do some extra configuration for that. So what is my discussion here? If some people are not following, this is my on-premise server and this is a cloud server. Now my data is in the on-premise. Data drive is a D drive, logs drive is a E drive. In the cloud, D drive is already occupied by default occupied by the temp drive, right? And E drive you can build it. There is no issue. You can create this is a data drive D, and this is a data drive, and this is a E and log drive. Here D is already temp drive by default, temp. Okay, and E can create without issues because you have the control to create that later. But the D is not occupied by the temp drive already. So you have to change this letter. And how to change is a process. That is what I am discussing at the moment. So
Ravindra, is it online operation or how it is offline?
which one?
The changing the label.
It's not online.
Changing the label. No?
It's not online. You have to restart the server for that. I'm going
Okay,
to talk.
okay.
I'm going to explain this clearly. All
Okay.
the steps. So here you have a D drive, and this is a temporary drive. Whatever you keep in this drive will be when will be flushed after the reboot or deallocation whatsoever. This data is not guaranteed. Whatever this data can be, this drive can be used when you have to move the files between the servers, small files. You can use that drive as a temporary storage because it's given by the Microsoft for free without no cost. Every machine will have a small drive. If you go with a very big drive, you'll get a very big temporary drive as well. That depends on the size of your machine. So now, and also let me show this very quickly. If at all you wanted to see what is the size of temporary drive with a VM, it will mention in the cloud actually when we are creating the VM itself. Going to the here, when I'm adding a machine, and then I'm going to the select the size of the server. So if I look at here, temporary drive, it is temporary storage drive. It is written each VM has this amount of storage. If what I have chosen here, actually my machine was this thing, 2 CPUs and 4 GB RAM. This has a temporary drive of 8 GB. If I choose this machine, which machine uh, B4MS, which is a 4 CPU, 16 GB RAM, this will contain 32 GB is temporary drive. So every machine by default has some sort of temporary drive. Keep in mind that is for free. The storage for free.
Is there any reason they are giving this temporary storage particularly?
Particularly if you wanted to like move some data one server to another server, you can share this drive between the servers and then move for just moving the data for temporary purpose. That is the reason they are giving you this drive. You wanted to copy the data between the servers, then you can use this drive. That's why they are giving that. It's like in the real time we'll have a temp drive also sometimes, to migrate the data from between the server to server. Okay, let's talk about this. So now I wanted to change the, like letter, not the label. Label means data here. The letter means, if I go to here, if I change the drive letter, example, I'm trying to change it. If I'm trying to change it to temp DB, so I'll make it T. So click it. Okay, there's some programs that rely on that disk letter might not run correctly. Yes, I wanted to. The parameter is not incorrect, so it will not let you to change the drive letter by default. There is a process to change that. So we do every time we migrate the server to cloud VM, we have to change this. So how do we do this means, go to the computer properties, go to, so it is recording. I'm going to send this record to everyone, no need to worry. Go to the, you know computer and properties, and then go to advanced system settings. This will open up this one. You must, like under the advanced, when you open this thing, this will open up. Under advanced there is a setting. Under setting there is advanced again. Okay, under advanced there is a change. You can go to here, change. Here is the one, this is locked. Okay, I'm going to system manage size. I'm going to no paging file. System will not use this drive. If I change this, no paging file. If I click it and change it, this requires server reboot. Changing that is a, it requires a server reboot basically. So in order to change the drive letter, let me do it. If it is trying to, if it is letting me to do it, then I don't need, but it requires a server reboot basically.
So in any VM, if any changes will made, server reboot is required, right?
Not any change. There are many changes does not require a reboot basically. Depends what you are doing. Not all changes require a reboot.
This patches and everything, we should
Regarding
do
the
it
hardware.
manually.
Regarding the hardware.
Yes, for patches, okay. Patches, some of the setting, like plugins will wait for the reboot to take into effect. That's why you have to reboot when you patch the server. But there are a lot of operations we do, when running itself online. You don't need to reboot for a lot of operations. Very few operations, yes, you have to reboot.
Here data disk 248 is there right here.
Uh-huh.
Data disk.
Data disk where? Here, you mean to say?
248, some options are there. What is that? Like, so if
Uh,
data disk is equal to 4, 4 disk will be created in
no.
VM.
Yeah, exactly. This is number of disks you can create with this VM.
But we selected 4 only before. There are only C and D drive are there in the VM.
The temporary drive is not countable. C is not countable. Data drives, data disk means extra disks on the machine. And each drive can go up to 5 TB, not more than that. Each TB, each drive.
Like if you select 4, we can create only 4 data disk. Beyond 4, we cannot create, right?
Yes, if I select this one, I can create extra 4 disks on this machine, not more than that. Not more than 4 disks on the machine.
Okay.
That good point actually you brought up. So see, if I choose this option, I can create 8 drives on the server, 8 extra drives, and each drive can go up to 5 TB. Okay, so let me connect to that VM again. Which VM? This VM. Okay, this RDP file is already there. I can connect from here. Every time you don't need to use that RDP file, just get the IP and then port, then it will connect you. Just for the simplicity, I'm just using that file again and again. Now I'm connecting to the server, and now I'll change the drive letter. So meanwhile, let me go to the other machine because we are 9:15 it is. This is installed now. Okay, the setup has been installed. Now I'll go to and build the golden image for this server very quickly. So go to C drive, go to program files, go to Windows NT. Okay, You have to go to this thing then. Program files 86 and Windows NT. Sysprep. We need to reach the sysprep basically. Okay, here it is, Windows. Now we will go to the system 32. This is a system 32. Under that, there is an option called sysprep. System 32 and sysprep. You have to. This is the one. See Windows and system 32. Go to sysprep. There is a call option called every server, every machine will have this thing. So if I go to my local laptop as well, there will be this thing. This is my local laptop where I'm doing it. So I'll have the sysprep here as well. Every machine will be there with this setup. So you can use that and then build your golden image, but building the golden image will make your that OS will be completely unusable anymore. So I'm going to run this sysprep and then you have to generalize it. If you don't, without generalization, if you create the golden image, that will be no usable. You have to use this for sure. If you don't use this, that image will not be useful for creating the VM. It is a mandatory thing. You have to select it. So I wanted to shut down after it get created because it is not once you generalize the machine, the machine is unusable. You cannot even connect to that machine. It will be gone. It is only create. You can only capture that machine image and then use it. I have installed all the required softwares in this machine. I'm making the golden image from it. When I'm using it, you have to run the sysprep and then select the generalize for mandatory and click it. It will take a lot of time to build that image. Let this complete basically. Meanwhile, I'll come to other VM.
So once we make this golden image, we cannot use that server at all for future.
No, you cannot use it. No, it
You
is
cannot use
unusable. Yes, you cannot connect anymore. That is only for capturing the image. That's it. The server is no more useful. That's why don't do anything which can be usable for production. I mean, I don't keep any available data before doing this one. The machine, if I do in my laptop OS will be gone. It will build a like a sysprep image. That's fine, but I need to interact with the machine, right? The OS will not come up. Don't do this in your laptops. Your laptop will become useless. You have to format it again. Do it in the VMs only. So now what I'm doing,
Can't we undo it after doing that?
no, you cannot undo. There is no undo. So now I'm going to change the letter because the server is rebooted, right? Let's go to the VM here and then go to the properties of it and go to advanced settings again. And then, okay, not here. I'll directly go and change the letter because we are rebooted. So let me see if I look at the connection is lost here. Connection is lost. Why? Because the image is creating itself, it seems. Okay, let me go to this VM and then complete this task and come back. So now I'm going to here. I'm going to change the drive letter, change it to T as a temporary because T, you can change it to anything. Basically, I'm just changing it to T. Click it OK. Click it OK. What? I did not do. It has to. This is what we do every time. Let me look at whether I have done correctly. Okay, I have done a mistake then. I have not applied, I guess. Okay. And this, click it OK. And this, click it OK. And this, it's not taking it all. Click it OK. And this, it's not taking it. I have to use a set. And this, it's not taking. I have to use a set. Changes you have, like the changes you have made require a server report. Now the changes you have made require a server report. Sorry, I missed that point. Set option. So now what I'll do from the VM2, I'll create the golden image. So now what I'll do from the VM2, I'll create the capture it. This can be used for, you see, start is disabled. I cannot start the server. It is stopped and I cannot start it anymore. It will be unusable at this moment. This VM can be used for only building the image. That's it. So once you create the image, you delete this because it's no more useful. So I'm going to capture this image as a golden image. Capture it and then name it. I'll make it name as well golden image 2016 server. Just naming it. The resource group I wanted to keep under Ravi test. Okay, and automatically delete this virtual machine after creating the image, because that server is no more useful. If you make it on, your resources will be wasted. You'll get the extra billing. That's useless. So I'm telling that to the cloud, delete that VM once the image is created. The image is only occupies the storage cost, not the computing anymore. So it is starting. Let that do. This is very important, like we have 2014 golden image, 2016 golden image, 2017 golden image in our environment. So whenever we have to build any version, just go to that image and then build the server and run the one script which will change the data and log directories and then use the server. That's it.
Can we do it resource wise? Same thing.
Resource wise in the sense,
See, just an example, I have created a resource for all my test environment. If everything is fine, just I will replicate it to the QA environment. No need of creating each and everything.
right, that is a tomorrow's topic. The same question, completely the discussion we have tomorrow. The whole question will be tomorrow's class. I mean, I wanted to build a same server into different environment. How do we build it? This is not the way we do it. This only captures the OS drive. It does not capture the extra drives. Only installs. It does not captures the data. Got it right? If I have
No, Ravindra. Actually, what I'm saying is, I prepared one environment and everything,
uh,
networking, app servers,
I,
everything.
I
So
understood your point. I understood your point. The thing is, if like this is a machine, you have everything. You have to take the snapshot, and using the snapshot, you can build the server. That is a different story. But I'm talking about, like all required features in every machine. See, your question is like I have a server, the same server I wanted to build with everything into the development example, right?
not server, we'll have many thing, right? Web servers, app servers,
Yeah,
databases, and everything.
everything. Server means everything. You wanted to have everything as a server, the same server, and every detail into other server into different environment. Server means is that only. Like you have app servers, SQL server, whatever it is. Server means it has everything, and you wanted to move into different environment. That is tomorrow's topic. No need to worry. The exact topic I'm going to explain tomorrow. Migration
No,
the server one machine to other. Is it done? I guess so. Fine. If it is done, I have to go to the all services and then go to image, and then in the image, okay, it is there. If I go to image, there is an image. I have created this image, and this image, every time I have to build a server, I use this image only. Go to image, and there is an option called create VM. In that image, create VM. Now, in place of OS, automatically it will pick it up. See, golden image 2016 server. In case of, I had to choose it generally, but it picked up automatically because I have choose from there. Now I'll create VM03. Except plugins, you have to select everything on your own again. Except size of this server also you have to define. Except the plugins, you have to define everything. So again, I'm choosing this service, this size, and then going with the username. Venkat, I'll discuss your question tomorrow because that is a tomorrow's topic.
okay.
Yeah, I'm allowing the port to connect by default. Fine. And how many disks you wanted, you can define. What is the network you wanted, you can define. Everything you can define except the software and plugins. It will not do anything. The rest, it's our responsibility. Let me create it very quickly. The VM from that image. Now, meanwhile, I'll connect to other server to change the dive letter very quickly. This is our server. VM2 is gone because that was deleted and the image was created. Now I'm connecting to VM1. Let me change the drive later. So go to here. Oh, sorry, I can change the letter and then go there. Just loading, guys. It's going on. So now I'll change this letter. It is possible to change now. This is how we do it. Maybe I'll go with M or N. Anything is fine. Click it OK. So now it is changed to N. Okay. Now if I go to my computer, I can see the drive N, and this is a temporary drive basically. So you can change the label but not the letter. So once you change that one, you can claim the D1 again. So next drive, if I create example very quickly, if I wanted to create a new disk, I can do it very quickly if at all, because the discussion came here, right? So create disk data 2 resource group is this standard disk I wanted to save money, and then 100 GB drive. Let this done.
Sir, one small doubt.
Yeah, go ahead.
While creating that disk, can't we select the label? Like we need L drive. We need the label as L.
No. This label is for the cloud. If I keep it data 2, and I cannot claim it data 2 again. And how do I name it? Basically, I'll tell you the naming convention also there in the cloud. You have to give the server name, and then you have to identify the resource in the cloud. Within the VM, it is a raw file. Basically, you have to name it within the VM yourself. This name is for the cloud. Within the cloud, example, if I go to all resources, example, I have a data 2. Data 2, where is the data 2? I have created here. It is. Like this disk is actually which server it is allocated. How do I know this? VM1, I can see VM1, VM2, so that I can understand when I look at some disk. This is a disk. This belongs to VM1 server. When I'm creating a disk, basically you have to give a server name and disk name, so that disk belongs to that server. That is a naming convention we'll follow in the real time. This cloud name is actually identifying in the cloud. If example, if I wanted to expand this one, I have to come to this one and expand it, kind of. Whatever the name I'm giving, that name is actually for the cloud, for identifying the resource, which resource belong to which server, just for the sake of understanding. But that name does not come into the VM basically. VM you have to do yourself. That is for the cloud only. Now 100 GB unallocated. Now I'll first initialize and then I'll claim the D drive. Hit next, and then D drive automatically picked up. Now I can choose it. Why? Because we renamed the temporary drive to M. So now if I come back to the disk, this is how we do on every migrated server. First task. This is the first task for us. Why? Because we need to match the drive letters on premise to cloud. For that, we need to change the temporary drive, and this is what the method we will follow to change it. Maybe other VM could have been created. Let me see. Yeah, VM3 is created from the golden image, basically. Let me go to that server and then connect. And this golden image will have the SQL servers SMS by default. like that n number of whatever the software you install it, all softwares will present in upcoming VMs. Means you are creating all the sorry, this is a password. Now I'm connecting to this server. Let me check. SSM is already there in the server. It will be there. Why? Because we created from the golden image. So in the real time, we install the SQL Server as well, and SMS, and whatever the required tools we install, and then keep it as a golden image. Every time we create the servers, we use that image so that all required tools will come automatically. So no need to install again and again. So that will save your time. The golden image also just occupies the storage, not the computing device. That is also, the storage is very cheap, so it will not cost you too much. Last network. Okay. So now what I'll do, I'll go to SSMS. I'll find the SMS here. I did not install on this machine. See, I have the tool automatically. If I create another machine also will have that tool. Like I have created 100 servers from that image, 100 servers will have all the tools. It's like that. The golden image is something you install all the prerequisites, into that server, all the required software for your server, for upcoming servers, and then create the golden image and use that image for the upcoming machines creations, so that you don't need to install every time same softwares again and again in the environment. Got the point or not? Simple,
So
guys.
got
Very
it.
Got it.
Got it.
yeah, it's very simple. And
Ravindra.
yeah.
So you install that Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio on normal VM, and you capture all the data like a golden image, and the golden image which you created VM. You are capturing that image and using that same golden image to other VMs.
Right. That other VMs will have all the software that the golden image has.
Okay. What is that sysprep then?
Sysprep is something you wanted to create the golden image. First, you have to build that, sysprep first. It means you are preparing the server to build the golden image. If without
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, you guys can see my screen, right? Everyone? Yes or no?
Able to see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Let's move on then. So yesterday we have discussed about how to create a golden image and creating the servers from the golden image, right? That was one of the important tasks that we have done yesterday, and do practice that. So let's go with the different topics today. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create the resource group first for group the objects together. So let me create one resource group. So when I have to clean up the details of my practice lab, then I can easily clean up. That's why I'm creating every day one separate resource group. Basically, Ravi test is one of the resource group I am just choosing, and then I'll choose West India as my for this is like my data center region where I'm going to create all my resources. So create the resource group. What is a resource group? Basically, it is a logical container of all your cloud objects. Whatever I'm going to create, everything will go into resource group itself. Without resource group, you cannot create any cloud object. So next, I'm going to create the virtual machine.
Hello.
Yeah.
What is the difference between recovery vault and resource group, and what is the hierarchy?
Resource group is something collection, recovery vault is something taking the backups like scheduled backup. You wanted to take the VM backup, you wanted to take the SQL Server backup, you want to take the on-premise files backup. That is something, like a kind of storage where you're dumping all your backups as a for longer time recovery. That is something altogether a service. And the recovery vault is also a kind of service which will be part of resource group. You have to
No,
make it as a
Ravindra, just now you have told that this vault
uh
regarding the vault that it is used only for the backup purpose.
Yes, recovery vault is for recovering only. Yes, of course.
Recovery vault is used only for the backup, and resource group it is the what resource group?
Resource group, resource group is a logical container. See what I mean to say? Just let me explain. Recovery vault is something a service in the cloud. Okay. It's just a service. It will be part of a resource group. I have a resource group. This is my resource group. Every service I create in the cloud, I'll make part of this resource group. Recovery vault is one of the service. It is a service basically. You use it for the taking the backups and storing the backups. It is just a service. And the resource group is it's like your data center. Resource group contains everything.
It
Your
means
whole
that
environment.
the recovery vault it should be come into the resource group, correct? Because resource
Yes,
group is a container. Container means everything contains the everything will be contained into the resource group. So recovery vault will be also contained in will be also come into the resource group.
yes, of course. The resource group, like it is like an object, recovery vault is also a service which will be part of any resource group, one of the resource group. Every service should be part of one of the resource group. Resource group is a logical container for all objects that you are going to create. Why you are grouping them together? Because you wanted to monitor them together. You wanted to see the billing, all for all the objects together. It's like a kind of your data center. Okay, let me create the virtual machine first. Recovery Vault is just a service, guys. Cloud service. We have the complete topic in the storage. I'm going to talk about that. No need to worry about that. So creating the virtual machine for today's operations. So here, like when I'm creating the virtual machine, it is asking the resource group where you wanted to make this virtual machine into the part of. So I'm going to use this resource group, Ravi test as a resource group, and I'm making this virtual machine as a part of this resource group. So now I'm going to make the server name as VM1 or anything like naming convention I have discussed yesterday. In the real time, it is not like this. There will be a structured naming convention will follow, and yesterday I have discussed that. So now I'm going to choose this SQL Windows Server 12 data center as a voice of this server for on this VM, and I'm going to choose the size of the VM. And this also I have discussed the family of computer. There are many types of families in the computing devices. So which family you have to choose depends on what operation you are going to do on the machine. That has to be known because we have already discussed that area. So this is a login who can connect to the server once it is created at least. Here I'm allowing the port to connect remotely. Without opening the port you cannot connect, and this part will be covered in the net.
This user on the VM, which permissions, which privileges he had when we are creating?
You have the full administrative privileges because you are creating it.
Okay.
Because you are the administrator. This account will be part of a local administrative group. So data disk, I'm also going to create two data disks here because we are going to do like some R&D today with the data disks. One is a
Ravindra, can you
yeah.
minimize this? Can you minimize this one go to meeting because I'm not able to.
What you are not able to see?
That something it's capturing the half images. Go to meeting like where a speaker is there, na? Can you minimize that one?
This one?
No. Yeah.
You are looking at something your side, I guess. Everybody are seeing my screen now. It seems
Oh,
like from your side itself the issue, I feel. So I'm creating a disk, called VM1 data 1, just for the identification, and I'm also appending the machine name here. So I'm keeping 100 GB drive, and it should be empty drive. I'm going to talk about snapshot today. What is snapshot? How do we create the disks from the snapshot? We are going to talk about that. And I'm going to choose a standard hard disk here. Premium means, this will give you, a lot of, high IOPS, and the standard SSD is a little bit less IOPS compared to premium. And the standard is, it's like magnetic tapes. It's not like, that fast like SSD. Solid state disks are like, it's like a RAM. The data processing is with a light speed. You never see the IO, contention at any point of time if you use this storage basically. So let's go with the standard disks. I'm creating in the 100 GB a data disk, one data disk. I'll also add one more disk here because we need one more disk for today's R&D. So here also I'm going with the standard hard disk, and then the naming is VM01 logs. And this drive is also, I'll make it as 100 GB.
Yeah, and
Okay.
one doubt.
Yeah.
If the data exceeds 100 GB, is there any scalable option like
We have to do.
automatically?
It won't automatic. You have to expand it to deallocate the VM and then expand the drive. We have seen that, right?
Yes.
That is our operation. If it is exceeding the given size, you have to deallocate the VM and expand the existing drive. So that part we have seen like in the last two classes ago, right? So now I'm creating the VM. I'm creating the VM, and with the two disk, one is 100 GB data disk, or another disk is with 100 GB. Okay. Why I'm creating two disk? I'm going to explain this. Today we are going to. Yesterday there was a question from Venkat, like how do we migrate everything that a machine has into another machine? That is what I'm going to do as a this is a live task we recently done again. Okay, this is one of the requirement. You should understand what I'm going to do today. So networking, I'm going to explain briefly. When we are going to do this activity, it will take some time. When it is taking time, I'm going to discuss a little bit of networking today. A little bit, not much into detail. Why? Because we have a separate networking model where we focus and spend a lot of time. So it is creating the default VNet. What is VNet? What is subnet? How do we segment the network and all? We will discuss in the networking itself. And it is taking the public IP. If I don't want any public IP for this mission, you can go with none. When do we go with none also will be discussed in the networking itself. And the NSG also in the networking, and then ports, like when I have to connect to the server, port has to be made available so that you can made allowed to connect to that machine. So that's why I'm allowing the RDP port 3389. The rest all fine. We don't touch all this, like we have discussed. Boot diagnostics, this should be on. If the machine is not responding, this can tell us why it is not responding, kind of. So, and these are all extension. This is tags and all we have discussed. Let me go ahead with the
But
machine.
we have selected premium SSD.
Okay. Okay, fine. That is also fine. That will save my money basically. That's why I'm going with the standard. Premiums are cost. Premium discs are cost basically. So I'm creating the VM. So what I'll do, I'll install the SQL Server within this VM. Okay. Treat this as a production server or development server. And you wanted to stand up the whole server into another environment. I'll migrate the piece by piece. I'll make the server into another environment. How will I do that? I'm going to explain today. This is something we have done recently when there was a request that was like 2 TB server, roughly 2 TB data we had, and there was no snapshot for the VMs because it was a pre-prod server, and we wanted to stand up the same server in a different environment, and we followed this method, and was the question as well from Venkat yesterday. We'll see that. So this would take a while. So when this is getting created, I'll also create one more VM for different operations. So let me create the other one as well. VM02. choose the same server voice. No need to choose the same one, but I'm choosing it. That's it. You can choose any voice which is available. So I'm going with this one again. This one is fine for this. We are not going to do much of with that VM. So allowing the port here as well. And here I don't need to add any extra disks and all. This is kind of different discussion. I'm just creating it to save the time. So let this also get created. So now this machine could have been in progress still. So once it is created, what I'll do, I'll install the SQL Server, I'll install the tools and all, I'll do whatever the operations we do on the servers, and then we will create a standby server using this VM, using the snapshots, disk snapshots. And how do we do that? So that is a task for today. Still, let's wait for 1 minute. This will get created completely. Then we can connect and do the operations.
Is this our activity or Windows people will create the VM?
This is actually the Windows people because we are into the Windows activities, right? We are into the IAS services discussion. This is a Windows people activity, but this, if you know it, if you are well versed into this area, you can do yourself. You don't need to take the Windows actual help because we did this task in our environment. We have the full access.
Okay.
It's up to you. If you know things well, you actually proved yourself. You can do things. You will have very few people will have the full rights in the cloud. Not all. Only the engineering people. Engineering people, they work at critical operations, not on regular operations. So that's what I do. So let me give a try to connect to that VM. Sometimes the status will be still creating, but it is already up and running in the background. That also can happen. So you can give it a try. Not for longer time that will show up. It will take some time to update that status. Right, try to hit the connection. Okay, it is up. See, it is up. If it is giving the login prompt, means the service is online, the VM service. That's why you can give it a try when the status even it is creating or starting kind of. So I'm connecting to the server. So we have added 2 drives on the server. So I'll go to the disk management.
And previously, if there is any previously in the server drive is also there.
Mm-hmm.
And this and the 2 drive you have created, that is the Azure drive.
Go ahead with your complete question.
No, I want to know that previously in the server drive will be also there.
If there is a drive, if you adding extra drive, that is a different case. That was discussed already. So you can, I'll send you the video. You are not part of that class, right? I'll send you that video.
Yeah.
I have discussed the disk operations all. This is something.
Okay.
So now I'll go to the computer management here. And disk management. So we have created 2 disks here. It is asking to follow the partition style for the selected disk. You always go with the master boot record MBR only. Click OK. Then you need to initialization is done. Like you have to allocate the storage. Now I'm going here and then hit next, and it is choosing the F drive by default. That's fine. Let it take any drive. Here, drive letter is not important for our discussion. So another disk. So now if I go to my computer, I can see this extra drive which we just added. Which one? This one. I'll name it as data. I'm just labeling it as data, not the letter. Letter cannot be changed like this. How do we change the letter? We have discussed yesterday, right? So this is another drive which is we are creating it now. Once it is formatted, then you can see that drive also in the list now. Right. So what I'll do, rename this drive to logs. So now what I'll do, I'll download the SQL Server setup and install the SQL Server and then migrate the complete disks, and then the same thing will be appeared on the target as well without doing anything. So this is one of the tasks we have recently done. So I'm switching off the internet, like enhanced security configuration. Why? Because when I'm opening the browser, it will keep ask like to add every site that you are going to browse. So that's why I'm switching it off this thing, and that was explained yesterday why we are disabling, right? So now I'll go to the Google, I'll download the SQL Server setup and then install it very quickly. So now download SQL Server 2016 Evaluation Edition. So I'm downloading the SQL Server setup from the Microsoft website. So select your exe I wanted. It is asking for my details to download the setup. Yes, I'll give it. I'm giving these details for their record purpose. Nothing they will do with these details, just for the identification purpose. They will ask you your details. You can give your details. No issues here. So I want English version, right? So country it is asking. Okay. Fine. So I don't want to receive anything kind of from the Microsoft. I would like to, no, I don't want anything from Microsoft. So now continue and then save. It is going to download the SQL Server 2016 Evaluation Edition. Okay. Okay. So it is completed, mean to say. Okay. So when you run this, this will download it. Okay. So I wanted the custom image. That's fine. So it is going to download the setup as this. Fine. Or else I can choose. So this will download the package. Once it is downloaded the package, then we'll go with installation. It is roughly more than 2 GB file. Okay. Let this in, do the download. It will take some time. Where I'm doing? Not within the VM I'm doing. Oh, sorry. I need to cancel this. I should be doing this inside the server, right? This is
I
within the
think
VM only.
it's within the server only.
Yeah, yeah. Like I got showing it. Right, right. That's correct. So I resumed it again. No issues. It'll do it again. So it'll download the file here. Okay. So meanwhile, let me go to other VM to connect and then do some thing. Like example, in the cloud, any object you can, if your server is running under configuration. Example, your server is facing lots of resources crunch. Maybe like you have 10 CPUs and 20 GB RAM or 32 GB RAM. Maybe your PLE, page life expectancy, is going low and low, like more less than 300 and all. I'm talking about SQL Server. If you don't, people who are from not SQL background don't understand. But when you have to resize your machine size, I have chosen one CPU, 1 GB RAM for this machine. I wanted to scale up the server. How will I do that? Scaling up the server, scaling down the server is possible, but that required a reboot of the server in the cloud. So for that, you need to get the downtime from the client. I wanted to let me connect to the server first. So just to show it up, and then I'll do the other operations also today with this VM, because that other thing will take some time. So when that is going on, I can parallelly discuss this thing. That's why I created another VM. So is Venkat joined? Yesterday he was asking this question. He's not there? It's loading up. So let me see this VM status now. Okay. Let me ping that guy. Okay, how will I see that, the server is, like running under resource crunch and all? When you have a product, you can run certain commands. I'm going to share that, when we come to the SQL Server discussion. But here, you can also see it, like here in the server as well. Under performance, you go to open resource monitor here. Basically, sometimes memory issues, when you comes up, you look at the cache part. Always the cache takes the, like misguided. The people. Okay.
Anna, you are not audible, Anna.
Yeah. So now, if you look at here, most of the time the SQL Server will take lots of memory, but what will lead you? If you look at in the SQL Server, you don't find anything basically. But the people do write lots of queries which can cache the data basically. So you need to look at this, like the cache data. This will lead to, like sometimes there is, if you look at if you write any query, looking at the memory usage, you don't find anything. But there are lots of data has already been cached. The cache you have to look at when the memory utilization is high. When it comes to a CPU, you go with that, like topmost CPU usage, and how do you actually troubleshoot and all. We'll discuss about into the SQL Server, not now. When we SQL Server we start, we'll look at the performance issues and all. But IOPS, yesterday Venkat or someone was asking IOPS. If example I have, lots of IOPS issues are coming in, then how would I actually see? Go to the resource monitor. You can see in the product as well, basically. Okay, go to the disks. Here you need to look at response time in seconds, milliseconds it is. This should be less than 15 seconds basically. It is showing 24. If I choose here example 24 is really bad. The millisecond should be less than 15 seconds. The response, this is a disk response time for read and write operations. This is the time it is showing in. This value should be less than 15 basically. If it is going more than 15, your storage is facing the input output operations queue really high. So I have chosen the standard hard disk. That's why these IOPS are went up to 24. If it is solid SSDs like premium or standard, then the values are less than 10 only. So in the real time also, you come to here, it will show the SQL Server data file also, which data file is having the like highest response time. It will show every file what it is reading on the system, and then we will come to this discussion, guys. Yesterday, if Venkat was there, I would have guided him here. But this was the question from him. Like he was facing the IOPS issue. You can also see the IOPS are how the IOPS are for single database in this disk IO, because every file is getting readed. Every file name it will write here, and then it will give the IOPS for each file. So no need to run a SQL query and all. This is a very helpful thing if someone wanted to look at the IOPS basically. That's a different story I was talking about. So now here I have 1 GB RAM and 1 CPU. You can look at here, 1 GB RAM and 1 CPU. I cannot run the server with this configuration. I mean the current configuration, because I could see the the resources bump up is required for this server to get the best performance. How will I do the scaling up the VM and scaling down the VM? That is the terminology we use. So I wanted to scale up this server. So go to the size, and then you can resize the server to any other size, and then just click it OK. When you resize it, the server reboot will be done automatically by the cloud. That downtime is required. Scaling down and scaling up is important. The server reboot is important. For that you need the downtime approval. There is one more thing, logs. We need to talk about logs very badly, and after this I'm going to discuss that. Let me see this status. Downloading the install package, still taking time. Okay, downloaded successful, very good enough. So don't confuse, guys. I have to do parallelly because this task going to take time, and we had to wait on some operations. Oh, it has downloaded basic. Okay, it is opened the direct installation file. That's fine. I'm going to install the SQL Server into this machine. Why I'm installing? Actually, to show the effect of the operation what we are going to do. Without this, you don't understand why we have done, how we have done, and whether it is successful or not. So I'm installing the SQL Server inside this standalone SQL Server. This is an evolution, of course. Like we are not going the licensed one. This is evolution. This can expire after 180 days of usage. So accept the terms and conditions. So if you wanted to download the updates and all, you can do it. This is not required basically. That's fine. Windows firewall. So here there are lots of services, and each service has a different reasons why actually there. So this is our services, full text and all. We are not going to get into here. So I'm just going to client tools installation, client tools, and here in from 2016 onwards, till 2014 you'll get the SSMS by default with the SQL Server installation itself. From 2016 they separate the SQL Server Management Studio. You have to install it separately. So I'm just installing the SQL Server product at the moment. That's fine. So I'll make the directories here, data. I mean I'm going to install the product inside the drives. We will not go with the C drive.
You were in the downloads.
And the downloads. Oh, sorry. Here I have to data and MSSQL. I'm creating two folders. Fine. So now I'm going with the default instance. Let that be. So that's fine. The local accounts are also fine. We don't need to worry about those. So hit next and adding my user as current user to connect to the server. This mixed mode is something we need to give a second. That is also not required at the moment. This is something I wanted to use it. Why? Because we have created the drives. So user data directory. I wanted to also install the product inside the other drive. So where I have just given in the F drive, I have given the MSSQL. This is the root folder for the installation. And then I'll use the data directory here. And in the other drive, I'll create the logs folder at least. I can use it for the as an installation path. Let the backup directory in the same, that's fine. So it will go to the tempdb next. Tempdb also, I mean, that's fine with me, tempdb with the default. I mean to say about, I'm talking about this. It is going to the default location, the tempdb creation, that's fine. So everything is going into the F drive at the moment. The installation, plugins, and binaries, everything will be created in the F drive, which we created externally. Hit next and then install. So once it is installed, during the installation, what I'll do, I'll also download the SSMS, or else you can also do it from your SQL Server Management Studio. These tools. It will take you to the link where you can download the SQL Server Management Studio directly. So let me download meanwhile one that is going on. Save it. This will take time, right? Okay, it's 9 seconds only. Let's wait for that as well. Okay. Fine. So now the resize could have been done on that VM. Let me connect and verify it. So I already have this DB file here. Fine. Now I can verify the system resource. I mean, the resources we have, like scaled up 4 GB RAM and 2 CPUs here, 2 CPUs. And the socket is something, like how many sockets are there? That is like if I have 10 CPUs example, and I have only one socket is not good in that case. If the more and more CPUs are going, like increased, and the socket also, then the socket number also should be increased. What is socket? That's something we will discuss in the during the SQL Server configurations. We have a separate discussions for SQL Server. So let me give very quick discussion about what is socket, because we need to know as a product guy. So I have a like pool of resources here. Okay, this is a socket. Let me this is one socket, and this has its own resources. This is another socket. It has its own resources, and this is a product. Now this is a socket one. Just try to understand. This is very important actually. As a product guy, you should know this area. Socket 2. Now each socket actually mapped in the back end. This will have its own memory and CPUs. Memory and CPUs. And this socket also will have its own memory and CPUs. Now, if I map one socket on this machine and then 10 CPUs, one socket, 10 CPUs, all sockets, all CPUs comes through this socket only. All CPUs, like access its associated memory only. This is a memory assume case. Now, like everything is coming through one socket, so that like this will be a load on this socket, obviously. Why? Because it is pressurizing using one VM itself. If I keep two sockets in the same machine, two sockets, and then 10 CPUs, like 5 CPUs from one socket, another 5 CPUs from another socket. So two CPUs are working for your machine in the background. Two sockets will have its own infrastructure like CPU and memory, all sort of things. So when you have more CPUs, like more sockets also will help you to improve your performance. When you look at in your server, you have lots of CPUs, but still you are facing the performance issue, means that is also another reason why you face a performance issue. I have a 20 CPUs, but it all came from the one single socket, which is not a good design. That should come from multiple sockets, so that multiple sockets can serve your server, so that the processing power will be more when more sockets are adding on the server. That's something keep in mind. That also comes under performance tuning actually.
How
Okay.
can we change the socket number?
This can be done by the hypervisor team in the real time. In the cloud, based on the number of CPUs, based on the machine size, the automatically sockets will come. It is already made. They made the design.
Okay.
If it is on premise, if some servers are like that, when you face a performance issue, you have lots of CPUs. You look at this value. This value should be at least 2 or 3 if you have more than 20 CPUs. Minimum 2 at least. All 20 CPUs came from a single socket. Definitely that is a bad design, and that can have a worse performance though you have lots of CPUs on the machine. That should be looked at when you look at this area. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So example, I'm working with this VM and I'm doing in middle of operations, like lots of operations I'm doing on this server. Someone came into the cloud, like someone goes into the cloud. By mistake, they wanted to delete one server. By mistake, someone went into the server and deleted it. Assume a case, I'm deleting the server. If I delete, will it delete, or as I'm active into the server, it will throw the error? What do you think? Means just your thought process. I am into the server, I RDP'd into that VM2 server. You can see it, this is a VM2. You can see this is a VM2 server, and I'm working with this server. Someone is trying to delete a machine from the cloud. Will he able to delete the server? What do you say? I mean, just your
No,
thought.
No, sir.
I
They can't
think
delete.
that will be locked under.
No, it is not locked. Now I'm trying to delete it. Will it delete, or will throw the error? What do you think? Just let
It
me
will
know.
throw the
I'll
error.
No, actually in the cloud, if I do yes, irrespective of the server is in use and people are connected, it does not matter to the cloud. Given the instruction, it will delete. It will, it will disconnect everyone on the machine, and the machine RDP is gone. Just when I click it yes. So that's why you need to protect your resources in the cloud. How do I protect? Using the logs, and there are different logs we are going to talk in a while. Just a minute. Let me come back to this again. Why? Because, okay, I need to install this tool. Still going on. It's fine. Let this install then. So one thing you need to know, the critical servers are not critical. The complete resource group itself locked basically. That is a different story. So even someone is working with a VM or any resource in the cloud does not care about it. You given the instruction, it will disconnect everyone, it will clean up the resource. That's what the cloud do. That's why whatever the resource you create, if it is critical, and you lock it explicitly. How do we lock it? What are the types of locks? We are going to talk right now. Let me create the VM again and then talk about that very quickly. So this is something, a very important question in the cloud. Like if someone trying to create a, using machine, people are connected and people are working. If the machine is not logged, someone is trying to delete. Will it get deleted? Yes, it will delete. As long as you don't log the resource, the resource can be cleaned up. The cloud does not care about who is connected and what they are doing. Just execute the instruction. That's where I wanted to show practically so that you understand the impact. So again, I'll go with the small VM only because we are not going to do much operations with this. Opening the port. That's fine. So no need of extra disk and no need of getting into all this other. Fine. So let that happen. We'll come to this VM. So this is done now. After this, I'll install the SSMS. I'll create some databases and do the operations, and then I migrate this VM, complete VM, as a different VM, like to the different VM, using the snapshots, disk snapshots. How do we do that? We are going to see it now. This is a recent operation. Last 2 months ago, I have done this task. So, and before that, I was not know that this is one of the process we can do it kind of. It's a good thing to discuss in the class. That's why I made this topic into in the class. And pre-prod servers, you don't keep the server backups. That is also you need to keep in mind. Like no VM backups will not be there for pre-prod. Only prod servers will be backed up. So in that case, this method will best, will help you, best suits what I'm going to discuss today.
So I have a question, Bob.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, actually we have an option that SQL database, right? Why you need to install SQL Server and need to create databases?
I didn't catch. Can you come again?
Actually, we have option that SQL database. We can create SQL database directly in Azure, right? Why we need to create SQL Server and why?
Right. That is a pass, platform as a service. We did not come to that area yet. We are into the infrastructure as a service.
Okay.
We are in the Windows concepts, actually, Windows operations, like VM operations, not Windows. Windows is again Active Directory that we are going to discuss in the 6th or 7th module. This is something
Okay.
we are into the IaaS operations, like infrastructure as a service operations. Platform as a service, we have lots of classes, like roughly 15 classes on the platform only. There I'll discuss,
Okay.
we'll create the SQL Server in the cloud itself. We do the lots of operations in the cloud itself. That is a different story. But like you don't have all the SQL servers into the platform itself. Why? Because the reason, the challenge the clients are facing in the market, why the servers are not going into the like PaaS only. The PaaS server is actually directly into the highest version, SQL Server 2017 now. By default, if create the PaaS service, the SQL Server version is 2017 itself directly. So my existing server is running on 2014, as in my case. 2014 means I have to upgrade it to 2017 to come into the cloud, the cloud platform as a SQL Server. So I cannot upgrade all my applications because I have hundreds of applications are running this. Upgrading the server it's a like a one-day process, but upgrading all the application is not something they can do it over a time, because they have written lots of code. The code is not compatible with the higher version. Some features are deprecated, some features are added, the functions and all. So the applications will fail. So for that reason, in the cloud also we'll create a VM and then install the 2014 and then migrate it here into the cloud VM. So that's how it is. Why we are actually using still the VMs in the cloud means the existing infrastructure is not up to the latest version. That's why we are moving to the VMs. Some of the servers will go to directly here because they are compatible, they will test it. That is depends on the percentage, not completely everything is tested. You can directly move to the highest version. It all matters.
Okay. Actually, we created yesterday. We created golden image, right?
Yeah, golden image, correct.
Then why you are creating VM and installing SQL Server again?
Those were cleaned up. I have deleted because I'll get the bill. If I keep it for a day, I'll get lots of billing for that. So we are in the lab,
Oh,
so
okay.
I clean up the resource every day. I have to create it again. So why I'm doing this especially, I'm going to migrate the server using the snapshots. What is snapshot? How do we do it? So for that reason, like I'm installing it, I'm going to show it live operation as a live.
Okay.
Yeah, of course it will be a doubt because yesterday I have done again why I'm doing kind of.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Let this done. It takes a minute mostly, not more than that. So once it is done, I'll create few databases and then right, let me talk about the logs, right? We have the topic. This will take some time. So now I have created a VM. Okay. And there are types of logs we need to impose on the resource. Go to any, all resources will have a this option called log basically. You have the log here. So what sort of log you wanted to keep, that is something important basically. So let me go to here. There are two types of logs. One is a read only, one is delete. You never apply the read only. Most 99% you don't apply. If I apply the read only, I cannot modify that resource, like anyway. You have to only view what is there on the machine. You cannot even write the data. You cannot modify anything on the machine. You cannot do anything. So some, like if I have a books, where I have stored in one of the software and the books are people are reading online, books should not be modified, then particular that kind of service you go with the read only. But day-to-day operations, you have to do the modifications on the resources. So you always go with the delete lock. So what I'll do, I'll keep the name does not matter here. Locks, I'll keep locks. Okay. And then the lock type is delete. Read only you never apply. You always go with the delete only. Read only means you cannot modify the resource. I mean, you cannot do any operations with that particular resource if you do with read only. So we always apply the delete lock, means it will protect you from deleting from anyone. So I'm applying this lock on that particular VM. Okay, the lock is imposed on this server. So delete lock this. So now example, I wanted to delete that server. I'm trying to delete, not wanted to. So let me do it. What it will say. Now I'm trying to delete this VM server. If I hit it yes, it will throw the error. Failed to delete the virtual machine. Why? Because see, please remove the lock and try again. If I have to badly delete this server, example, what I have to do, I have to remove the lock. I'll not delete it again, but I'm just showing how to remove the lock. Go to here and delete the lock and then hit the delete, then it will get deleted. So that's how you protect your servers by accidentally deleting it. Maybe sometimes one server you have to delete, but by mistake you might delete some other server because of naming conventions are on the server is very confusing. That may happen. Okay, that is very carefully you have to do it in the cloud, because the cloud is something, if it is not locked, if it got the instruction to do something, it will do it. It will not wait for any confirmation and all. Once it is goes into the queue, then it is gone, the resource is gone. That is very important to understand. And yesterday something someone was asking about Balaji or someone, right? So boot diagnostics. So actually, I'll also talk about analytics. There, I'll go with much of details about the boot diagnostics. But here you have that boot diagnostic option. Like see, like you have lots of logs. It will write the logs here. What's wrong with your VM? It will write the details here. So even when the server is not coming up, what is the problem with it? Look, what is the problem with it? You can go here and see it actually. But there are lots of logs have been created. It will create, it is running for less than an hour. That's why you don't see any serial logs here. There are lots of logs will be there. in the previous historical logs also. The current log, when you go to here, if the machine is not booting up or not starting up, then you can come to here and troubleshoot why it is particular thing is actually not working. It will write why the machine is not booting up. This will help us a lot to troubleshoot the server when it is not responding or when it is not starting up. I guess Balaji was asking. Balaji, right? Yesterday, did you ask about the boot diagnostic, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So when the server is not responding, but you can actually take this data into analytics and what is the trend, like what was the I wanted to read lots of logs at a time. Example, for historical details, maybe this kind of issue may happen in the past as well, like many times it is happening, how frequently it is happening. Like you can use the analytics is very powerful tool where we will discuss when the further topics. So this is something
Anand, one doubt. Where can we find the error logs, like in the SQL? Is there
in the
any
C.
option?
Yes, we do have. We are going to talk about that area. I mean, in the cloud, we will come to that area cloud, right? I'll show up. There are every operation will be recorded, and even DMLF auditing is also there. Like all insert, update, delete, everything will be traced. We are going to see all that in the past. I mean, when I come to that area, I'll discuss everything. No need to worry. Still, we have some more days to come to that area in the SQL area. Oh God, it is still going on.
Everything will log in event viewer as well, right?
Yeah. I didn't catch your question,
Everything
Pradeep.
will log into event viewer, right?
Everything?
Will log into event viewer.
Right,
In
right.
log.
Of course. Event viewer is something within the machine, but what
Yeah.
this boot diagnostic does, if the server is not booting up, why it is not booting up? What actually creating the issue? If some of the file is missed, then it will write particular file is missed. That is why it is not actually starting booting up. It will write the detail at the end of this file,
Only
which
that
will help.
booting. Whatever the writing in the event viewer, it won't write all here, right?
No. It's only boot level. When the VM is
Okay.
rebooted,
Okay.
when the VM is let me reboot the server. Let me see. It'll. We don't see this actually, but there was a question. That's why I wanted to look at this. So I wanted to reboot this server. Let's see. It'll create a file. This is VM2 only, right? I'm restarting that server. When I restart the server, then it should have built another file, I feel, in the boot diagnostics. Let's see. Let's wait for that. Okay, this installation is taking hell lot of time.
Ravindra, smaller.
Yeah.
Yesterday also we installed that Microsoft SQL Server yesterday, right? So
Where?
can we have to? No, yesterday also we tried to install this SQL Server, right?
Uh-huh.
So what are the configurations we are installing? Can we have to keep in a one common zone outside
Uh-huh.
to copy? Is there any option like a shared drive? How we are keeping all the data, all the files are
Okay. You mean
like
to
that
say
we have to, yeah, like
you
that we have to keep all softwares to use again and again for whatever the VMs are uh, installed inside.
no, it's not that only you're talking about image. It's like a golden image only. The question is answers only image. Like it won't pick up anything remotely because it comes from the cloud. Whatever you create, it comes from the cloud service.
No, what I'm asking, outside we are creating now VMs, right?
Outside means on premise.
No, no. Here now we are creating VMs, right? VMs and
Okay.
whatever it
Okay.
is.
Okay. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
That any software we are installing, that kind of all softwares we have to keep in a one common shared drive to use
Mm.
in any VMs.
Okay, got it. I mean, not to download, you can create a repository from there you wanted to download it, right?
Whenever we require that software, so we have to capture that common folder
Yeah, I
instead of
understood. You
again.
mean no need to download and then from the net, you can get it from the that folder itself, you're saying? Let me see. Your question is like, let me come to your question very quickly. So this is a cloud. Basically, example, assume a case. This is a cloud. Assume a case. Now I have a software repository here, all softwares. Now I'm creating the VM. When I'm creating, I have to use this software. You mean to say?
Yes.
Okay, when I'm
Yes.
creating itself or after the creation?
No. Once you downloaded any software from internet, we have to keep
Hmm.
all that kind of softwares in one common zone.
Okay.
When
Okay.
first
Okay. That
VM,
that I'm going to talk. We have the in the storage. Like we can create the shared folders, file service, and where we can store anything and then access it.
from there, we have to get it right.
Yeah.
Instead of everything you have to download, it takes time.
Got your point. Got your point. Got your.
Yeah.
I'm going to. We have that topic. No need to worry. We have the full topic on that. So because we did not enter into the storage, I was not creating the files and all. But that is very simple thing. We can do it. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to connect to the SQL Server and then going to create some databases inside these drives and then explain how do we migrate the server. This is a major topic for today. Now I'm connecting to the server, going to create some databases. So I have created some databases. Now I can go to the drives and the logs. I'll have the log files, and then in the data drive, I'll have the data files. Everything is into these drives basically. So data files are here. Now what I'll do, I wanted to migrate this server. The scenario is this, guys. Like the scenario we had recently faced this issue, and this will help you a lot if you're working in such case actually. So this is a test server and this is a prod server, and we don't have a development. Everything testing and development they used to do on the same server, but they need a badly a development server now. And this is more than 2 TB server basically. And this is a production. This is isolated from the production. There is no communication. And they wanted this dev server. This was a test server and dev server both. Now they wanted to separate it for the dev operations, and they wanted to create another VM using this server. Absolutely same, like what they have in this server. They also want to have here as well. Exact copy of. And 2 TB means moving a 2 TB, taking the all databases back up into the blob storage and downloading it and restoring it. It will take a more than a day time in the cloud basically, because you're working with a more than 2 TB data. It takes really long time. There we have followed this method. We could do in 4 hours basically. Like it could take a day time, and we were able to do it in 4 hours. So how do we do that? Let's do that actually. So go to this VM1, and I have the like product and all everything inside the like we have seen, we have installed, and then we created a files and all. Everything will be moved to the target. So let me do that scenario. I came into the server, just follow it. The VM server, VM1. I'm moving this complete server using this method, snapshot method. So now I have the data disks here. Disks are here. Now I'll take each disk snapshot first. I'm going to generate the snapshot for each disk. So when you go into the disk link, there is an option called create snapshot. Now VM1, VM01 OS, I'll name it for our identification, OS snapshot. Okay. And then this will go into this resource group, Ravi test, and then it is using the hard disk. I can also change it if at all I wanted, but I don't want because I'll get the more charge for that. In the real time, you can do it if at all you wanted. But create that snapshot of that disk. Yeah.
Hello.
Someone have a question?
So no, right, to create
Uh-huh.
any snapshot, is it required or not here in cloud? I'm not sure. We are
Can you
creating
come
snapshot,
again?
right?
Yeah, yeah.
No, we are creating snapshot, right?
Okay.
So no, do we need to maintain any vCenter or it's not required in cloud?
Actually, it is automatically taken for pre-prod servers. There is no like VM backups. The VMs, snapshots will be created on regular basis for production servers. So I'm talking about this as a scenario.
Okay.
How do we do this? If at all you wanted to migrate a server, so how do we do it basically? VM01 data 1. I'll conclude it. I mean, when do we do it? VM01 data
Uh,
1. This name is already claimed. Okay, go ahead.
vCenter is it required in cloud or not? That is also my question.
It's
The,
not, like you don't do like this manually. It is done something, done by the service. Recovery vault will take all the snapshots when you schedule it. But the schedule is only available for we will only do for the production, not for the pre-prod. So when you have to move the servers, what I'm going to do, you need the snapshots to build the server back. So I'm doing that. So you don't do this actually basically, like on a manual basis. It is a situation where you have to build a server. That's why you're taking the snapshots. Else we don't take like this. These automatic snapshots of all VMs will be done by the recovery vault. Recovery vault take all the VM backups basically. But I'm manually doing it because I wanted to do some activity here, because this is a requirement basically.
Do we need to stop the application from the?
No, nothing. This is online operation. No need to stop anything at all. It
After
only
taking the
capturing
snapshot, when we are taking the snapshot, data will come whatever the point we are taking, or after also it will generate.
it's
This
like you're building a pre-prod basically. The data, like one few transactions are missing, that's fine for them. It's a pre-prod. I am talking about,
Yes.
situation. If it is a production, you wanted to keep all things, like this, like it is a production, I wanted the live data, then they will ask you, see, I wanted the data till so and so time. They will ask you, but not the point in time recovery in the pre-prod. I need a data till today or today so and so time. That time only you take the snapshot. That's it. In the pre-prod, you don't find all the data that is there in the production. We don't do the point in time restores in the pre-prods. They will tell you particular time, you do it. That's it. That time you generate the snapshots. So now I have generated the snapshot for all the VM disks, like OS disk and data disk, all that I have created it. Let me go into the snapshot service in the cloud. Let me find it, snapshots. All right, here it is. I'll dock it. And then if I go to this one, we have created how many drives? 3 drives as a snapshot. From this snapshot, these snapshots are now as a backup. Now I cannot use it directly. I have to convert these snapshots again into the drives. Like one thing, the situation here is, first step 1, take the existing disks snapshots. In order to build the server from them, step 2 is convert the snapshots into disks, VHD disk basically. This is not directly usable at the moment, just a backup basically. You have to convert this again into the disk and use that disk in the server. It is like that. So now what I'll do, I'll use the, like I'll create the disk using this. Then I'll go to the cloud service again and I'll make disks. There is concept called, everything has a service in the cloud, disk. So what are the disks we have at the moment? These are all disks, like they are the VHD drives. These are all VHD drives. Did I dock it? I wanted to dock this one as well. Disk, it is docked, and the snapshot. Okay, both are. I mean to say, I wanted to bring these two up so that I can explain this scenario. Just follow it, guys. This will help you in certain situations where even I gone through the such kind of situations where I have done this to save my time, and then this was appreciated. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to convert those. If I go to a snapshot disk example, let me show this. This is a OS disk, right? If I go to here, I cannot create a VM. It is asking to export, import, all that using just a snapshot. It is just a file at the moment. It's not, does not treat as a OS actually. So now I convert this snapshot this into the VHD disk. So now go to add. I'm going to convert this OS disk VM01. You have to name it so that you identify it, because lots of resources will be there in the cloud in the real time. So now West India we have chosen it, that's fine. Okay, what is the resource group location I've chosen? That is important basically. This is West India, yeah. So now I'm converting the snapshot into disk OS VM01 OS disk. That's fine. West India. Now, which drive I wanted to convert basically in the snapshot? This is a snapshot, right? Which drive actually we wanted to convert basically the OS drive. Snapshot. Okay. Okay, that machine is created in South India, it seems. Okay. Right. The snapshot we are going to use, and which snapshot I'm going to turn into VHD disk, and this one. The OS, first I wanted to convert this, snapshot disk in OS disk into the normal disk, managed disk. So create it. I'm using this OS snapshot and creating a disk from that snapshot. Now if I go to the disk part, there will be a disk. It will get created. So it is creating a disk. Let me show up. It is not yet popped up. It will take some time. Creating a disk. It is creating the disk from that snapshot now. So meanwhile, I'll also create the rest of the disks. It will take some time. So go to the disk and add one disk. I'll create, other disk I'll show it a different way. VM01 data 1 disk something. Now I'll choose the VH. It has to build a VHD disk. I want the HDD disk, and it is from the snapshot. And what disk I wanted to build? Data one. Data disk. I wanted to. This is a snapshot. I wanted to convert this snapshot into managed disk. I'm converting it now, and the size is 100 GB only. Create it. Now okay. Let that go into deployment. All right. So now if I go to the disk section, I can find that disk. Which one? Which I created? This disk, VM01 OS disk. This is the disk I have created. From what is the size of the snapshot? The snapshot is a disk size exactly. If you look at, if I go to the snapshot, where it is. If I go to here, it is showing the size 100 GB. What is the disk size? The same size it will build the snapshot also, because you build it manually. It takes the, like, it does not depends on the content of the drive. It is absolutely the drive, that's it, the space as well. So now if I go to the disks now, which I created, OS disk I have created, right? If I go to this disk now, VM01 disk 1, it is not allocated to any machine here. If you look at it, it is blank. It is not allocated. And if I look at some other drive, which I just created. This one, it is not also not allocated to any machine basically at the moment. So now what I'll do, VM01 OS disk. If I go to that one, I can create the VM from that disk, OS disk. This is important, guys. I'm going to the OS disk. From that, I can create the VM, and this VM will have all the softwares that the snapshot disk that the VM has. Let me create and explain, guys, so that you understand. So now I'm going choosing this thing. I'm going to name it as VM03. Okay, and then this is a disk. This will act as a OS, like a golden image. But this OS, this disk will only work for one VM only. The golden image will work for n number of machines, but this will not. We'll talk about that as well. I'm choosing this size B2S. That's fine, and I'm allowing the port. And here in the disk, I'll add one disk. I'll add the existing disk now. What is existing disk we have created actually? We have created this one, right? VM01 data 1. This is the disk I have created from the snapshot. I wanted to attach it, but the other one, I did not attach it. I'll do it in a different way. That's fine. Networking is fine. We don't worry about the networking at the moment. Creating the VM. So it will build the VM03, and that will have all the softwares, all the data and all, but not a log file. We have not done it. I'm going to show that as a different method. We'll see that because we have other way of adding the drives as well. People are confusing, or see, if I go to the disk now, previously OS disk 1, which one, this disk was not allocated to any machine. Once VM3 gets created, this disk will be allocated to VM03, and I cannot use that as a OS disk anymore. Why? Because if I go to here, it will not let you to create the VM again. Okay, it is not yet locked, it seems. It will take some time. VM3 is starting to work. If I go to disk, where is this? See, it is allocated to VM03 now because I created for it, right? So if I go to here, so we create VM is disabled. Why? This disk is already allocated to VM03. You cannot create another VM using this anymore. But whereas golden image, it's not like that. You can create n number of VMs using that. So the disk which you converted into, no, the disk which you the OS disk which you got from the snapshot can be used for only creating one machine. But whereas golden image, you can create n number of machines. People are confusing here. Just let me know if you are confusing. This point is important. I created a OS snapshot, and from that snapshot I created a disk, and using that disk I am creating the VM. When I'm creating the VM using that disk, and that disk will get locked for that VM. I cannot use that disk for any other creating any other VM. But golden image is not like that. You can create a number of machines. So now if I go to VM3, this is also locked. VM01 data disk is also locked. Now let me go to the VM. Let me know, guys, if you are confusing. This is one of the live scenario I am discussing. Connect to the server. Now I'm connecting to the server. Yeah. Go ahead.
SQL Server, the software is located on VM01, right?
VM101, but absolutely the VM1 is becoming VM3. Like VM1 is also there. VM3 is exact copy of VM3 is exact copy of VM1 now. I'm going to make it exact copy. There is no difference at all because I'm manually building the server. using the snapshots. So now if I go to the SSMS, I'll have the SMS. And also if I go to the disks, because I did not add the log drive yet, but I have added the data drive. Which one? Here if I go to here, MSSQL all came. This is a VM03, it's not VM1, which I created from the snapshots. So now if I go to here, data, I'll have the data files. If I'm trying to bring the SQL Server online, configuration manager, I did not install anything, but all these are showing up. Why? Because it is copy of the VM1. This is the VM3 at the moment. Let me start the SQL Server service. It is started. The SQL Server service is started, but databases will go into pending recovery. Why? Because the log files are not available. Let's this come up, and once this comes up, then I'll show how to attach that log file also. We have 5 minutes more, it will be done within that. So now if I go to and connect to the VM1, it will connect because the service is up. If I go to here, database are all
The name
pending in
is
the.
showing VM01 only, not VM03.
Just a minute. If you look at the server, it's VM01. I'm into the VM01 now. What? I did not connect to the VM95. You can name it, rename it. This is VM01. This is VM03, but it is showing as VM01 itself. So we can rename it and then we can use the queries and all. This IP is different basically. This IP is different. The service is listening with that name, but this service is listening with that name basically, but the server name and IP both are different when you are connecting externally. Okay, it is showing VM1 itself. Okay. I need to like if we have a query to change the server name, like spend a square, delete the server name, and then renaming the server name that we can follow. Okay, we have done this. This was not the question for them. Good point. It came up with the same name. Let me bring that log file also online so that very quickly, then we'll check here. So I'm adding a different drive now. Add exists another drive. So when I'm adding it, I'm creating it. When I'm creating the drive, I'll use a snapshot here. So logs 01 something. Resource group is this. That's fine. So here standard I'll go with, and then I'll go with the snapshot, and the snapshot. What is a log? Which one? This is what we are pending. It will automatically convert and mount it as a drive automatically, because I'm using when I'm creating the disk, I'm using that snapshot, and it is creating the disk using that snapshot automatically. Let this convert, and then yeah, that's a good point. Like it is listening with the same name, but when you are connecting, it will connect with this IP for external people. It is just with the VM at okay, because it came from the VM1. We can change this if at all we want. But when I change it, it requires a reboot VM03, and then that service will not listen. If I click it OK, it will reboot and it will turn into VM03. But the setup has, let me come to this one very quickly. The disk also will add it, and then we'll bring the databases also up. That can make you a bit of clear on the migrating the VM. Under GB share unallocated. Not this set. What happened to this? Okay. Save. I did not save it. Okay. So I can change the server name just using very simple the server name and all. This was not the question. We have done this task. Maybe they were using internally. It was not external use. We stood up the server like this, 2 TB server. It is listening with that server name. Yeah, good point. So how do we rename the server? How do we rename the SQL server? We have the concept. Spn square delete server name something, and then we can add the new name to the server. There is some how to rename. I have done this also long ago. How to rename SQL's when the server name is changed. There is small command. As two commands are there. Delete and add. That's it. That's a very big thing. There is a small command. We can do it. We can rename it. So meanwhile, I'll just add it and make the service up. So for your understanding, so this is been added. Log drive. This is VM. I'm connected to VM3 only, right? This is a VM3, right? So now I'm going to here format logs.
If he format, it will go out, I think.
Oh yeah. I cannot do that. Oh god, it is a. It could have been shown directly. So, oh shit, man. Okay, what I'll do for that? What I can do to recover this? Let me see this if this can work out very quickly. 179. Let me do it very quickly if I can do it that way. And recovering that for my, I have done my mistake. I have to cover that up. This is a VM1. The IP of this is this. If both are accessible, then I can do it. It's public IP. Yeah, I can use it, I guess. Let me use this if it works. It's not coming up. It's not coming up. Then I use the different method. I use the private IP. Internal communication will be there. What is the private IP? Is not showing out. VM01. Okay. 10.0.0.4 it is. So let me go to this. 10.0.0.4. I'm just trying to copy that data if possible from here to here. It will work if I copy. I'm copying to this machine. Oh, it's not taking the remote disk. How come?
Maybe those are small, so you can copy and paste it directly. It will work.
That won't work in the cloud actually. Let's do it. There is a you can recover this using a huge concept using the storage and all. Let's make if they are in the network what it is copying. Windows cannot access.
You are in the network area. So go to the my computer and click on the log folder, paste it.
You meant to say any of the drive?
G drive.
Yeah, we were there only previously. It won't do, but we have a blob storage and all to migrate the data. When this happens, we have to follow different method. But the thing is, the database can be migrated like this. We have done this. Renaming it is also. I did not realize that we had to also rename. That was. It is not doing that. Let me. Oh, okay. What was the reason it was not opening? Let me give last shot. Because of the firewall is on. Yes, this could be the situation. And that server also I'll switch off the firewall. Maybe this was blocking it, accessing the data one to other. So let me take this and then do it now. Yes, very good. The firewall was the cause. So I'll copy all these files and then open the new folder, logs. Okay, I need to shut down that service here to copy the files in the source, because when the service up, you cannot copy the files. I did a mistake. I'm covering it. When the service is up, you cannot do anything. I have stopped it. Now I can copy the files. Try again. It will copy. Now the files have been copied. Now what I'll do on this server, I'll restart this server so that it will pick up the new files in this server. I'll also start it here.
You are selecting browser, so need to start.
Yeah. Fine. Here, if I refresh my connection in this VM, databases will be still pending recovery. Oh, how it's not locking the files. Did I create the wrong folder or what? What was the folder name I kept here? Logs only, right? Logs. This is what it is, guys. The activity. because of my mistake. That was
Can
I'm
we add
reading.
snapshot again? Log snapshot.
Yes, we can do that. What I'll do? I need to deallocate to do that. Oh, it's a huge process. We can do that, but we have to deallocate that VM to delete that disk and then re-add because it is mounted. You cannot do anything. People are leaving because it is a time for them to leave
Yes.
for office, I guess.
Okay.
So, so the yeah, the basic task here is actually, like how do we migrate the server using the snapshots? That is also we have done, and there was no complaint about the server. So it could have been up. Why? Because I did a mistake. I have formatted the disk. That was it should log these files as well, but why it was not logging, I did not understand.
So we will get the jobs, alerts, whatever we have configured on the VM01, and it will transfer automatically to VM03, or is there any pending?
One minute. So whatever you configure for this VM, it will be for this VM only. That's it. It won't come to this VM. It is a VM level basically. It is listening with the VM name basically, VM03, and then the IP also will be there. If I look at here, can you come again, Jaypal, your question?
Oh, if the jobs if we configured, then alerts, operators, whatever we configured on the VM01, it will come automatically to the VM03 SQL services.
You have everything, everything. It is A to Z. You got everything at physical level, not at product level.
Okay, I think in your environment you have did for the named instance, not for the default instance. So that's the
Yeah,
reason.
named instance you can
Maybe.
rename it. Yeah, you can rename it. For default, it will give some issues actually when you rename the service name
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
So, but here,
This conference will now be recorded.
okay then, we will start off. So today's topic is very important. Why? Because this is a widely used, configuration. We use very, like this basically applies to the web servers, not to the database servers. And how we can save the cloud resources. This cloud will take care of everything on its own. How it happens, that is what we are going to do. Let me explain bit of background. So our configuration, what it will do, this is a application servers. Assume okay, these are all hell lot of applications all over the people are hitting, and these people will hit one load balancer. Okay, and there are many servers which will get created with our configuration automatically. I'll just explain, and then I'll go with the configuration. These are all like our physical VM servers, and this is a load balancer basically. It will get created automatically. We can also create manually in the further classes, not now. In the networking topic, we'll talk about internal and external load balancer. We're going to configure this. These are application servers. These people can be anywhere in the world. They are hitting this server in the load balancer. They hit the load balancer itself. And the load balancer will have an IP to connect. This will have a public IP, one public IP. And all these VMs in the background, the load balancer is responsible for distributing this data request into round robin fashion into all the VMs. It will send a request, one request to this, another request to this, another to this, another to this, 1, 2, 3, 4, again 1, 2, 3, 4. Round robin fashion it will follow. Now I'll give a condition. I have a 4 server which are useless, I mean to say. Why? Because if the load is less, I wanted to delete 2 VMs. Okay. If the load is keep coming, I wanted to create more and more VMs. That is a condition I'm going to create today. The system will do the automatic configuration of the servers. We are going to see that. First, the concept is this: all application servers are flooding the request. When they are flooding the request, it is the only responsibility of load balancer is to just push the request to all the backend VMs. This is a front end, like this is the interface for the applications. All applications connect to this load balancer only. This is something listening one particular IP, and this is internally going to the one server and fetching the data. It does not have any data at all. It is just follow the routing mechanism. Just it routes the request and process the data, and that server will respond back to load balancer. Load balancer will respond back to the application. So now this has an one IP. This IP will be same for all the servers. It's not different. It will be same for this server and this server. All IPs are same. All machines will have same IP, but they listen on different port. Automatically they will listen on with a different port. By default it is 50,001 and this is a 50,002. Just I'll give you the background, no need to worry, you'll understand for sure. This is widely used configuration for web servers, especially to save the cloud resources. Like this, it will follow the port number here. So one public IP is given to all the servers, but how they differentiated, how this load balancer is able to push a connection to this server. So the load balancer will push the request to this server using this port and this server using this port. All are listening with the same IP. So this is the mechanism. Example, I'll give a condition. If the any of the machine going the CPU usage going less than 25%, assume a case less than 25% and 10 minutes, automatically then that machine should be gone out of the loop. It will get deleted automatically. The web server, I mean the web rule will delete this VM automatically because we have given that condition. See what I mean to say, if all the machines are getting occupied, that's fine. If any of the machine the under usage like 25% only and it constantly under 25%, then I don't want that VM. Why? Because I'm paying for it. It should get deleted automatically. There are only 3 VMs. Again, by default, I'll give a number. By default, it should have at least two servers, so that if all servers are also not using the load at all out of 4, 2 will get deleted. 2 servers will get deleted and 2 will sustain to serve the request. What I mean to say.
And one question: where is the data? Is it a centralized data?
Data is centralized. It's only web server. Data is in the one data. This is about only web server. Database server does not apply. Okay. So these are not database servers, guys. These are only purely application servers. It does this technology and this technique will not work for the database servers. Why it is not works? I'm going to explain. Why? Because if you are decommissioning it, if I'm loading data in one server, in another server, I need to synchronize them. Before synchronization, the server will be wiped off if it is not, using the up to the mark. So this technology does not work for the database servers. You cannot distribute the data into different servers and synchronize it. Database is database, where you have to load somewhere and from there you replicate it. It is like that. You cannot distribute the data, a portion of to one server, other portion to other server, and club them data. That's not possible with the data operations. This is about web servers. So let me configure and come back to this so that you'll have an idea what I'm trying to say. So first I'll create the resource group. I'll just creating a RG, and then I'll use any of the location, guys. You can choose. It depends on your client location. You have to choose here. And creating this.
So one thing here.
Yeah.
Resource group. Every time we have to create new resource group, or one resource group we can work all the time.
In the real time, you'll have only one resource group, but every day I'm cleaning up the resources, right? So I have to create every time.
Okay, because
In
here
the
you're creating new resource group, so that's why I'm asking that every
no,
time we have to create new in real time. Every time we have to create new one, or only
no,
one
no, no.
resource group we can use.
Only one will be there, or depends on your architecture of the cloud. Like you might have for production one resource group, development one resource group, testing one resource group. Maybe each project also different resource group. It is again the architecture that came through your company requirement. It's not something we can only create one resource group and then do everything under one resource group. It is purely requirement. Client to client, it will matter how many resource group exists in the cloud. It is always matters, project to project. It's not just something, it's hard coded. You can have only one resource group and work with one resource group, kind of. It is client to client, it changes the architecture.
Okay. Yeah.
So now let me go to and create the auto skill set. So very simple, guys, just to follow. I'm going to explain it in detail. Just if you wanted to find it, just type it scale, then it will pull up. So this is what virtual machine scale sets we are going to discuss. Here also you can find like this, this is search bar. You also can go to all services. There also you can find both the ways you can find scale. So this is what it is coming. Just I'm clicking over here so that it will be added to my favorites. So I can go to at the bottom where whatever you add latest will go to the bottom, at the bottom. So I am just bringing up just for the usage purpose, for today's class purpose. Fine. So fine. I'm creating the virtual machine scale set. So just for it's very simple configuration and follow it. Create a virtual machine scale set. Now I'm entering into the configuration. So it will ask you the virtual machine scale set name. So I'm just giving a random name. In the real time, it will be a meaningful name basically, as it is lab web scale set. I'll just give web scale set. You can give some, if it is a real time, which project you are creating, all that. I said, naming convention is the production, development, testing, or else, and the environment and the location and the purpose of the server. These should be included in the naming convention, right? So operating system, what operating system you wanted on that server. So you can choose what operating system, depends on the application, what applications they have created and what platform they are running. Based on that, you have to choose the operating system here in this machine. This is one thing, like when you configure this one, it will create two servers by default. Two servers, because if I keep one, it will create one only. By default, we will keep it to at least for distributing the load. So here I'm just choosing 2012 or to data center or 2016. Absolutely, both are fine. That's not an issue. And your subscription, what subscription you have, that you have to select. You might have a free subscription, then you have to choose that. Resource group, you have to choose your resource group. If there is no resource group, you can create it here it as well. If there is no one, when this is getting created, the resource group also will get created, and this resource will go under that resource group. The location we already chosen for the resource group, that's why it is showing South India. And availability zone, we are not going to talk about. This is actually deprecated feature. Zones are deprecated now. Previously, it was 9 months ago, there was a zone concept. Zones are removed now. Like we have a region, we can only access up to region. Region means South India, Central India, West India, all are regions. Zone means a data center basically. You can also specify a data center that used to be there before, but now it is not there. They have removed that concept. Each region can contain multiple data centers, I said, right? So you can also select when you're creating which data center you wanted, but that concept is removed. It's not there anymore. So now who can administer those servers once they created? This is a login, can connect to those servers and then do the administration. At least one login should be there on those servers. So creating the login. Now I'm telling to this configuration, create two virtual servers with this configuration. Okay. I mean Windows Server 2016, and this is the location, and this is the username for both of the servers, and I'm going to choose the size for these two machines. Let me choose. So I'll go with the general purpose only because these are the less cost servers. So as we are discussing lab, so I'll go with the general purpose. If it is a live production and database server, web server, it is you have to go to the computing family. Why? Because web server always process lots of data, lots of requests, not data. So that time you need the CPU power more. So go with the compute optimized servers. If it is a database, go with the memory optimized servers. That we have done that discussion, right? Keep that in mind. And here, use manage disk. Yes, the cloud has to manage the disk kind of. We'll go with the yes here. And auto scale, auto scale by default disabled. I am enabling it actually. So if I enable it, example, by default, we'll go with the disable only. Enable, I'll discuss tomorrow. If we have time today, we will discuss today only. So what does it do? If I go with, like automated, auto scale automated, it means this enabled means automated. What does it do? Minimum, it will maintain one server. It can go up to 10 servers. When it will go to 10 servers, CPU threshold on any of the machine goes 75% and like stays. There is no condition here. If the CPU percent goes more than 75%, it will create one VM automatically. Number of VM will be increased by one VM. If any of the server, I mean to say, if this server CPU going 75%, okay, and this server CPU going 50%, up to 50% only. This server also 50%. This server also 50%. In that rule, in this rule, what it is saying that if the CPU threshold on any of the machine goes 75%, increase the number of VM count by one. So for this particular VM, it will create one more VM, another VM into the pool, and then this VM also will start taking the load. So let me discuss practically so that you understand. I'm going to do this complete practically. You understand. This automated is something you don't have control on one area. I will go with the manual configuration. Manual gives more control, not like this. See, I can when I configure manually, if the CPU goes more than 75% for 10 minutes, then increase the VM. But here I don't have that grace period to give that value. So automated is not good thing. I'll go with the manual. There I can design the rules so that I'll have the full control on the configuration. Next, the load balancer. We are going to configure the load balancer. It is going to configure the load balancer. All connections will come and hit the load balancer itself. The load balancer will route the request to the background servers. Two servers are there. It will route it. So when you see it, you'll understand, guys. Public address for this name, no, public address name, it is asking, just asking a name. So I'll give it as LB IP LB load balancer IP. I'm just keeping that name of that IP for this load balancer. Just it can be anything basically. Web scale set. I'm just giving a domain. This is the name for this server domain. You can also access using this name, webscaleset.southindia.cloudapp.azure.com. Using this also you can access the websites. So now virtual network. We don't have virtual network. I'm going to create one now. We did not create a virtual network. I'm going to create it now. So how will I create? I can create a virtual network if I wanted. It is going with the defaults, or else I can create and come back here if at all. Fine, I'll go with the, it's not giving a default one. Then web scale, web vnet. I'm just giving a vnet. Address is this, fine. I just wanted the default address. We are going to talk about this in detail. Subnet is this. Subnet, I'll choose this as 24. Fine. This is a VNet. I mean, this is a network address. Under that network, I'm using this as a subnet. What is network? What is subnet? We are going to have a lot of discussion on this, and I'm going to discuss every in detail, every everything in detail, so that you'll understand how to segment a network into the subnets. So right now, it's not the discussion. So public address, per instance, I don't want the public IP. If you switch on all machines will get the IP. Unnecessary. It's not required. It should be off only. I'll make it off. All machines will listen with the load balancer IP itself. This IP, one public IP, all servers use the same IP and they get differentiated using the port. That's fine. So I'm creating it. Let me explain very quickly. I have given the name and the OS that I wanted on the machine, and your subscription, your resource group and location, and the person who has to connect to the server once it is created, how many machines you wanted by default when the auto skill set is created, and what is the configuration of the server, size of the servers like computing devices, and then you are saying that you will configure the auto scale set rules after the creation, and the load balancer IP name, and this is a web URL name, and then virtual network you are giving for private IPs for the VMs, that auto scale VMs. So internal communication, for internal communication private IP is mandatory. So, and public IP is off for the all VMs which are created through the auto scale set. So this is what it is. Very simple it is. Create it. Once it is created, I'll do the rest of the configurations. This would take a minute. You can see the progress. If you click over here, it will tell you how long it is running kind of. It will not tell you, like after these many minutes it is going to complete. It will tell you the duration of the, that particular resource creation, how long it is taking kind of. You can see the list here. I'm going to explain each and everything, why they are created, what is the purpose of each one. We have a discussion on this. So if I go to here, you can see the entry here. So it is creating the instance 0 of 2. 0 instances have created the moment. So it is going to take some time to create the 2 machines. So if I go to all resources, you'll find the resources that have been created. Load balancer IP. This is IP name, public IP name we have given load balancer. It is creating a OS disk for each VM. It is creating one disk for each VM. This is a web scale set name, like group of servers web scale set name. And this is a load balancer where the machines, we can see it. If I go to the load balancer as in my case, and then I can see the servers if they got created. Inbound NAT rules. This is a network address translation. It does it is created 4 servers, but it will claim back. So if you look at that, there is a port actually. This is a public IP and it is connecting to each server using a separate port. Let me show this. See here, you look at 50,000, 50,001, 50,002, 50,003, but all are listening with the same IP. There is no difference. You can connect using this IP and this port, this IP and this port to this particular machine. So let this finish, guys. It is not finished yet. That's why you can see here 4. By default, it is running some rule in the background, but I have given 2 machines only during the configuration. So once it is completed, it will claim these machines back. I can refresh. It's not yet done. Let's wait for a while and then come back to this one. And this is the NSG. NSG is next topic where we discuss extensively. All topics will be cleared, guys. I will not move ahead without making you understand. This is a virtual network. Within the virtual network, you will have subnets, and subnets, under the subnets, resources will be allocated. And the NSG is the one who has to connect to the server, who should not connect to the servers. That will be like a firewall for your servers. Okay, very good. Deployment is completed. Now let me go back to the load balancer and see it. This is my load balancer. And if I go to the load balancer, I'll see only 2 servers at the moment. Oh, I took up 4. Let's give a time. It'll wipe off 2 machines automatically.
The default value is 4 or how it is?
I have given 2 basically, so it should see here 2. It is refreshed. So now I have given 2 servers, so 2 servers are here. Okay. So now if these will get automatically created and decommissioned. Created, decommissioned based on the load I'm going to create now. So what I'll do, I'll go to the resource group. I have the resource group here. Under resource group, you find all the resources like this. Or else I don't want to go there, then I can go here. I can open this and then write the rules here. Okay. Scaling rules. I wanted to write the number of instances we have defined. 2 and 2 are running. Both are there. Now I'm coming to the virtual machine auto scale set. This is where we have created. I'm going there. I can look at how many servers are running at the moment. 2 servers are running. Okay. And scaling rules we have to define basically. We have to define enable the auto scale set here. If you click it here, then it will let you to write the rules. Okay. Web web scale set rule. I'm just giving a name for that. Web scale set rules. Now I'm going to configure the rule based on the metric. So we never go with these options, guys. Like if I go with one, I wanted 10 servers and 10 servers will be there forever. Then there is no meaning of creating auto scale set. So that we never use it. Microsoft has given you wanted a specific number of servers forever for serving your web services. Then you can do that. But I don't want that. Based on the load only, the server should get created. Minimum servers should be 2 and the maximum servers I wanted 10. It can go up to 10 only, not more than that, because I have given the the maximum value. A default is also 2, so that 2 servers will be maintained. Minimum 1, assume a case, default 2. At least one machine should be there to serve the public request always, though there is no load at all. But I'm giving it 2. That's fine. At least 2 should be there to survive. So now I am going to add the rules here. Very simple, guys. Going to the scale, I enabled it. I have given a name. Under the scale based metric, I am choosing the actual, limits. 2 should be minimum, maximum it can go up to 10 machines, and the default is by default there should be 2 at any cost. Even there is no load, 0 load also, there should be 2 machines should be there. If the load is keep coming, it should grow up to 10, maximum 10 only. I can keep a number of machines there. We have in our environment up to 33 servers here on one of the application. That's a different case. So now I'm going to apply the rules for this auto scaling of the machine. This rule is important here, especially going to the rule. See, current resource, based on what I wanted to go with, average, minimum and maximum CPU goes down. Maximum CPU percent goes something beyond it, you can do that. Maximum is not good. Average means over a period of time, if the CPU goes more than particular percent. See here, we always go with the CPU only. You have different metrics to go with, but the CPU is the best thing out of all this. We always use a CPU in the real world as well. You have the network billable kind of network out billable, in and out means how much data is coming, how much data is going out. That depends. That's not the thing we wanted. That what we wanted, the machine processing should be matter. So I'm going with the average CPU, time gain statistics also, like average. It is taking the overtime average, and if the CPU goes more than 75% for 10 minutes, like the CPU goes in, the average time of the CPU goes more than 70%. 70% means 70% of the CPU here. Let me show this, how it shows the average. If I go to here, if I look at my CPU is sitting sometimes 100%, sometimes, how much it is? 42%. So it will take overall average for 10 minutes. If the 10 minutes also the average is going more than 70%, the CPU usage percent, then it should increase the count, increase the VM count by one machine. This rule is saying that your CPU average, the CPU percent average going more than 70% for 10 minutes, then increase the VM1. VM should be automatically increased, automatically created. And once the VM is created, don't run the rule for 5 minutes. Why don't run the rule for 5 minutes? The VM is getting created. When the VM is getting created, it will take some time, at least 5 minutes or 2 minutes. So meantime, even if it goes more than 70%, don't run the rule, I'm saying. Why? Because this is getting ready. It will come into the pool. It will take the load. Before 5 minutes, if we make it, another server will create before the machine comes. So you're giving the cooling period. Cool down period means the rule should not run when this is triggered. Like one VM is already triggered, and when it is triggered, it will, to create and add into the pool, it will take some time. When it is taking some time, don't, like that is what cool down period. Cool down period. So this cooldown period during the 5 minutes, keep it 10 minutes. It's a good thing, I would say. Why? Because even after the VM is triggered, one VM on an auto scale is triggered, and VM creating the VM, adding into the pool, just it will take some time, at least 2 to 3 minutes. So then once it is created, it will start taking the load. So from 70% to come down a little bit, it might take some time. So that next VM should not be created at least for 10 minutes, so that maybe load can be balanced by that time. So this is kind of, if you look at here, this is kind of scale out rule. Scale out means increase. Scale out rule. I'm creating the scale out rule, add it. So it is written scale out means increasing the VMs. Now I wanted to decrease as well when there is no load. Go to add another rule, and then CPU average, the same thing, less than 25%. If the CPU usage goes less than 25%, value must be, okay, it's not be this the value. So if the CPU on any machine goes 25%, below 25%, it stays for 10 minutes. I'll make it 5 minutes only, so that we can see creating and deleting. Means if the CPU percent goes below 25% and it is for 5 minutes, the VM machine should be decommissioned automatically. This should be decrease the count by, basically decrease the count by 1. And I'll make it this 5 minutes. Let's make it 5 minutes only. Why? Because we cannot wait for 10 minutes to happen in the class. So now this is a scale in, this is a scale out, which is actually it will increase the VM, this will decrease the VM. Why? Because your CPU percent is less than 25% and it is running for 5 minutes, less than 25 minutes. It will decrease the VM count by 1 and it will wait for the 5 minutes to not to run the rule again. Why? Because one VM is already decreasing. So add it. So we have created two rules here. One is a scale out rule, one is scale in. Scale out will means increase the VM, scale in means decrease the VM automatically. Now let's save the rule. Anybody have any question here? I'm writing the rules based on the rules only.
Yeah, I have one.
Yeah, go ahead.
We are taking two VMs at a time minimum.
So one CPU, one VM is getting CPU 75% and another VM is 25% only. At the time, as per the rule, it is increasing up to another one. So
Yes, it will increase.
other CPU percentage is only 25%. So it will take maybe it will run to the 25% CPU or it will create
Yeah,
again.
yeah, good doubt. See, here it is 70% he's saying. Here it is 25% only. 25% assume a case. But it will not be the case. Why? Because generally it will not be the case. Why? Because one request will come here, one request will go there basically. Even if it happens, assume a case, one request is high data incentive operation, like it requires a lot of data, one request itself, and it is occupying lots of CPU. And this is under 25. This will create another VM, right, for this one. So when this is get another VM, this will be decommissioned. Why? Because it's under 25. Again, two machines only if it is not distributed that way. So the rule is saying that if this value goes more than, if it is going 30%, then three VMs will be there. If this is goes less than 25% for 5 minutes, it will automatically decommissioned by the rule, because you have two VMs. Default is matching the criteria. You got it?
I got it.
Okay, I'm saving it now. So what I'll do, I'll connect to the servers and do the actual operation. Operation means I don't do from the applications here. Don't expect me that I'll create the application and hit the load balancer. I can log into the server, and within the server itself, I'll flood the server so that servers will get created automatically. See, the load balancer is finding the giving the load and taking up the load is same. I'm manually going to the server and creating the load is also same. But I don't have applications to show you the live traffic. But I'm going to the server, I'm doing the load incentive operations, intensive operation, then it'll kick off the another VM. We'll see that. So how
Another
do I
one.
yeah, automatically, because I'm going to do that manually.
Yeah.
So now what
Application
I'll
will
do,
listen.
yeah, go ahead.
Application will listen by the
Load
public IP
balancer.
and port number. So if another is created, it will automatically listen with the another port number, or it will we have to configure it.
No, nothing. It will, everything is automatic. No need to do anything at all. That's why it is. The cloud, like auto scaling, auto scale down is came into the picture. Everything is handled by the cloud itself. Only configure it once, the rest will be taken care by the cloud.
Okay.
They'll hit the public IP only, and the load balancer is responsible for distributing the data. How many VMs are there? It will distribute all the VMs. And based on the rule, if any of the VM usage going more than 25%, less than 25% for 5 minutes, it will be decommissioned. If any of the VM usage goes more than 70% for 10 minutes, it will get auto incremented automatically. The rules are there. Rules will take care of. So what I'll do, scale out also, what I'll do, I'll change this value 10 minutes. Why? Because we wanted to see very quickly. Average should be 5 minutes only. Okay, update and then save. Now I'll connect to the server. So how will I connect to the server? I'll have to go to the load balancer now. How will I go to load balancer? If I go to load balancer, I can see the load balancer. If like you don't want to go like that, you go to the resource group, you can find everything under resource group. This way also you can find a load balancer here. If you don't want to come to the resource group, also go to all resources. This will also show you all resources you have. You have lots of ways to access the services in the cloud. You can go to specific load balancer, means load balancer only. You can go to resource group where all resources will show up. Even if it is not resources, all resource, it will show all resource groups as well. If I have multiple resource groups, all resource groups, all resources within the resource groups. See, if I look at, I have two resource groups. One is Ravi test, other one is Ravi RG. There are two resource groups if you look at. So these two actually, if you look at, there are two different resource groups. Still, it is showing because it is all resource groups. All resources means all resource groups. Don't confuse here. Going here, right. Now I'll go to the load balancer. Anywhere I can go. Else I can come here as well. Right. Now, how do I connect? Go to inbound NAT rules. Here I have the two servers at the moment. Netpool 1, Netpool 3. And the IP is same for two this machine if you look at. Both are same. Now, how do I connect using the port of that server? So let me connect using that and then show it. Okay, now I'll go with MSDSC and take that IP. I'm just taking this IP. It's not letting me to copy. Yeah. And that port. What is the port actually? 50,001. Connect to that. I'll also connect to the other VM. 50,003. Fine. Now we have the servers here. One server is here, one server is here. So to 50,001, 50,003, the port, both are two different servers and same IP. And the load balancer will hit the servers using this naming convention, port and IP. So now if I go to the server, what is the usage? Let's see that. Still loading up, guys.
One small
Okay.
doubt here. There is a
Yeah.
port number of 50,001 and 50,003, right?
Yeah.
What about
Mhm.
50,002? It will come sequentially, or how it will create the port?
Actually, it will come in the sequential order only, but by default, what it was happened, 4 VMs created. When the rule was run, it is claimed 2 VMs automatically in the random fashion. That's why it has given 3, but else it would have given 2 as well. We'll see
Okay.
that. We'll give the next one, like the 50,002 as well. No need to worry. So now what I'm trying to do, I'm going to look at the load on the server at the moment because it is based on the load only, right? The CPU is 18% and memory is 35%. If I go to other machine, okay, it is still loading up. So what I'll do, I'll try to run some tools which can load the system. Any tool, we have lots of tool in the market. So let's see one of the tool and then do it. The CPU usage here is up to 78, 89%, but it is not constant. It takes the average basically. If it is going 99% but coming back immediately, it does not create a VM because I given the 10 minutes, 5 minutes average should be constantly 5 minutes, 70%, constantly 70 minutes. I mean to say, if one minute is going up and coming down, it should not trigger it because that kind of situation comes many a times. So now it is hitting, it is not constant. It will not create auto, it automatically it will not create the VM. It should be constant. In order to make it constant, I had to give a load on the server. So how do I give it? I'll go with some tools. So for that, what I'll do, I'll switch off this one. Internet enhanced security configuration because I'll open what URL and run some test tool, load test tool. So let me go to the internet now. It's not showing the IE. Internet Explorer.
It's there in taskbar itself.
Beside this, folder, third one, below in the taskbar.
Below, okay. Oh, sorry. My mind was blank. It happens sometimes. Okay, fine. So when I click it, it will show up here it as well. I was looking for that. It should come here somewhere. Fine, that's fine. So now what I'll do, I'll go to the. So I'll just type a CPU stress test online tools so that I can run that particular tools and then do this R&D. There is one tool last class I've used which was prime something. Right, this is the tool I have used. Means I know this tool, so last class I just tried it and it worked fine. So let's use the same thing. So prime 95. You can choose any random tool, but I've used, so not to waste time, I'm just using it. And this is a tool. Download the prime 95 here. And we have a Windows 64-bit, so I'll use this. Save it. I'll also use the same URL on the other server. So let me go to this VM first. It might be completed. Now let me open this. Fine. So now I'm going to run this application which will flood the CPU. Okay. So now if I look at the CPU usage at the moment, it is 81%, 16%, just fluctuating. Now if I run that one, it will hit the CPU very hard, seriously, very badly. So once it is running, you'll see that CPU usage 100%, 99%, 80% constantly. Okay, I'll run on one machine. In 5 minutes, you'll see that another machine is created here automatically. You'll see that. Let's wait for 5 minutes. It's 8:53 means 8:58. By 8:58, it should get another machine here. We have to wait for that to happen. %. It will not come down at all. This tool is like that. It will hit the system very hard. So this itself is taking, see, 100% up to 100%. Fine. So let's wait for this time to happen. Automatically it will create one VM. I'll also run another machine as well. Let's do that as well. So that it will create two machines, not one. So not to waste our time. So I'm flooding both the servers. Both are going meeting the criteria. Both will create another standbys. Extract and run. fine. Here also you'll see the CPU usage now up to 99%. So in next 5 minutes, you'll see the two machines are created here automatically. If I stop those, next 5 minutes, the two machines automatically get deleted. Like if I keep running, I'll see 4 machines and 6 machines like that. It'll go up to 10 machines. Why? Because for these VMs, the VMs will keep getting created for these two VMs. Because for these two VMs are matching the criteria, and then it's keep getting created the standby other machines. So let's see that to happen.
One note here. We have
Yeah, yeah.
given max 10 missions, right? If all the 10 missions are overloaded, then how it will work?
You have to increase the count. That's it.
We have to increase manually.
Yes, manually, because you are given the boundary right for how long, how extent it can go. So you need to
Okay.
increase that boundary. That's it.
So we'll be getting any warning message, something like that.
You have to configure the alerts for that. So you have
Alerts.
the alerting
Okay.
systems, and
Mhm.
then you can go to metric alert, manage alerts, and then here, wait, where it was, manage action, new alert rule, and then I'll create a web scale set condition. If condition means if the my let me, it is a like alerting system is something we have to discuss separately, but still let me talk very quickly if it is showing that. Web scale set done. This is the one as a target for us. Condition is if count, byte count, packet count. I wanted to look at the VM count. You'll have a lot of things here. Create, update, load balancer. All policy, delete load balancer, not delete. We are looking at the VM level. Get all administrative. Oh, it is not showing up. Help data. Delete load balancer. All allow. Okay, this cell shows it. All auto scale operations. Within that, what it is showing. Let's see. No data. Okay, it's historical data. So event level, criticals, succeeded, started. Uh-huh. This is not the one. What I'm looking at is if it is going to hit the boundary, then we need to have that. Do you have anything else here? Manage rules, manage action groups. Okay, classical. Let's go there. Maybe there we can find. This disable classical get retired soon, so fine. Here itself we should have that thing. Action group name, alert details, description. And this is a set. Let me select something else here. Okay. What is the time? 8:58. Maybe it'll trigger soon. This is the only resource it is showing load balance. Okay. Operations, public IP, resource group operations. Let's go to the operations. Okay, and this is the correct one, but it should show something as a condition for us. Like if the VM count exceeds on so thing kind of. I'm looking for that. Metrics. Let's see the metrics. Packet health and all. And activity log. Okay. You don't have that option then to alert that once the maximum. It is talking about metrics means usage, not the maximum limit. If it is going to exceed the maximum limit, you should have a condition there. The condition is not included means you have to do that manually. based on the number of VMs kind of. So where is the NAT rules? I guess let me refresh this. It's 9 o'clock. It's not created it. Okay. Okay, I'll go to here. It will take some time, guys, sometimes. So you have to wait for that to happen. Where it is. We've created a rule under here. Scale set. This is a scale set. Here we have created the rule, and if it is triggered, it will write the history here. Run history. I did not triggered. You can see the status here. No, it is not triggered yet. We had to wait. Cloud might take in the background. If it is busy, then it will take some time to trigger. But we'll wait for some time. That's fine. These are going
So
up to
when
9.
there is separate charging, right, for those who increase. A separate charging, right? I mean billable.
Yes, charge will be there. Charge definitely will apply. You're using a machine, you have to do that. That's for sure.
Decrease, there is no charge again. Okay.
Yeah. So the cost of the VMs automatically managed. Why? Because the system is actually creating the machine when they are required, decommissioning when they are not required. The system is taking care of that automatically. It's not a triggered. It should trigger. Wait for 2 more minutes. Last 1 hour. Nine two. Just taking that time. This is. It should run. Let's wait. It will happen actually. Cloud sometimes is very slow. Sometimes, not always. Okay, it is started. It's creating. See, you can see it. It is still creating 2 VMs. Let me go to there. That's why it is not showing, I guess. The rule already passed out. Here also you should see, right? 2 VMs. Now, if I stop that tool, it will automatically decommission after 5 to 6 minutes automatically. So it will trigger. Now, if I wanted to connect to this one, how will I connect? There was a question about the port in the sequence or not. It might claim 2 because there is a gap. There was a gap as a port, right? So if I go to here, see it is claimed 2. It was 0 and 3 previously. There was a gap 1 and 2, and it is claimed that if it example, if I keep this again like this after till 10 minutes, it will create 2 more machines. That time it will take 5,000, 50,000, 50,005 like that. It will keep creating the machines till the maximum that I have given. If I go to the scaling rules in the auto, here we have given, right? If I go here, scaling, I have given it can go up to maximum 10 VMs only. This I have to increase if at all I wanted to more and more machines into this auto scale set, and the load is the traffic is increasing day by day and the demand is increasing. You have to increase the number of machines into that particular scale set. So this is where you define, and if I wanted to connect all the servers again, how do I connect? Again, this is something 50,003, 50,001. So we have I sorry, I did not copy the IP. Then I have to go to load balancer. Not this is IP and 50 and 50,003. I did not connect. Let me connect and then see. It will connect, of course. All will have a similar configuration. There is no kind of, they are all are identical because all creating from the master copy, which, when it is created. So why it is not taking my password? It should take. Yeah. The first VM which got created when we defined the rule, that is a master for this. That will not get deleted. The VMs which came later will be cleaned up. Somehow all VMs will have a same configuration. Whichever is cleared, that does not make any sense. Why? Because all VMs have the same configuration. Whatever VM is holding back, that will have the same configuration. So this is third VM. In the real time, all e-commerce businesses, guys, Amazon, Flipkart, all big billion days, they use this concept. That's why people don't see any delay. As per the request, as per the load, the machines automatically creating. Flipkart is completely running in the Azure. The complete infrastructure of Flipkart is in the Azure only. Just taking to load up.
Is there any option to not to set the max number of VM? In that case, if load is high, if we restrict something, then there is a delay in serving the client side.
You go with the maximum value. If at all you're expecting that, instead of keeping that one, go with the 100 and keep 100 over there, so it can go to that level. So one is claimed back. It seems one is claimed back. Why? Tell me now. I should get the answer for this. One is gone automatically. Why? Because this VM, the decrease VM rule is also running. For this VM, the load is not more than 25% for 5 minutes. That is secondary. Scale in rule is running for this VM. For this VM, scale out rule will run. The next 5 minutes, it will create another VM. This will keep running. The rule will run. This is claiming out, scaling in is deleting, scaling out is creating. Why? Because in the real time, this is not the situation. I only flooding 2 VMs only here, but in the real time, the load balancer will keep distributing the data to all the VMs. Okay, it is round robin fashion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. If I 5 machines, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that. So all machines equally flooded. Sometimes what happens, one particular guy will write a very bad query that goes to one server. That server can flood. That is one of the case where the auto VM will trigger for that particular VM. The rest will run with the existing load. And once that particular query is gone, then one of the machine will come down, then that machine will be claimed back. So see, this is how it is. Got it, guys? So health probes, you can configure it if at all wanted. If it is a web server, if the health probe means if it is not listening on 80 port on any machine, you can keep that probe. Actually, it is doing, by default, the load balancer, sensing all the servers, how many servers I have, it is sensing using this rule. The load balancer is running 3 machines. How does it know that only 3 machines? It is doing this health probe on all the machines. Like it is going to the each machine and pinging port number 80 internally. Why? Because web servers list on port number 80. Every 5 minutes. And every 5 seconds, every 5 seconds, it is actually pinging that server. If it is responding, then it is live. I can send the traffic to that one. It is sending a traffic, but it is not responding 5 minutes. It will go to the second loop as well. Second loop also not responded. That machine treat it as a dead machine. But this count keep it at least 5. So that 25 minutes, it will keep try and then make that machine as a dead machine. So why it is keeping as a dead machine? Because the machines are coming and going out. You don't know like how many machines are there, how many machines will be there. depends on the load only. That's why the load balancer is keep probing it internally which machines are alive, which machines are dead, so that it knows it will send the traffic to active machines only based on that health probe. So now it has a backend pools. There are, like it knows how many machines it has to send the traffic. People, 3 machines. If one machine is gone, health probe will run. Then this will become 2 only. There are 3 things are working in the background: backend pool count and the health probe. Health probe will tell you have these many machines. It will write, and this is something it is knows how to reach that machine. NATing rule tells how to reach that machine, IP and port. So these are all work together to function that area completely. These are all important. Front end IP is just for our information. This is our front end IP for load balancer. Following, I guess, everyone. If any kind of doubt, let me know, guys. This is something important configuration in the real time. In every project, everywhere this configuration getting used. Why? Because this will give you the optimum usage in the cloud. Why? Because it is taking care of automatically how many machines are required, how many machines are not required. Depends on the load only. During the night you will have less traffic, you will have only 2 VMs running during the night. When it is a day, people are coming in, start doing things on the internet. The load will come. When the load comes, the machines will get created automatically. So where you no need to worry about this at all. This is the cloud will take care of everything. Auto scale set. So this is scale in and scale out. And when it comes to VM we have configured resizing the VM is scale up and scale down. This is something you need to know. This is interview question. That's why I wanted to ask. What is the difference between? They'll ask this question basically. There are words scale in and scale out and scale up and scale down. These are the words are there, so they'll ask you the difference in the exam also. It is important point. Even interview also it is an important point. Scale in scale out applies to auto scale. Scale up and scale down is a manual. You are resizing it manually. Like I can go to the size and then select the size and click it OK, then it will restart. It is scale up. And again, if you wanted to scale down, then you have to go to the size again and check the lower size and then apply it. Restart will do that and then it will apply. But here scale in and scale out is completely automated. Scale out means increasing the count. Scale in means decreasing the count. This applies to like a auto scale only. This applies to manual. There is a difference between this one, and this point is important to know. Especially scale in and scale out, scale up and scale down. This is an interview question, so keep in mind. Scale in scale out applies to auto VM, like auto, like virtual set, but this one applies to the manual. So I guess by this time something could have happened in the cloud. 3 VMs, let me refresh. Maybe 5 VMs also could be there now. Why? Because the load is still running. Still 3. So now I can go to rules and I can check how many times the rule has run. You can see that how many times it has triggered. This is a VM virtual scale set. This is where we have defined the rule. Now if I go to the run history, that will tell us. If I go to the run history, how many times it is triggered, it will write here. This is triggered 4 times. Just now it is triggered. Just now means it might create 2 more VMs, it seems. Just now means in a few seconds before. Now if I go to instances, it will say here if it is at anything is crazy, 2 more are creating. Why? Because these 2 are keep flooding. I did not stop it. If I keep running and then like this will create the machines, the scaling will decommission the machines automatically. I mean delete the VMs. The VMs are creating, but there is no load on the newly created machines. Automatically next 5 minutes the scaling rule will run and then claim all the machines back. But this will keep creating the machine, that will keep deleting the machines, because this is what we have done. But in the real time this is not the case. This is sending the request round robin fashion. That will not happen. Like if a load comes, it will go to all the servers. If the load does not come, then the usage will go down and all the machines will deleted. At least two will be there in the cloud at the last, because we have kept that as a default. Here I have
But
flooded only two VMs. Got the point?
s- sorry to interrupt. I have one doubt. Like at any point
Yeah.
of time, two VMs should be up and running, right? I
Yes.
mean, two
Yes.
VMs should serve.
Yes.
Okay. In
Irrespective
this
of the rule.
case, first and second, we ran that CPU tool, so it's consumed. You couldn't able to serve the purpose. So third one created, but third one there is no not much load, right? So it cannot handle alone till the load is decreased in other servers. How it can internally it will work?
This rule does not know whether it is serving or not serving. Rule only knows that whether it is 25% usage is there or not on the machine. That's it. Load balancer is a different topic, and the rule is a different topic. Rule is running from the VM scale set itself. What it is doing, it is checking for the average usage 20, like below 25%, then it will claim back. Though the other machines are claiming, like running up to or 90%, other one is less than 25%. The rule does not know that. Only it knows that the thresholds and follow the thresholds. That's it.
In this case, third VM there is not much load, right? Then only one additional VM should get created, no? So why two more VMs are created?
Because two VMs are actually flooding, right? It is the rule has a pass for two VMs, not one VM.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why two VMs triggered.
And we already have the third VM, right, which is running with
See,
less
the
load.
rule, yeah, but rule does not know how many VMs are there, how many VMs are not there. Rule only knows that which VM is actually passing the condition. There are two VMs passing the condition that is more than 70%. For both of them, it will create the standby. It does not worry about these two VMs are there. These VMs are under 25%, then these two VMs will be claimed back at a time. It is creating, it is deleting. Both are running at a time. But in the real time, this is not the scenario. Why? Because we did it manually. This is happening. In the real time, the request keep coming on all servers. The load mostly distributed load. Okay, so there this is not the situation. There this is not the situation. This manually I ran it. That's why it is the situation. But in the real time, it's not the situation. You can see
Okay.
that machine will go off. Which machine? The extra machine. I feel if the rule see one is gone, only one is left. Why? Because two machines are already there. One went into the running mode, other one is running. So one was claimed back by the scale in rule. So it's keep happening, guys, because it is a machine level rule, not like overall. The rule applies, it will go to every machine. The rule, it is checking the average, it is checking the average. If any of the rule is matching, like scale in means scale in, scale out means scale out. That's it. It does not know other about the other VMs. But at any point of time, you'll have two VMs. Any still doubts, guys? Let me know, because this is something
Uh,
important.
and can't we see the usage of CPUs at one place, all the CPUs?
At one place, no, you cannot see, because all are the machines, right?
In
There is
cloud, like graphical
no,
way,
no,
or
no. We don't have such dashboard basically. For all the VMs, you wanted to see the load, then you have to go to the machine and see. And the system knows and what is going on inside the baby, because it is doing the probe, and rule is running in the background automatically, and that is taking care of. Yeah, I understood your question, like where I can see the dashboard, overall CPU usage on all servers. Because it is a distributed load, it should show as a summarized one, right? Let's go and do this. If at all we can see it, I can go to the web skill set, and there was a here in the scaling, you have the run histories. In the run history, you have the graph, but it is not showing the graph. It is only showing that these many times it is triggered and it is succeeded. Okay, now what I mean to say, run history and show data for the last custom, and here I'll choose 9 a.m. It's not showing. At least it should have a day, I guess. 1 day, 2 days, then it will go show the graph how the usage on the servers. We don't have much data to collect and show for the cloud actually. Just 30 minutes data, it is not showing as a graph kind of. It has to have at least 7 days or 1 day at least. There it will show the graph, I guess. So here it is showing the graph, something like this. I mean, it's about triggering this rule, I guess. We don't have any customized dashboard where all the servers usage, how they are going on. Just only the rule will take care of that particular thing. Got it, I guess, everyone. This called, this is one of the important thing. Web skill set we have created, like virtual machine scale set, scale in and scale out. Manually, whatever you do, scale up and scale down. That is also important point you need to keep in mind.
Is there any option to set the scale in particular time whenever the business is peak? Like for IRCTC is the 11 o'clock daily, right? At the particular
Right.
time.
Why you wanted to set? The system knows, right? System is detecting the load and then doing it. Why the time itself? Sometimes you cannot expect at what time IRCTC can have a load as well. People all over the world can book the ticket, not in India. So other globe people also can flood the system.
Okay.
So that's not a good practice. So it is detecting the load, and based on the load, it is spinning of the machines. If you keep the time, then it will only do that. The web and all, it is accessible by the all over the people, like who are in India, relatives and all. A person in US can book the ticket because he's in different time zone. So anything can happen in the cloud. So that's why you go with this rule itself.
Okay.
Yeah. Any more questions?
We discussed about probing option, right, for VM. Like you said, like if VM is dead, it will we can see whether VM is up and running. If it is dead, it will automatically create new VM, or how it is.
No, it does not. The load balancer does not know about creating the machines at all. It only distribute the load to the available machines. That's it. Load balancer work. But it will creating the new machine is taken care by the rule. The load balancer functionality is to how many machines I have at the moment. That it will sense using the health probe.
Okay, health probe, it will check whether the VM is pinging or not, like that only, right?
Yes, on this port, right.
Yeah, if it is not pingable, then it will how it will work?
You see example, I have the 4 machines. Next minute the rule has run and then one VM is gone. This rule does not know that the machine is claimed back by the rule. So it will does the probe every 5 seconds, and then if it is doing it, it will go 2 cycles. 5 seconds it did not respond. Next 5 seconds it is also did not respond, which means that it will feel that the machine is not anymore. So I should not send the traffic to that machine, and it'll keep it as a dead node automatically because the machine gone. It will keep does internally all doing. It will keep probing the available machines, and then it will write the backend pools count as well automatically. Previously 3, it is now 4. 4 machines are active. It has to send the traffic to all 4. And how it is detecting 4? Because of the health probe only.
Yeah, actually, what my doubt is, like if we have only 2 machines running and one is dead, so in that case, it will automatically create other machine, like that I am asking.
No. It don't do that. It only see the rule will take care of. Load balancer does not do anything with creation and deletion of the machine. It only balance the load between the available nodes. That's it. The scale in and scale out is the responsibility to creating and deleting the VMs. Load
Yeah,
balancer
yeah.
will not create it.
Yeah, fine. I'm discussing regarding that only. For creation only, we given the parameters for CPU only, right? Above
Yes.
70% and below 25%.
Yeah.
Like, what about the VM is machine is dead also, it will create by default, or any settings for that also?
If a machine is dead, example, it will not receive any load. The scale in rule will take out that VM. It will introduce a new VM.
Yeah, that is what I
Yeah.
expecting.
The rules are there. Rules will take out rules will take care of that basically.
Okay.
So now you can see the 6 VMs are created. Why 6 VMs? Because this is still running. Scale-in rule is not triggered yet. If you wait 2 more minutes, then the scale-in rule also will run. It might claim all 4 as well at a time. That can also happen. So it is thing that internally happens. This cloud will take care of everything. So you just have to 6 VMs are ready to listen on the like in the pool. So the health probe is taking care of like what machines are coming in, what machines are going out of this queue. Why? Because the rules are doing always the job. How many machines are there? How many machines should be created? How many machines should be deleted? This is a very important topic. Yeah.
Suppose if third VM and fifth VM are having 75, for third VM it's create new one, and fifth one it's also create new one.
Right, that's correct.
Okay,
That's
then
correct.
double will come.
Yes, 2 will come. And but other VMs are less than 25, other will go off. For these 2 VMs, 2 new will come. It is like that.
Okay.
It is managed automatically by the system. Very simple, guys. Just you have to have some patience to observe this, to understand. When you observe it, you'll understand when you're practicing as well. Right? So this is what for today. Tomorrow we'll have about a discussion about Linux. So I guess most of the people are not familiar. So be.
This conference will now be recorded.
So now what I'll do, I'll just create the resource group for every day I do, of course. So Sandeep is not yet joined, I guess, Jaipal. Okay. So now I'm going to create the resource group. So I use South India is fine. Then I'll go into create a virtual machines under that resource group. So going to the virtual machine. Today I'm going to create the Linux virtual machines basically. So it picked up the resource group. It is only one available. That's fine. If you have multiple, you have to choose what you wanted. So example VM1, VM01, and then location region is South India. That's fine. And what I wanted actually here, we have lots of different, CentOS, Red Hat, Enterprise Linux, Ubuntu. All these are Linux families, guys. You know, like any of the operating system operations wise, it is absolutely same. There is no much difference basically. Let's go with the Ubuntu server. All are almost same. There is nothing much difference. So now there are 2 types of authentication. These two are important. How do you authenticate with the machine? How do we connect to the machines? We are going to talk about that. So I'm going to talk about password authentication first, then I'll talk about SSH authentication. We will talk both of them. Okay. So there are a lot of discussions need to be done to understand SSH authentication first. So first I'm going to the password authentication initially. I'll give the account name. That is my account I'm giving all as usual. So password again it has to be, it should have uppercase, lowercase, special character, and numeric combination.
One down.
Yeah.
What is the difference between Windows and Linux? I don't know about that. Why we are using Linux in the Azure?
It's see Azure previously when it is launched, it used to support only Windows servers. Now they wanted to attract everyone, like they wanted to give the cloud service, like even people who are working the Linux side as well, like Oracle and all work on the Linux environment, right? So they also come to the Azure and then build their environment. They are given the diversified. It's not like only one platform. Always Microsoft gives Windows, Microsoft products only. But this cloud platform can be used by anyone, not only Windows people. Basically, that's why they included these services. This is for the other people also, like who are working in non-Windows products. Non-Windows means Linux is not a Windows product basically. They also can come to the Azure cloud and they can also build their environment. They are supporting everything basically in the cloud.
Okay.
Difference wise, it's quite different operating system. It is a command based operating system. Windows is a wizard based operating system, and it is developed by someone else. It is like that. So now the Linux system will listen on the port 22 basically. The Windows will 3389. This will go with the SSH. Okay. It will go with the SSH connections. Like RDP is equivalent to SSH in the Linux basically. Okay. So if I create there was a question from you only. If I create, like a machine, directly will it join the domain? If it is your on-premise domain server and the cloud, there will be by default Azure Active Directory. If these are already integrated, if I create a machine, automatically machine will go into the domain. That should be done. The integration part should be done with the Azure cloud. How do you do the integration? We have the discussion. I'm going to discuss that. I create a user in the on-premise domain server, and that user can directly log in into the cloud using his credentials. We have the topic in the Windows AD. Like when I started the Active Directory part, comes in the 9th module. There I'll discuss about this part. How you can make the server into the domain directly. That part will come later on. So somehow we need one account to connect at the moment. So if it is a domain, then domain people can directly log in. That is a different case. But one has to be there. Even the domain is not able to log in to troubleshoot the server. This is one guy by default. So I'm allowing this port to connect through SSH connection. So next, I'm not going to add a disk at the moment. I'll add the disk later on. I can add it to the machine. How do we add it? We are going to see that. So networking also we are not worried about. It is picking up a default, and I'm going to explain this tab at least 5-6 classes. Why? Because networking is a vast topic again. That is very important to understand, especially. First network will be created, then machines will be created in real time. Network design is mandatory first. So that's why we will spend a lot of time on that area as well. The rest, management, extra plugins, you wanted to have extra plugins and then tags if you wanted to, you can do it. So I'm just creating the Linux virtual machine. Okay, it is taking extra charge because I have chosen very big machine. This is not required for Linux. 1 GB, 1 RAM is more than enough. Linux machine does not load lots of libraries like Windows. It can run with the lowest configuration at maximum speed. So that is enough, and I'll go to the disk also. I don't want the premium. Standard is enough for us. Great. So now the cost of the machine is 95 paisa now. Just per hour, I have to pay for this machine 95 paisa per hour. If I use this machine for half an hour, then I'll pay, like pay per minute. In the cloud, it is a pay per minute, not for pay per hour. If I use half an hour, I'll pay for half an hour only. If it is in AWS pay per hour. If I use half an hour, you have to pay for the 1 hour. That's it. Don't have a per minute billing. They have a per hour billing. But Azure has a per minute billing. How many minutes you use? They'll calculate with a minute by minute, not by hours. That's a good thing. Let me create one more VM, Linux VM, because I need to take you through certain operations. So here also I'll choose the resource group, this one, and then I'll make this one as VM2. Then Ubuntu is fine, so I'll choose a small machine. And this is also password authentication. Okay, then I need to open the RDP port to connect to the server, and I'll go with the standard disk. I don't want the premium disk. Networking, everything is fine. Creating this machine as well. This will take roughly 2 minutes or 1.5 minutes to get created. Let's wait for that to happen, and then we'll try to connect it. Just a minute. Fine. So how do I connect to the Linux machines? Can I use MSTSC? No, we cannot use that way. You have to use putty tool to connect to the Linux machines, right? So how do I get that tool? Just to go to the Google, download putty for Windows 7, right? So just go to the first one, download putty for Windows 10 64-bit. Just to go to the first link, and you have it is landed with the different different options here. And download putty, you go with the first one. Putty is an SSH and telnet client developed originally by this is something we use it like putty tool. I don't want this bitwise sh client and all. This is enough for us. When you click over there, it also given lots of details. So what you wanted, what you are running on the machine is matters. So now MSI Windows installer alternative SSH. This is the one we wanted actually, SSH. So SSH for the 64-bit I wanted. Like 64-bit. I have the operating system 64. That's why I'm picking up 64-bit. If you have a 32-bit, go with the 32-bit one. So just click it over. It is a small exe file. It's not too large file. It is very small file. See here, it is only 835 KB file. Now, when you open it, it will ask the server details to connect. Very simple it is. You don't need to install this thing actually. Just download this exe file and run it. That's it. It will not install basically. So now by default it is picking up port number 22. All Linux machines will default machines, port to connect to the RDP is 22 itself. All environments like it is a Linux, else Ubuntu, Red Hat, whatsoever it is. Let me try to hit this server using the IP. IP of this machine is 100. Okay. Now I'll use that machine IP and paste it. And the port is already given. I'm trying to connect to that server. So keep it yes. You wanted to connect. So now I'm going to give the login name which I use in the cloud when I have created it. You guys can see it, right? Do you want me to make a bit bigger, right? You had. It won't become bigger. What? And this way, right? Is it visible, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then fine. Fine. So now I'm using my username, which I used when I was creating the VM, and then I'll give the password which I used during the VM creation. Once I do this, connect. So I have connected to the server. Then when I connected, if I wanted to know with what username I have connected, I wanted to check example. Who am I? Who am I? It will tell you who is connected to the server, that myself. And what is the server name? You just go to the host name. It will tell you the server name, VM01. And I wanted to know the full domain name also. Then you have to give host name hyphen hef, like if this will give you full name, this tag equivalent to full. So if I give this is the full name of the VM server in the cloud. This is a VM full name in the cloud. Where you find it basically, that full name VM01. If you go to the properties,
Subscriber ID.
here is
Subscriber ID.
it's not the subscriber ID. It is something the cloud has. It will append with the cloud details basically. Like if you go to internal cloud app.net, if it is a Windows server, Windows .net at the end, it will follow that naming convention basically. So you don't need to use all these basically when you're trying to, because we are going with the IPs. So you can also use this particular thing to connect when you are actually into the network through the VPN. No need to give the complete name, because the naming conventions also can be changed because the domain is integrated with the Azure AD. That will talk in the Windows itself, not now. So now I have connected using my user and where I am at the moment into my current directory. When you connect to the server, everyone will have a default profile like home plus user. Everyone will be having their home directory, every user in the Linux. Like if I connect with a different user, then the different user also will have its own home directory. So now I wanted to switch it to the sudo. Sudo means administrator, because I wanted to do some admin operations. If I wanted to do some admin operations, I had to switch it to the sudo user. Sudo means administrator in the Linux. Okay. Sudo is switch user to root. So it is automatically took me to the root without asking the password. It should ask the password. Why it did not ask me the password? Because I am also the root user. Because when the machine is created by default, I am also the administrator. If I'm not the administrator, if I'm trying to switch to the root user, I need to know the root password to enter into the root. Okay. If you are a root user, then that's why it is not asking the root user password. Else, like I'm already part of the root users group. That's why it is not asking the password. Else, it will ask the password basically. So now, what are the disks we have on the server? What are the file system we do have on the server? You can find like this: df-h disk file system. We are reading the disk file system. On this machine, these are the file system by default will get created, like like a tempfs, like dev run dev. These are all something like Linux file system. We don't go through all this everything has a different significance in the background. uh, uh, you know like in C drive there will be a lot of plugins by the OS itself, right? The same way it is here also. If I create, so all mount points will go to here, and like dev shm run directories, like binaries and all. So I'm not going to cover all this basically. This is a file system, OS file system basically. You don't touch that area. You have to be let it be the way it is. Okay. So now I also have another machine in the cloud. Which one? I just created, right, another virtual machine called VM02. Now I'll also connect to that machine from other putty session. How do I connect? I need to take the VM IP. I'm going to show how to do the RDP to one machine to another machine. The IP of this machine is 226 at the end. The other one is 100. So now connecting to this machine as well, using the login which I used during the creation. You can see here the IP. The previous one was 100. This is 226. So now I'm giving the password. Fine. Now here also I wanted to switch it to sudo user because we are going to do the admin operations. So now I wanted to connect to this machine. Which machine? This machine. How do I connect? We do have a like SSH. You have to do the SSH, and you are doing the RDP using whose credentials. You have to mention that I have a credential like Ravinder is the one who is authorized to enter it into that server and enter the IP of that machine. So Okay, this is the second machine IP. I need to take the first machine IP. Where can I take the first machine IP? I have to go to this machine. In Linux, you have to do this way, connecting to the RDP machine from one machine to other machine. So now what I'll do, let me do host name. What is a host name here? Sorry. Host name is VM02. Now what I'll do, I'm doing the SSH into the other server, which means the RDP. And using SSH means the RDP is saying that, and with whose credentials you wanted to enter into that server. This is the credential, Ravinder. I'm entering to that server now. Yes, like, are you sure you wanted to continue connecting to that server? Yes. And he'll ask the password. Please type yes, okay. And enter that password of that user. Now I connected to the VM1. It is written also. You can see VM01. If I look at host name, VM01. Now I am into the VM01 server. I actually logged into VM02, then I switched it to VM01. Now I have to go back, then I have to exit this session, then it will go to VM02. So it will go to the previous session. It's like that. So doing the RDP is very, very simple. SSH, the user who has a like a valid user on the target machine, and then give the IP and then give the password. That's it. Connecting to the remote servers, you will connect in the Linux like this. That's it. But there is a situation. I'm going to explain. Uh, there will be admin jobs. This is one server. This is another server, and let me make small. 1, 2, 3, and this is one server where I'm running a job. And this job also should do the same thing in other servers also. Go to all the servers in the background and do the same kind of operation what I'm doing in this server. So job should connect to all other servers and do the operation. How it will do using the SSH authentication. How do we do the SSH authentication? I'm going to explain right away. So this is something for the admin operations. I am doing a job which actually running something on the OS to pick the files or to get the statistics or to do anything that I wanted on like on all servers, not on a single server. Then we will run the job using the SSH public key authentication. What is that authentication? Let's go and talk about that. This is going to be a bit confusing, I feel. Better to pay attention here. Very simple it is. We have connected with the normal authentication like username and password. Here, I no need to give the password at all. If I do the SSH authentication, I have to supply the public key of this machine into other servers so that when I connect to other servers, I no need to give the password. Just to follow it. So we have a command called SSH keygen. This will generate the public keys, SSH public keys basically automatically. You don't need to do anything, just to run the command on the OS with the root user basically. If I run this one, oh sorry, SSH keygen actually. So I'll just clear this. Okay, I guess. So SSH hyphen keygen. If I use this thing, it will generate the public keys. Okay, so it is generating the public keys in this directory. Okay, I'm in the root user. Okay, I don't want to do it from here then. I'll use it from my user itself. Exit from the root user. I don't need to do it from the root user. Why? Because my user is also admin user. So I can do that. I can run the admin operations using my user as well. So now I'll run the same command. SSH keygen. So it is saying that it is enter the file in which you wanted to save. It is already given a folder. I wanted to let it create in the same folder. If I wanted to give some other folder, it will get created in the other folder. So that's fine. The default folder is fine with me. Enter the paraphrase empty for now. See, you no need to give a, like paraphrase here. When you are using that key, you also again have to give the paraphrase. So again you are authenticating using that paraphrase. So we don't want that. Generally we don't give this paraphrase. Okay, if you give it again, you have to give that, so that then only it will authenticate with the remote machine. So we don't want to authenticate, we want directly going to that machine without giving any password. So that's why we are doing this. If we are giving this again, it will ask that, so we don't want that. So go with the blank, enter the paraphrase again, no, we don't want. So it is generated a keys. Where it is generated the keys, actually it is given the directory home ravinder ssh. Okay, this is a, by default this folder will be there everywhere, only it is generated this thing. Actually this is a file it is generated, this is a private key, and it will also generate the public key. Let me, where I am actually in the current working directory, present work pwd means present working directory. I am into the home ravinder here. Now if I look at ls, I mean, what are the files I have here? ls-l in my directory, I don't have any file basically. So I'm going to call directory ssh. I'm into the ssh folder. If I do ls, I have the files. So what files I have actually? I have one is this is a private key file, and this is a public key file basically. I need to publish this key into the remote server so that I don't need to authenticate again and again using my password. So this is the thing I'm doing, guys. I'm generating a public key in this server. I'm exporting this public key into this server. So what I'm trying to do, let me explain. So I'm creating a public key. Okay, and I'm taking this public key. I'm taking this particular public key. How do I select this? Okay, so I'm taking this public key and pasting it here as well. When I have to connect to from this machine to this machine, it will try to search for this public key. If this public key is matching from this machine to this machine, it is matching, it will directly enter into that server because you are authenticated using the public key. Public key is matching in both the servers. If I also have to connect to this server also, by default I need to export this public key again, what I generated there, and load into this server, so that first it will verify the public key matching or not. If it is not matching, it will go for the password authentication. If it is matching, it does not ask you to enter the password at all. So that's how it works internally. So that is what I'm doing now. I created a public key, I'm exporting to the target server, and then enter into authorized keys. So let me do that. I'm into the VM01 at the moment. Okay, not here. I guess I have done here on the VM01 itself. Okay, now I wanted to export the file into the VM02. Let me switch this to VM0 exit, and I'm into the VM01 and I'm into the root, so exit from the root. Okay, I'm into my current directory. If I call SSH, by default there will be SSH folder, you don't need to create that folder basically. Now if I do ls, I have only authorized keys. If I wanted to read the authorized keys, let me read it. Authorized keys. If I read this, there is nothing. The file does not have anything at the moment. It is an empty file, this authorized keys. In the VM02, I am into the VM02 server, and this authorized key is just empty. I'm reading the file cat authorized, right? I don't have anything. Now I'm going to export this public key and load into that file. So now how will I do that? So let me read that file. Which file? This authorized, this public key file. So cat id underscore. So now if I read this file, it has the key. This key I'm going to, this is a randomly generated key. No one can, guess this, what is this key kind of. This is, 2048 bit encrypted key it is. No one can guess this is something kind of, no one can hack it actually using these keys. These are highly secured. So only you generated, you only know the key. That's it. No one else knows because it's such a randomly generated key it is. So now I wanted to export this public key into the target and load into the authorized key. So how will I export from this machine to that machine? We will see now. So there is a command called SCP, secured copy program in the Linux. We will use this command to export the data from one server to another server. If it is a Linux Windows server, what we do? Generally, if it is a Windows server, how do we share the data between the servers? If it is a Windows, you do this way. This is a one server, this is another server. You create a file share, okay, like this. You create a file share, you export the data here, and then you import the data to here. That way you do in the Linux, sorry, in the Windows server. In the Linux, it's not like that. Directly you can push the data. If both the servers are communicating on the network, you can push it to same home directories. You need to have your account in both the servers, in the target server also, else it will not do that. You need to have your directory. So now what I'm doing is I'm pushing the file into the target server, SCP, and what file I wanted to push, actually authorized keys. Okay, why it is actually, I'm entering only auth and like this thing, and then it is coming up automatically. The file there, you just hit the tab. If the file is there, it will automatically pull that. If I have multiple file which authorized itself, then it will go through the file by file. What I mean to say, let me explain this very quickly. ls, I have one file here in the VM02. I'm creating another file. It is a file, actually it's not a directory. You can see, if it is a directory, the first letter will be D. Okay, first letter will be D here. It is a file. So if I wanted to create a file, I use touch file 1 and file 2. I'm creating two files using just small command. If I go with ls-l, and I have three files now, file 1, file 2, and if I wanted to call scp example file, what file will come first? First one, like it is just taking the common one, and you have to enter example. If I have one, means one. If I have multiple ones, then it will go through one by one, file by file. So no need to enter whole thing, just hit tab. If the key is matching, it will pull up that file name, and you have to, if you know the complete name, you can directly enter. That's fine. How it is doing, I just wanted to show that. So now I am into this directory. From this directory only you can push it to the target. Why? Because I need to give the path when I'm doing it. I mean, I'm into the directory and I have the file inside the directory. I'm going to pick that file. Sorry, not here actually. Here we are going to push the file to here. I need to do it from this one. Why? Because the file is here. So if I look at where I am, pwd into the home ravinder.ssh directory, and what I'll do, I have the file. Which file? This file. I wanted to push this file to the target server. How will I do? SCP and file name. You have to enter the file name. It came up. See, I'll keep the zero. I mean dot. Next, it will pick up that file name. Why? Because after dot there is only one file. Now I need to enter who actually can go to the remote server and do it. Ravinder. Ravinder at the rate and that server IP. This is a VM01. I need the VM2 IP to connect to that server. I'm connecting to the remote server. SCP secure copy program. I'm using. I wanted the file which file I wanted to push it. I'm selected already. I'm using the Ravinder who can go to that server. Okay, and this colon at the end. You have to keep the colon. That way is the end of the command. If I hit this command, this will push this file. Which file? This file into the target server automatically. Another server. This is how you move the files in the Linux servers using the SCP secure copy program. If I hit it, are you sure you wanted to continue connecting? Yes, I wanted. It is asking the password because I need to authenticate with the remote server. So I'm giving that user password. Once I do that, it will push the file to target. So now it is copied. This file is copied to the target server. So this is the VM1. Let me go to the VM2 now. So where I am actually pwd I'm into SSH. I don't want into the SSH. I'll go cd dot dot. Then I'll go to the previous directory. And then if I look at here, I'm into the home directory. Now if I ls here, the file will be there, which I pushed it. This is the file I pushed it, idrsa.pub. Now if I read this file, example, if I'm reading this file, this is a key. It came from the VM1 and we are into the VM2 now. Now I'm going to upload this file into the authorized key file into this server. So I'll go to the cd ssh. Where do we have that file? Here. And if I go to ls-long listing, and inside this machine, inside this file, I'm going to put this key so that that machine can come to this machine without asking a password. So let me do one thing before I do this. So now I'm into the VM1. Okay, I want to enter into the VM2. What is the command? Tell me. From VM1 to VM2, how will I enter?
SSH.
Yeah, SSH.
Hostname.
Huh?
Hostname.
Username actually. Yeah, that's correct. So I'm entering into the VM2. So then IP I need. IP I need. So if I do this one, now I can go into the target server, but it will ask the password at the moment because I did not upload the key yet. Once I uploaded the key, it will not ask. That is what I wanted to show. Fine, it is entered to the VM2 because I given the password. Now hostname, if I look at to just verify VM2, I'm exiting. I'm coming back to the VM1 itself. Now come back to here. In the VM2, I'm into the VM2 where I'm doing now. VM2. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to put that output, this output into the authorized keys, this file. Okay. Now PWD, I'm into the SSH key. I don't want to be there. Why? Because the file is into the my home directory. cd dot dot. Going back. Now if I look at here, ls-l, I have this file here. Okay. Now if I wanted to read it, I use this way. I read it. Cat. Okay, I'm into the same directory. Now what I'm going to do, I'm reading the file again, id, and I wanted to put this file, the output of that file, I wanted to push it to .ssh directory. And I'm going to mention that file name, which file authorized. So now what I'm saying is, to this command, cat this file, it is reading, and that output it is pushing to SSH directory. It is going to SSH directory. Within that directory, it is loading the output into this particular file. If I do this one, it is the output. This was the output, right? This output went into this file now using this command. The cat will read the file. When you give this thing up, I'm telling that take this file output and push it to this file. Why? Because I given the directory, I given the file name. Okay, if I wanted to put the same output into other file also, I can put it. Like I also have the file one, right? I have created it here itself, or file one, I guess. I created file one. If I do this one, that output is available in two files. Let me check that. Go to here, call SSH, call directory. Now this is where the authorized key is sitting, right? ls- long listing. Now if I read cat authorized keys, I'll have that keys data. See, previously it was not there, it was empty. Now I also read the other file one, I guess, right? This also has the same key because I push the key into two files just to show you just to make you understand. Now what I'll do, the key is available in this server, which means that I push this key into this server. This server should not ask me the password anymore. It should authenticate directly with this machine. Let me do it from here now. So I'm in the VM1, VM01. Okay, I'm trying to connect to the VM02. How will I do SSH username at the rate and the IP of that machine? IP of that machine VM02 is this. Okay, now I'm giving this. If I hit enter, will it ask the password? It is not supposed to ask the password. Why? Because I uploaded the keys of this machine into that server. If I hit it, it will directly enter. See, it did not ask the password. Why? Because this key I uploaded it, and this key, when I'm authenticating from this machine to this machine, it is first trying to match the key. If there is a key, then it will not ask you the password. If I am trying to hit another server, example, if I'm trying to hit another server, then I also have to upload my key into that server as well. Then only I can authenticate with that server, else I cannot do that. So understood, guys? Do you want me to do the same thing with other machine also? Create one other machine and do it, or else it's fine. If at all you
Do it
wanted
once.
once
Do it
again,
once again. Yeah, yeah.
okay, fine. I'll do it very quickly. I'll create one more VM, taking it the resource group, and then I'll name it as VM03. Okay. So Ubuntu is fine, and the password authentication.
Yeah, Ravindra, the process is same for other Linux family like
Yes,
Unix.
yes. Linux, Ubuntu, all servers have the same process. No difference. Absolutely same.
This commands are all same, right?
Yes, absolutely same.
Okay, thank
For
you.
all Linux families, it is the same, exactly the same. You no need to go with any different process. It is absolutely the same process. So I'm creating another machine very quickly just to make you comfortable with this. This is important. Authentication is important, especially. So that's it. We have given this, and then
What is this login with Azure Active Directory preview?
Okay, that's something, like when we integrate on-premise, see, I have a Active Directory domain. By default, every user, every port subscription will have its own Active Directory. By default, you don't need to configure any Active Directory in the cloud. So when I have a Active Directory on-premise, both are integrated. When both are integrated, if I create a machine, the machine will go into the on-premise Active Directory automatically. The machine entry will go into the on-premise Active Directory. So, like this is not discussed at the moment. We will see when we discuss about the Windows AD, Active Directory in the ninth module. I am going to talk about this in the ninth module, not now. Why? Because integrating I'll create a domain in my laptop as an on-premise domain server and integrate with the cloud Azure AD, and I create the users in the Active Directory. All users can go to the cloud automatically because I create the sync. I integrate them. Azure cloud user can come to on-premise machine. The on-premise machine user can go into the Azure as well using the local passwords, not with the email IDs. Microsoft email ID and all does not required anymore when you integrate. We'll talk about that in the ninth module. So this is a part there. I'm going to park this at the moment. So I'm creating another VM very quickly and then do the same thing just to make you understand this again very quickly. This would take a minute. We'll wait for that to happen. Is Sandy joined? No. Okay, this should take at least a minute. So these VM2 and VM2, because this I entered into the VM2, so I'll exit it from there. Now I'm into the VM1. Even if I enter into the VM2 again, it will never ask the password, guys, anymore. Why? Because the keys are available. I guess last time I copied, this is IP. If I hit enter, it will turn into VM2. See VM2 without asking anything because the keys are available. So now it is VM exited from that session. So now if I wanted to connect to this again, I need another putty session. So it might take a minute. It's still deploying. Okay, it is done. Very good. So now what I'll do, I'll pick up this machine IP. Okay, this is IP of the server, and then I'll connect it first. The username you had to give, which I used. Fine. Now I'm into the machine where I am actually in my home directory. So now if I wanted to connect from VM1 to VM3, what is the procedure? SSH Ravinder at the rate, and then I need to give the IP of that server. It will directly will not go. It will ask the password. I need to enter the password. Then only I can authenticate. But I don't want to give the authentication like this. Why? Because I am running a job. Job is hitting all the servers in the background. So now I'm into VM03. You can see it VM03. So I'll exit from here. Okay. Once again, SSH Ravinder at the rate IP, and then it'll ask the password. Okay, sorry, I given the wrong one. It is asking the password, right? I don't want to do this. So what I'll do again, I'll go to the VM1. This is the VM1. Now what I'll do, I will push this file where I am actually into the home directory, home Ravinder SSH. If I do this file is there. Which one? id underscore rsa dot pub. This is what I wanted to know. I wanted to push it to the target. So once I do this, what I'll do, scp, okay, and then file name id rsa dot pub file where I wanted to push into the VM3. The user is this. Sorry, I need to give the IP. This is IP. Okay. Before I
Here,
run this,
forward slash, right? Forward that. Yeah,
where?
that's maybe next. Yeah. Yeah,
Can
if I
you
just pushing
come
the
again?
file to VM03, right? From VM01 to VM03. So
Uh-huh.
I thought that file name forward slash to that other file name, that VM03 file name.
This is
Yeah,
VM0.
go ahead. Actually, I'm a bit confused, so you can go ahead.
Here, what I'm doing is just SCP, the file name, and the username and the target server. That's it. Okay, and this is my target server where if I go to this is my home directory. If I do ls-l, I don't have any file here. I don't have any file in the VM03 at the moment. I'm into the VM03 server here. Now if I run this command now, it will ask just the password to authorize with that server. So I'm entering the password. Once I do this one, it will push the file to the target. Now if I go to the target server, now if I do a ls-l, there will be a file which got pushed to copied to this file, this server.
Okay.
So now what I have to do to authenticate from VM1 to VM3 automatically, I'll go to the cd.ssh. Okay, and then here also you'll have the same file. By default, authorized keys will be there. Now if I read that file, I don't have anything. It is a blank file. It's just a blank file. It is not giving any output. So now what I wanted to do, basically, I wanted to copy pwd. I'm into this one. So I wanted to go back one folder back. Now if I do -l, I have the file here. Okay, I have the file. This file I wanted to load into this authorized keys. How will I do that? Just cat. Okay, and the reading that file underscore. Okay, and putting that output into the .ssh is a directory, and what is a file under that directory? Authorized keys. Now if I enter this, the the key is uploaded into that authorized keys. Now if I come back to VM1, if I'm trying to do the SSH with VM3, it will not ask the password. That's what my final conclusion for this. This is a VM3. If I hit it, it will directly enter into the machine, into the VM3 directly. Why it is done? Because I also, this is a VM2, assume a case, this is a VM3. And in both the servers, I have applied my keys. That's why if I do the authentication in the reverse order, will it be done? What do you think? Will it be done?
Yes.
No, no, it won't happen. Why? Because this server will have its own public keys in the private keys. Again, see, if I try to do it, let me show this. This is not vice versa concept, is one direction. If I have to make two direction, it's not possible. It's only one direction. So now if I go to here VM1, like sorry, SSH Ravinder @ VM1 IP. Let me take VM1 IP. It will not happen that way. That is a confusion. Of course, I do understand. So VM1 IP is this. See, it is not going directly. It's one direction only. It's not both the directions. Why? Because it does not have a private key. It is going with the combination, not with the one. This machine also will have its own private key combination again. So here in this diagram, it is also actually verifying your private key and public key. Both are generated together. It is taking that and verifying this. If I go to from here, this private key is different. It's not the same. So these and these are not matching. So that's how it is one direction. It's not a bi-directional thing. You cannot do the bi-directional thing here. Only one direction. So there, this is a central server where I'm doing all operations. So then I see example, I'm working daily on lots of servers. Row every day I have to enter my password. I don't want to do that. I can do this thing, but don't do this for that kind of thing. When you have to do some kind of operation from one server, central server, and all have to be auto updated with my operations, then you upload this key into all other servers. You do the operations here and it will push it to all the servers. It is a remote administration without asking password. Complete remote administration. Whatever I run, I point to any server, it will go there and run and then do the operation automatically. So this is something authentication, password authentication, and SSH. Let me show one more thing. I forgot to say this. Let me build one more machine then. So what I'll do, this is a VM1, right? Where we have created. Exit from this and then pwd. Yes, I'm here. Cat id dot pub. I'm going to take this key, okay, and paste it in the notepad. I'm going to explain this as well. This is also important point. So this is the key. Oh, it is taking the. It should not have any. Okay. I'll just copy and then do it. That is a good thing. If I paste it into notepad, it will give some spaces. The key will get invalidated. Okay, this is fine. So what I'm trying to do, I'm going to create one more machine and then do the SSH authentication from the cloud itself. I don't need to upload the keys and all. I can do that also. You can go to Ravi RG, and this is a VM04, and then Ubuntu. That's fine. So size of the server, I'll just change it to this thing, 1 CPU. Now I'll go with SSH authentication, and username. I just have to mention the username. That's it. The authentication should happen through this key. I will upload this key directly. So no need to upload the keys anymore. It will get created in the authorized keys. Okay, just highlighting itself is a copy here. So now I'll paste it, the complete key. Okay, I'm pasted the complete key into the machine SSH keys. Now I'm allowing the port. That's fine as usual. This thing to connect to the server, and then I'll just go with the standard disk. Premium does not required, and let's create this machine. Okay, review and create. And we have that method also. I'm just wanted to discuss. This is also same thing what we have done, but the cloud itself is doing for you when you do that.
It won't ask for the password, I guess, for this.
Right. You got the point. So we are pushing the file, uploading to authorized keys. That's completely taken care by the cloud.
Yeah. Yeah.
So no need to do it manually. That option meaning is that basically that's why I wanted to discuss this particular option meaning. Which one? This particular option meaning is that I discussed password only before. Now SSH keys. Okay. Let this get created. This would take some time at least.
Sorry, మీరు SQL Azure classes ఎప్పుడు చెప్తారో like it will take time for you or last you will start up.
That is after the storage and networking, we'll move to the SQL. SQL is vast topic, 15 classes roughly. SQL is a major topic, of course. That will go in deep. All operations I'll discuss. Like what we do on premise, everything we can do in the cloud, but they are different, not like same like on premise. We're quite different. I'm going to take you through every operation, no need to worry. So now I'm going with the VM4. I wanted to connect from the VM machine 1. So now if I go here, I wanted to connect. So how will I do connect SSH Ravinder? I'm into the VM01. You just have a look at this. Okay. Now SSH username is Ravinder at the rate the server name. Sorry, did not copy it out. Now if I go and enter, it is not supposed to ask my password. That is what expected, right? Hit it. Where it is. Yes, I wanted to connect. It will not ask my password. Just it is entered. It is asked you to just you wanted to connect. Are you sure you wanted to connect? Yes, I said. After that, it should ask the password, but it did not ask. Why? Because the keys are already there. Let me show that. So I'm into the current directory. Sorry, pwd, and then I need to go to SSH and then scat authorized keys. See, the key is there. That's why it is authenticated directly. It is the cloud uploaded the key automatically into this area. That is what the difference between the password authentication, SSH public key authentication. So this you don't do basically always, but for all the administrative actions, remote administrative actions, you publish the key like that and then do the remote administration. Every like you write a script and the script will go and do everything, same thing in all servers, all list of servers. So that time they use these authentications basically. Not all the cases we use this. And one thing I wanted to ask you, just one thing. This is also very important. If someone else is coming and trying to do it, can he do it auto authentication? Like any admin? Yes or no?
Brother, can you come again?
If
No, actually, because you
myself
need
is
private public key, right? For
yeah,
that.
myself is Ravinder. I have done the this configuration. Someone is trying to log in. Example, Suresh is trying to log into the server, and then can he do the same thing? Can he connect by default because the keys are there? Can he do it?
No,
That
we
is
can't connect.
Yeah, it is a profile based. It's not like something in the real time. There will be a common admin account, common admin account. Through that, we will do these operations, not with a particular user, like a profile. We will not build this, this method using particular user profile. We will go with a common account. Then, using that common account, we will submit the keys, and using that common account only, you run the scripts, all that administrative operations. So when I'm creating a key, it is appended my name also. If you look at the keys, where if I go to the, okay, I'm into the same thing. Cat authorize the keys. If I look at what happened, it's gone or what? What? Sorry. Uh, what is the mistake I've done? I have the keys here itself. I need to read this file. Sorry, I am thinking something else. So cat ID underscore. If I read this one at at the end, you can see my name, my profile name. So it works for the profile based. So you do like this thing using your administrative account, who everybody can use that account and go there and then do the operations. It is like that. Let's go with the further operations then. This is done. Authentication. Everybody should be clear in this area, I feel, by this time. And password authentication and SSH public key authentication, both should be clear for everyone, because I did discuss for 3-4 times now, right? So now let me go with the other rest of the operations. So I wanted to add a disk to the existing server. How will I add it? This is a different method. So how can I see how many disks we have? Disk DF means disk file system. I wanted to see the everything. So if I look at here, what are the sizes? I can see 450 MB, 93 MB, 29 GB. This is the OS drive, basic root directory, and then temp file system. This is the size at the moment. It is 5 MB. If you look at all together, it is roughly 50 GB. That's it. But I wanted to add 100 GB file, 100 GB directory, so that I can use it for my operations. How will I do that? So we'll talk about that very quickly. So I'm going to close the class at 9:30 itself. I have to go out. Some personal work I have. So let me go to the server. Where it is, virtual server. Any of the server. Like I'm on the VM1. I'll go to the VM1. I can go to the disk. Okay. I'll add a disk. One new disk. I wanted to create a new disk. Empty disk. The disk name for the identification VM01 data. The drive name. Resource group, I use the same thing. And I don't want the premium. I just want the standard drive. And the drive size would be 100 GB. Create it. So we are creating 100 GB drive on the machine. So learning the Linux operations also a good thing nowadays. Why? Because the SQL Server is officially launched into the Linux as well in 2007 itself. We are 2 years ahead actually. So if people are wanted to get familiarized with this in Linux and family also, that is a good thing. Maybe in the future it is required. Not at the moment. No one moved it into the Linux side because people are not familiar. There are no resources who can support that area. So SQL Server is not deployed into Linux, but it is going to be very soon. After couple of years, not complete all environment will go into there, but yes, people prefer that as well because that gives a good performance at OS level, and the voice is also free. Means minimal cost if you go with the enterprise. So now I created a drive. Now I wanted to add this 100 GB drive into the existing machine. How will I do that? This is a machine I've added, right? VM01. So we have the full documentation. I'm going to give it. This is a document you need to follow to do it. So I'm going to explain it clearly step by step, and I'll submit. I'll give the video and document both today. No need to worry. So if I look at here, I don't find the disk which I added. It is there on the machine, but it is not formatted. So if checking checking this is equivalent to checking here, where if I go to here, if I added drive, I don't see directly, right? That is what it is. It is not showing the disk which I added. It is just showing what are already mounted, what are already formatted and added. If I wanted to see it, then what I have to do in the Windows Server, go to my computer, this PC, and then go to disk management. Okay, there I can see my complete disks. I'm comparing to make you understand. Oh God, it is taking time. Disk management. If I go to here, it will show me allocated files, unallocated files, and raw files also. Initialized disk, everything it will show up. I wanted to see that. How will I see that in the Linux using this command? Which command? I'm going to do this command. If I run this command, it is equivalent to that thing. Which thing? This. Sorry, this. You are seeing everything formatted, unformatted, like allocated, unallocated, everything you can see it. So if I run this command in the Linux, it shows the same thing. This thing, dmsg and grep scsi. If I do this one, it is showing. See, there are SBA drive and SDA and SDB are attached. But the third one, this is loading iSCSI like transport class V2. This is the one is not attached. This is the one we need to attach. It is saying this, like this file system is not attached, which we added as 100 GB. I wanted to attach it. This is as showing as an extra drive, but it is not showing up in the disk system, means which is not attached. Now what I have to do, I have to format it first to attach it. First I need to format. Let's do that. So here sudo fs fdisk format disk and dev underscore it is SDC, it is not SDD. In the document when I was doing it was SDD, that's why I kept it like that. It is SDC. This is the file, this is the drive. The last one, always the newly added drive will show up at the end only, 99%. Okay, you choose the last one, SDC. Now it will format that drive. Okay, then you need a new partition. So you will hit new. I have given everything. Use n command to add a new partition and print what and all you have. It print for the primary partition, accept the rest of the default. So I am creating a new partition, that's why I'll keep it n using that storage. Okay, now it is asking primary partition. Is it a primary or extended? Extended means you wanted to add it to existing or you wanted to create a new one. Yes, it is a primary one. Okay, let's go with the defaults. You no need to choose here a partition number. It will take by default to default one. Let that take. So here I did not mention thing, just go with the defaults. Okay, it is first taking the sectors. Sectors means the starting points of sectors of that particular drive. That's fine. We don't get into that details now. So hit enter. Last sector, first sector and last sector it is giving. That's fine. and it is created the, it is formatted 100 GB. It is detected. See, created the new partition of one type Linux, and the size is 100 GB now. Now you have done. Now print the partition by, you wanted to print it. This is a lowercase only, not uppercase. I kept it by mistake, I guess. Fine. So now if I go to here, I'm going to print the details of that drive. If I go to here, what it is saying is the device name. It is given a device name, dev sdc1, and it is 100 GB, and the type is Linux, the file system type. Now, why it is given a number to SDC? We have given SDC only, but if you look at the file system, where I read the file system somewhere, right? Here itself. Sorry. Here I read that. It's a df-h disk file system. If you look at here, SDA1, SDA15, SDB1, it is given a number for each partition. Like that, here also it is given SDC1 partition number it is. If I create another partition, it will give SDC2 like that within that. So it is given a number. Don't confuse that. We are given SDC. Why it is giving SDC1? It is a partition number basically. Okay. Then if we go to here, this is the detail it has, but Linux will have its own storage structure table in the background. I've created a storage. I wanted to make the entry of this storage. If you wanted to do that, you have to write the details. Like created a file structure, and I wanted to create this entry into the Linux storage table in the background. For that, you need to go with the W. W will write the details into the storage tables, that Linux storage table, so that when it is boot up, it will pick up that storage. If you don't do this right, then it will not pick up the storage. So now it has written it. So the partition table has been altered, which means that the partition table also made this entry now. Okay, the entry has been made. Now you need to format the disk with particular file system. Basically you emptied the file, you formatted the one, but when you formatted after that in Windows, what is the format we use? NTFS, network file system, right? Here you need to go with the ext4 format. You have to use this command to format with the Linux file system. We have formatted with empty. We made that empty, and it is detected this much amount of space. Now I wanted to format to use for the Linux family. So for that, I need to use the ext4 format in the Windows operating system, NTFS. Here SDC1, SDD1, but here it is SDC1 because the file name is dev/sdc1. Hit enter. Once you enter, it will format the blocks. Creating the journal, you have to wait. It will do it on its own. Nothing you have to do. It will take some time because it is 100 GB, right? It takes roughly 30 to 40 seconds to format that. So it is going on, and the blocks, creating the journal blocks have been done. All right, it is done. Like it is formatted, it is allocated. Now I created a storage. I have to mount it to some folder here. You need to. I'm just creating a folder called sudo make directory. So let me do this one. I'm going to create a directory. So sudo make directory and data drive. I'm creating a directory. Okay. It will create a folder, just a folder it is basically. I am going to attach this storage, 100 GB storage, to this folder so that that folder will show up as a 100 GB. So there is a small command mount, sudo mount. I'm giving the storage to that folder from the OS. We are mapping it actually. Sudo mount dev sdc1, not sdd1, to that particular folder. Which one? Data drive. Now if I hit it, this storage will be mounted under that data drive, this particular folder. Now it is done. Now if I go to df disk file system -h, then I can see the 100 GB dev sdc1 98 GB storage. Okay, here we have added a new drive called data drive. Under, if I wanted to go to that drive, cd data drive, Sorry, I need to give slash. I'll go to inside init. I don't have any file at the moment. I wanted to create a directory. Make dir, as in my case, test1. Oh, okay, permissions are denied. So sudo make directory. Go with the so root user permissions. Make directory test to two files I'm creating. Okay, ls two directories have been created. Now I can do anything in this directory. It is 100 GB capacity. I can load, I can create files, I can do all sort of things in this. I can install the database service into this and use as a storage. So this is like a brand new file system on the server now. I wanted to I wanted to create the files, file1, file2, file3, like, oh, I need the sudo permission. Fine. Now if I go to ls-l, so it has created files and directories. These are the directories. D means directory. Without D is a file, basically. So you can just follow this, like a document. You can do what I'm doing here, basically. Right? So this is something, just maybe you don't work on the Linux operating system, but having an idea is a good thing. We have the concept, that's why I discussed, though it is not useful for us. Even we don't have a Linux servers. I can say we did not implement SQL servers on the Linux. There are 1-2 servers which are implemented for testing, but not for production. We have installed, actually. We tested it, functionalities, how it works, kind of. But there is a plan, pipeline. Maybe we will implement in the near future. Maybe after 5-6 months, we might implement. If you wanted to explore doing things, you can use Linux as well. If you wanted to upgrade your skill set, maybe in the next couple of years or after 3-4 years, not completely, but adding, knowing the SQL Server, maintaining on the Linux platform is also a advantage, kind of advantage. Not mandatory, but if you know it, then that's good, kind of thing will happen in the market. So slowly get into the Linux as well when you get some time. It's a good to learn. And one thing I wanted to discuss very quickly. So I did not discuss this thing, right? Cloud Shell. Let me quickly discuss that. If I go to here, Cloud Shell. So there are two shells we have. One is a PowerShell, which will be used for Windows servers. One is a Bash shell which will be used for the Linux family. So you have here PowerShell and Bash shell. When I click it over here, it will install automatically the shells in the cloud. So I'm going the Bash. I'm switching it to the Bash. So Bash shell, and then create the storage for the Bash shell. Once you do it, you have to delete also. I mean, it is extra billing for you.
This is somewhat like Linux here in the cloud.
Yes, it is somewhat like, it is exactly Linux. I'm going to show this.
Okay.
It takes some time. Let it get take. This will take a minute, guys. Right. Try again, louder. What happened? It is creating now. Initializing your account for Cloud Shell. It takes a minute. Succeeded. So I wanted to switch between them. Bash and PowerShell, you can switch at any point of time. Okay, now I connected to here. It will create a like a host name. If I look at it, is random name basically. It's just a random host. It is not a host. It is a service actually. It's like act as a Linux platform. If I go to pwd, I have a home directory. I can do the same thing here also. This looks like like not off window. I can connect to this cloud shell using my credentials. You have this shell.azure.com. If I go to there, uh, okay, it's opening directly, I guess. So I am going with my default directory because I logged in. That's why it is detected. If you don't log in, shell.azure.com, you give your subscription details, it will connect here instead of this. Because it's off screen, it does not look good actually. So I'm going with the full screen with my subscription. Shell.azure.com. If I log out here, example, if I log out here, if I enter this one, it will ask my subscription details, login and password. Once I log in, it will authenticate with the cloud. In order to do this, you have to install that one, which I did actually already. So it is initializing directly. Why? Because I installed that. I went it here. It asks for the bash or PowerShell. I choose the bash. Fine. Now it is a bash. Now if I wanted to connect to the VM1 SSH Ravinder at the rate, let me take that VM machine IP. This is IP. Paste. It will ask the password. Yes, I wanted to connect. Fine. Now this is the host name is VM01. Now df -h. I have this file system on that server. 98 GB is out of this 1% is used. 93 GB is free. So it did not give 100%. Why? Because like in the pen drive also you will get 500 GB hard disk. It will detect roughly 450 something like that. It is. It did not give 100 GB. So like this, I wanted SSH in another server from this server. SSH, I mean, the same thing, guys. Again, I don't want to get into much details here as well, because same thing you can do what I have done from this machine before. This is like another Linux server you feel. So if I wanted to connect to virtual machine 2, then what I have to do? Go to just get the IP and then give it. That's it. It will connect to that VM2. Why it is connected? Tell me now. I wanted to ask this question. It is connected automatically without asking password. Why? Tell me, guys.
Because it is integrated to cloud. We are
Already
using the
we have
cloud.
created key, right?
No. It is integrated. Fine. Integration is also, but I need to authenticate with the machine. When I connected to the VM1, it asks the password and all to connect to the server. But when I connected here from VM1 to VM2, it did not ask the password. Why? Because I registered the keys from the VM1 to VM2. I'm into the VM1 session now. From VM1 session to VM2, I can go absolutely. From SSH Ravinder. It is a cloud machine, but I went into the VM1 VM server. From VM1 server, I can go to VM2, VM3 automatically. That is what we have
Yeah,
done so
because
far.
it has public key, right?
Right. Very good. You got the point. That has a public key. That's why it went automatically there. So if I go to here, if I go to the cloud shell again, now if I connect to this machine, will it go or not? Tell me now.
It
Without
will go.
authentication.
It will go.
Look at this and tell me. Look at this and tell me.
No, no.
It will not go now. Why? Because we are into the VM2. It will ask the password now. That you need to understand. Now it is asking the password because you are authenticating from VM1 to VM3. If I go back, if I exit, where it will go? It will go to VM2. It will,
One.
the order you come
Okay.
in, the order it will go back. Exit, it will go to the VM2. Okay, see VM2. Now, if I exit again, it will go to VM1. See VM1. Now, if I do SSH Ravinder at the rate, the VM3 the IP this is, Now it will go into that server automatically. It is like that. Got the point? This cloud shell is like a OS again, another OS. Without a OS, another cloud platform OS it is. You can do anything from this. Just it's a platform to connect to other servers. You need a putty to connect to other servers, right? This is kind of, you treat it as a putty, so that from where you can do SSH to all the servers. Just like a platform from where you can connect to other servers, do all the operations from here. You can connect to the physical servers as well on premise if you have a VPN from here itself. You can do all remote administration using this shell.
Bash is
Azure.shell.
for Linux, right? And
Right, right.
PowerShell for Windows.
Windows. If I'm working with Windows, I'll switch to this. This we have topic. We have separate topic. I'm going to discuss this. I parked this discussion. I did not come to this discussion yet. This is the last module, this cloud shell. Where when I was giving the introduction, I said this is the last module kind of. So not now, but still it is a situation. That's why I came to here to make you use of this. Just you'll get familiarized with the shell as well. Understood? Any doubts from anyone? Or did not understand anything? So that's all for today, guys.
Why we are using putty, actually we can practice here itself, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can practice, but I just shown like this is also the way. But you know, installing this is create a storage account and all that will charge you a bit. So you have to bear that. So it is created cloud shell. Within that, it is created some resource and all. So this is a resource storage account. The storage account is very minimal. It is roughly, if you keep it for whole month, you will get 25 rupees. You can run it if at all you want. If you are okay with 25 rupees per month, you can run that. I mean, no need to go with the putty and all. This will charge you roughly 20 to 25, 30 rupees maximum per month, 1 rupee per day, roughly.
Now we are using trail version now, so we can create it.
Of course, you guys can absolutely do, because in your trial version, your but you know, like once your trial period is over, it will get decommissioned automatically because you're not authorized. You don't have a money in your account. They don't charge you for that. It is decommissioned. It will be wiped off automatically. It will not upgrade on its own. You have to go there from the free subscription to you have to upgrade it to pay as you go. Then the bill will be to your credit card. That way it is.
So what are we do in free trial? Like VMs, everything will be decommissioned automatically once the free trial expired.
Yes, everything will be
So
decommissioned.
before that only we need to upgrade so that it will be saved, right?
Yes.
Okay.
As you are into trial version, you can create and forget, that is not an issue. But when you pay as you go, you absolutely clean up all your thing. Else you'll get the bill. You have to bear that. I actually clean up everything after the class. Then I'll close my laptop. That's my habit. If I don't do that, I'll get the bill in thousands because I create every day a lot of things. And if I left that, I'm gone. All the classes fee I had to pay to the Microsoft. Let me stop this recording, guys.
This conference will now be recorded.
So we'll try to understand the basic concepts of networking, guys, today. It's very important to understand. This part is, like we will create before we create any resource in the cloud, because you need to design your network properly so that how you want it to interact with one machine to other one will be, like decided before we create anything. So the first thing in the anywhere, basically first, like network will be created. After the network is created, then resources will be created inside the network. This is the first part in the design phase when like build any environment. Why? Because how do they want it to make the environment to talk, whether one particular environment talk with other one or not, where is the dependency or not, that will be taken care by the networking team. Even we don't get access to this area, but understanding is very important. When something is not talking, then what is the background reason and all, we will get into the here. This is something will help you to troubleshoot the networking issues as well when you work in the real time. So there are concepts called networks. Network, within the network will create the subnets. Within the subnet you create the machines. This is the hierarchy. You always follow this method. First network always. First we'll create the VNets. VNets in the sense it's a network basically. Okay. And within the VNet you create the subnet. Okay. S Subnets. Under the subnets you create the machines. This is mandatory follow. You have to follow this hierarchy. So let's talk about what is network and all. So there are three, like we will create the private virtual networks only, not the public. So in the cloud, the public IPs is completely managed by the cloud itself. You don't have any control into the public IPs area. You only have the control towards private IPs basically. So let's talk about that. So did everyone join right by this time? It's already late. Right. So here I'll just give like one IP. Like we are going to talk a lot of things, so you'll understand. Maybe today it will be a bit of confusion kind of. So example, I am giving this value. Oh, this is called a network basically. How do you say this is a network? Basically, this is a class network. 10.0.0.0.02, 10.255.2. This is a class private IP basically. You can use this range for the private IPs. So if you look at all your private IPs fall in this range by default. Okay. Next, that is A class, and if I go to the B class private IP, it will be 172.16.0.02, 16 it is also, to 172.31.255. It can go up to this range maximum. This is also /16 of course. And C class IP address 192.168.0.0/16 to, it will start from there to, I have written the document, I'm going to explain tomorrow, but you need to understand the background first, then we'll go to the actual discussions. Somewhere I written the network, yeah, here it is. So 168.2, it can go up to till 255 something kind of, to 160, 192.168. If you look at all your machine IPs will fall into this range, one of this range. All private IPs, whatever you see in the command prompt, if I go to and see if IP config, this is a private IP. What you are looking, all these are all private IPs. They are not public at all. They're completely private IPs. So what is my public IP then? How do I find it? You cannot find your public IP of your machine in the command prompt. It is definitely you have to go to the browser. You have to go to the browser and type this, what's my IP address? Then only you can find your public IP of your machine basically. There is no other way of finding it. Basically you have to find your like this. This is your public IP. It's hidden by default for the security reasons. Whatever you see here, these are all private IPs, and these private IPs definitely fall into this one of this range. Definitely. That's how it is. So the private IPs you can claim for your internal communication. These are all internal. So what external is completely, like handled by the Azure Cloud. I mean IPs, external IPs means public IPs. Internal IPs, up to you what IP range you wanted, how many, like subnets you wanted to create in a single network, how many machines you are creating, all depends on your business. That you have to design. It's your headache and your design. But public IP range, you cannot design it basically in the cloud especially. If you are on premise, you already bought a set of licenses for a range of IPs, then you can use that range for public IPs. But in the cloud, they also own a set of IPs which I have already shown. like region-wise IPs we have seen, right? So they have region-wise public IPs pool. Within that pool, wherever you are creating the machine, based on that pool, you will get assigned a random public IP. So that is completely out of discussion, and we don't have any control on the public IPs. We are going to talk about private IPs only. Keep in mind that, because public IPs we cannot do anything at all in the cloud. So let me take one network at least to understand, make you understand. So first network 10.0.0.0/16. All /16 will be a network for you. It's a VNet, basically VNet address. You need to treat it as like that here in our discussions. All /16 will act as a network for us. Virtual network, VNet with virtual network. I wanted to, if I am example trying to create this virtual network with this address range. Let me show this, how many machines I can create in that particular network. It will show up actually. So I'll go to the virtual network. No need to worry, I'm going to take you through everything so that you catch up. In the beginning, it will be a bit of confusion kind of. So I'm going to give VNet 1. And the address range example, I'm giving 10.0.0.0/16. I'm giving example. In this network, how many machines I can create? 65,536 machines I can allocate in this network. Okay, which is a
One
huge.
question.
Yeah.
One question. Is I think in my project we are not creating any VMs and this one. So is it our responsibility or it will
It's not.
be Windows?
Nowhere it's your responsibility to create a network. We never get engaged. But when something is not working, then if it is really one of the issues is network. So why
Yes.
it is not working, you need to troubleshoot there.
Yes.
So when you understand the network concepts, you understand whether the communication is there or not. I'm going to talk about that. How you can
Okay.
make the communication between the cloud resources. That's what
Okay.
discussion is basically.
Okay.
So I'm going to take you through every basic so that you understand. You can troubleshoot. You know, one resource is not talking with another resource. Why it is so? Either it's blocked or not. If it is blocked, you know why they are blocked. All that we can see that. This is something an understanding. You never get a chance to design a network. That is completely, you know, architect can do it because network is so critical for any company. But understanding how they talk on the cloud, within the cloud, on a single, you know, I have my own subscription. Within that, I have created a data center, lots of productions, lots of development and testing. How the communication is made. If one machine is not talking, how do you open to connect? How do you make it connect actually? So we'll see all of that. There are lots of concept in this as well to know. So here I took a network. This is a on-premise terminology, you call it as network, but in the cloud you will call VNet, virtual network. Okay, one network address it is in the on-premise concept, one network address. Within the one network address, you create the subnets. How do I create? Here the value is 16 actually. 16 means two octets. Oct means 8 actually. So first octet is 8 bits and 8 bits and 8 bit total. This network is 32-bit network. It is 32-bit network. It is actually. So everywhere in the world are 32-bit network only. Everywhere, every machine will have 32-bit network. So now /16 means I cannot change these two values, which is blocked. You cannot change these values. Only these values can be changed. Using these two values, I can create the subnets inside this network address or VNet. So what are the subnets I can create within this? Just a minute, guys. My ATM, I'll tell her now. Sorry guys for the disturbance. So now I wanted to design subnet. So what is the first subnet in this one? I can go to here 10.0.0.0/24 is the first subnet. So what I'm trying to say here, these three blocks are blocked by 24 means three blocks are blocked, and this can be an IP address now. So what are the IP addresses can come in that subnet? This is a subnet basically. This is a subnet I have created in that network. Which network? In this network. This subnet contain what are the IPs basically? This can contain 10.0.0.1 first IP, and the second IP 10.0.0.2, like that. Till what IPs it can have? 10.0.0.255. So total these many IPs this subnet can hold. Okay. Again, I wanted to create another subnet in the same network. How will I do that? So I can create another subnet in the same network. 10 dot this is a subnet 1, subnet 2. So just follow it, guys. It will be a bit confusing for you guys. I know, I can understand. So I have blocked two octets. By 16 is in our network. Within that network, I have creating a subnet 1. Subnet 1 is saying that 3 bits are blocked. Three octets are blocked. You can only use for the IP addressing last. Maybe I will go with this way so that you understand well. So like this, you can have, see, if you look at here in this IP range, only 1, 2, 3, the last octet is changing. Okay, last octet is changing. These all are constant always. You cannot change that because you designed that network like that. So now next subnet I'll define like this: 10.0.1.0/24. This is another network, another subnet in that network. So now what is the first IP in this subnet? What is the first IP? Anyone? 10.0.1.1. 10.0.1. Here it will be constant 1.2. This is a one IP, one machine IP, that is 10.0.1.3, like this and so on up to what IP I can go? 10.0.1.55 up to 55. If I wanted to create one more I mean subnet in the same network, how will I do that? Okay. So one more subnet, if I wanted to create subnet 3, like that I can create 255 subnets on that particular network. So I can create another subnet like this: 10.0.2.0/24. Now again the IPs will start like this: 10.0.2.1. Another next IP 10.0.2.2. Like that, it can go on up to again 10.0.2.255. Last IP. Next subnet. What is the next subnet? Tell me. I wanted to create next subnet. Tell me, guys. It's not something you.
10.0.3.0.
10.0.3.0. Yeah, that's it. 3.0 and /24 is important here. Like that, this bit will change for each subnet, and within that bit you'll get 255 host IPs in this range. Okay, in this range. This is one particular network. Within this one particular network, how many machines I can create? In a single this network, I can create 255 subnets. Each subnet can have how many machines? 255 machines. 255 into 255 machines this can host, which is 65,000 machines this network can host. Now I wanted to create another network, another network to host another 65,000 machines. Then I can go to 10.1.0.0/16. This is another network. This can host again 65,000 machines. And again I wanted to create another network 10.2.0/16. Here also I can create in this network this is one is a first subnet, two is a third subnet. So in this it went on with a 0. In the next network it will come with a 111 in the second bit. Okay, and all subnets again, subnet 1 1.0, subnet 2 2.0, like that. You can create n number of networks up to 255 VNets. VNet means network addresses. Within that each network address, you can create again subnets. Each subnet can have a host. That is a design basically by default. So what I'll do, let me create one more subnet where, I mean, just I'll make it this small. Not
What
to
is the
confuse.
24 mean? Subnet, what subnet?
This thing.
Yeah.
So this thing you're telling that to the network, you're telling this to the network. God, my brother-in-law is calling. Just a minute, guys. I'll just speak in a minute. Sorry, guys. So now I wanted to create another class network. Let me discuss very quickly and then move on to the actual discussion. So B class IP address. Okay, 172.16.0.0/16. This is a one VNet in the B class network. Okay, tell me what is the next network in this one network I wanted to create. Not the subnet. I wanted to create another network.
172.16.1.0.
172 dot
16 dot
16 dot
1.0.
1 dot, that is a subnet in that part in the above network. This is a subnet. What you're what it telling is a subnet. That becomes
Okay,
a
then 17.0.0.
you cannot go below 16 basically. The range of this IP at the B class is, this is a range. Then I tell me that so 172.31.0.0/16. This is the range for this IP. You cannot use outside of the IPs for the private IP. Only this is the range. So this is
172.17.0.0.
right, that's the right thing. So 170.17.0.0/16 is a network. Okay, within this network, I wanted to create subnets. What is the first subnet in this network? In this network, what is the next first subnet? 172 dot
17.1.0.
17.1.1.0/16. 24 it is.
20.
It is a subnet. It is subnet.
Is 24 indicate subnet? Subnet
Yeah. Yes. Why? Because see, you are blocking 3 octets. Only the last octet can change, which is an IP. Only here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to 255. Wherever you see this is the one. So there are lots of discussions again. Last, it's not only 24. It can start with the 17 as well. That is like very depth discussion where CIDR, classless interdomain routing kind of concept will come. That is something ICND1, ICND2. That is very deep subject. So I'm not getting to that level of discussion. If I go into that level, 1 month I have to teach to understand, make you understand how to create the networks in deep actually. So I am actually taking you through understanding the concept. So this is a very high level creation of network. Creation, this is absolutely the correct way of creating the networks, but very high level. We are not going to very deep. You can create here 17 bits as well. That can also become a network actually, but that is very big discussion. So I'm going with a straightforward, a plain creation of these are absolutely the correct way of creating a network, but this is a very plain way. There is a lots of complexity are there. You will find with like a network is like 32 bits, 32 bit, each bit can be divided into subnet. That is a different concept. We will not go into that level, but at very high level. So now next, what is the next subnet? in this one as per our discussion? Subnet I'm talking. In this network, what is the next subnet? This is one of the subnet. 172 dot 17 dot
17.2.0
yeah. After
by
that,
24.
that's correct. You got it. You got it. This next network is 172 dot so 17.3.0. And what is the next network after this? Network I'm asking. Which VNet?
172.18.00.
18 dot.
By
That's
16.
correct. That's correct. Then you guys got it. That's it. If you got it this, I can go ahead with the creation of a networks. That's fine. This is actually the defining your network. Within that definition of your network, you have to create a subnets. Within the subnets, then machine will get automatically created. When you are creating your machine, it will ask you under which subnet you wanted to create your machine. Always it asks you. So that I am going to show, and then we will discuss lots of things today on the network itself. So let me create from the beginning. So I'm going to create a resource group very quickly. Fine, anywhere. Now next I'll create the network, virtual network. So for simplicity VNet 1. Okay. I'm going to define this network as 10.0.0.0/24. Okay, sorry, this should be 16 basically. Now I'm going to choose existing resource group West India, of course, and this is a subnet. I'm calling it as a subnet 1. Okay, and what is the first subnet into this one? Tell me. This is the IP. What is the
10,
first subnet?
10.0.
10.0.0.0/24.
Yeah, that's correct. Last 24. Next subnet?
10.0.0.1.
10.0 dot
10.0.1.0 by 24.
that's correct. 10.0.1.0/24. Yeah, that's it. That is another subnet in this network. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm creating this subnet. Let me create it. Let me create another subnet very quickly. Not here. Let that create it. I can create the subnet inside the network. And also I'll create one more virtual network. Let me create this. Fine. Just for the sake of understanding, today we'll talk this. So 10.2.0.0, I'm taking this as a different network.
That is
And
name.
yeah. Oh, sorry. We need to 10.2.0.0/16 is my network that I am defining. Okay. Then resource group. And what is the first subnet in this one? What is the first subnet in this one?
10.2.0.0 by
10
24.
dot
0.0.0
by
slash
24.
24.
Yeah. Next network, next subnet.
10.2.0 see 1.0 by 24.
Right. You got it. You got it. That's it. So you can create the subnets like that. 255 subnets you can create within that. So I'm creating two virtual networks, two networks here. Okay. One is a VNet 1, one is a VNet 2. Let me explain with this discussion, just understanding. I'm going to take you through every terminology that we are going to discuss. First, understand things, then we will go with the theory. I have the two virtual networks at the moment. Under this one, I'm going to create another subnet. How will I create that? Go to here under subnets and then add a subnet. Okay. Then it will pick up automatically available subnet. See 10.0.1.24. This is subnet 2. Create it. Next, if I look at here, if it is automatically picks up the next available subnet, see 10.0.0. Here 10.0.1. If I create the next subnet 2.0 at the end, see 10.0.2.0. This is subnet 3, assume a case. Like that, it is taking up the available subnets when you are creating the subnet. In each subnet you can create 251 hosts. So by default, there is a few addresses are used for broadcast addresses, for the loopback addresses within the network. So some reserves are some IPs are reserved, so we are not going to talk about. So 251 hosts in each subnet basically. Now I'm going to create a machine in the each subnet. Let me create and go into the discussion. Creating the subnet. Sorry, creating the virtual machine basically. So I'll name it as what we can name it, VM sub1 VM. I'll make it like VNet 1 VM 01. Okay, VNet 1 VM 01. Let's keep that way so you can understand better. I'll go with the small machines only, because we are not going to install anything today on the machines. Fine. VNet 1 VM01. I'm going to okay, I'm not allowing today. I'm not allowing because I'm going to explain this a lot. That's why I'm not allowing. I'll make you very clear on this point. So disks are not the discussion at all, because it's related to we have done all the disk operations and all. So that's not discussion anymore. Networking. This is where our discussion comes. So I have two networks at the moment, right? What are the networks? VNet 1, VNet 2, basically. Virtual network. Okay. Did I choose different regions or what?
How to choose IPs?
Yes, yes. You choose different region.
That's the problem then. It won't show up West India. Both are same region. Okay, when I'm
No,
creating
while
the machine,
creating,
okay, I got it. Sorry. VNet 1, VM01. So if it is a different region, the network will not show up, of course, because you created resource in one region and looking for another region. It will not happen. So I need to go with the same region only, because the networks are available in that region only. For other regions, you have to create the other networks again. Fine. I'm not allowing the ports. Let's go to here. Now the concepts will come. I wanted to create the this machine under VNet 1 or VNet 2. Okay, how to choose IPs? You cannot choose. You only choose a subnet. Within the subnet, IP will get assigned. That is a pool of IPs. If you wanted to give a specific IP, you can give also. I'm going to talk about later on. That is a static IP. You make it a static IP. You can allocate it. We'll see that within the subnet only again. So now I am choosing the subnet VNet 1 or VNet 2. Two networks we are created. I'm going with the VNet 1 at the moment. And under VNet 1, I have three subnets. I'm going to choose the first subnet. Okay. I'm also going to talk about the rest of the subnets also. No need to worry. So public IP we cannot design here. So let that be public IP. That's fine. So in order to connect, we need the public IP. So let it be. NSG is a basic or advanced. If you don't want the NSG, you can go with the none. If you wanted to go with the basic, is fine at the moment. So public inbound ports, I'm not opening at all. I'll open it later on for the discussion point of view. So now the rest are all fine. The rest are all fine. Network is only these things, like actual network, which subnet. That is important at the moment. So creating the machine. I'll create one more machine into the another subnet. One more into the different network. Three machines I have to create here. I'll choose the disks standard. Fine. I have to create one more machine as well into the different subnet in the same network. VNet 1, subnet 2, or subnet 3. Then I'll go with the actual discussion so that you understand what I'm trying to say. So here I'm going to create the resource group and then VNet VM02. Okay. And this is the one. Next, I'll choose a small machine. We don't install anything. That's why I'm going with the small machine. We only see the communication basically. That's where our discussion comes. So now,
Change the region also.
yeah, again the region. Oh, sorry. This is very important, of course. So there are lots of at least 3, 4 classes on the network, more than 3, 4, 5 classes again. So where you understand things in detail. So networking. Under networking, what I need to VNet 1 is yes, that is what I wanted to choose, but not the subnet 1, subnet 2 or subnet 3. Let's go with the subnet 3. 2 is also fine. I'm just creating 2 machines with 2 different subnets. That's it for our discussion. Those are enough. So leave the rest of the things except disk. I don't want the premium standard. Fine. Creating this machine as well. So 2 machines under one network and they are 2 into different networks. I am going to create another machine into completely different network, VNet 2. And how the communication by default. And then how do we allow it if there is no communication? That how do we allow today? That is not a discussion between the VNet to VNet. That is a special configuration we will do. So we will talk, but whether they can talk or cannot talk, we'll see that practically. Okay, I'll create one more VM. VNet 2 VM03. Even VM01 I can keep it, but I claimed 01, 02 just to not to confuse you. Going with 3.
Hello.
Hello guys, can you hear me right?
Yeah, we are not hearing you.
Now we can hear. Actually, I lost the power. I joined back. So
Okay.
but you guys can hear me well, right? No issues, right?
Yes, we are able to hear.
Very good. So let's go with the discussion. So we were trying to create the third VM basically.
Small doubt here. Without networking configuration, also we can create the VM, right? Earlier we are creating like that in the same way, right? It's not
Yeah, but
mandatory.
it's mandatory to create the network before, but it is taking the default network by default. That is not the way in the real time it happens. Default is not good. You don't
Okay.
go with the defaults. That is something a random network. That does not make any sense basically.
Okay. Fine.
So that's why I did not come to that discussion in the beginning, but that was not the actual topic. So now it is actual topic. So we are starting discussing on that one. So let me connect to this one. Fine. Now I'm not allowing for this one as well. Data disk, I don't want a premium. I just want networking is important. So now I'm going to create this machine into the VNet 2, and then we have only one subnet. One subnet is enough for this discussion there. So the rest are all fine. The rest are all fine. So creating the machine as well. Now let's go to the missions. So I'm going to connect to the first one. Can I connect to this machine at the moment? Let's see this. So if I wanted to connect, I just have to use this name and this port actually to connect to the machine basically. This what VNet you cannot choose the same IP, like one IP conflict will be there. In that case, your machine will not listen basically. The conflicts should not happen when you give static IP, then conflict can happen. In that case, machine will not connect. It will throw the conflicting IPs kind of. It will not let you to connect to that machine because the machine have a duplicate IPs. Two machines have same kind of IP. So which machine it has to connect, the network will confuse. You're confusing the system basically. We cannot do that. We need to choose which is not there in the network already. So now example, if I'm going to here, if I'm trying to connect to the machine, it will not connect by default. Why it is not connecting? Because I did not open the port in the firewall. Where is that firewall actually in the in machine? We're going to talk that. Go to the virtual machine, VM1, okay, and there is a networking under the VM1 1.0 VM1. Here there are inbound rules, outbound rules, and all these are going to be covered in the further classes as well. So I wanted to connect to this machine through RDP session. Then I wanted to open this. Okay, I wanted to open this. Then I can go to add inbound. Here I'm saying that the connection can come from any source. I'm not defining IP. IP also the further discussion. I'm going to talk about that. At the moment, anyone can connect to this machine, not a particular person. Particular person, particular network, particular subnet only can connect. You can design that within the network. That is a further discussions. Tomorrow's discussion. For today, let's do this one. Anyone can connect with coming with any port and the destination. Also, the any like anyone can hit using the port 3389. There is no restriction in the destination as well. Inbound, this is inbound for this. This is outbound for the source. So inbound, outbound. Let me explain this very quickly. So now these are two machines. This is a server. This is server. This is a client. Assume a case. Let me explain what is inbound, outbound kind of very quickly. So I am connecting from this server to this server. So going out of this machine, I'm going out of this machine. This is an outbound for this machine. Going inside, coming inside the machine. For this server, it is an inbound connection. For this machine, it is an outbound connection. That is what it is. Going out of the machine is an outbound. Coming inside the machine, the connection is coming to hit this server. It is an inbound server. Now, if I'm going to another server, okay. Now, if I'm this is server, this is another server. Assume a case. If I'm going to here, this is an outbound for this one. This is in outbound. This is inbound for this server. Another machine is coming into this machine is an inbound. Going out of the machine is an outbound. That's it. Very simple it is. From this machine to this machine, this is an outbound, this is an inbound, and from this machine to this machine, this is an outbound, this is an inbound again. Here it is, arrow is showing, right? I'm going from this machine to this machine. This is an inbound for this machine, for outbound because I'm going out of the machine and hitting the other server. So this is the inbound, outbound. In out, the machine whichever is going to connect to other machine, the first machine will become outbound. Whichever is receiving the request to connect, that is inbound. So now we are designing the inbound, how to listen this machine, on which machine, which port it has to listen. For this machine, destination means this machine VM01 is a destination for us. This can be source means my laptop. Source can come with any IP basically I'm designing. Okay. So now let me add it this thing. They can hit with like any IP with on this target. If the target also has an IP, you wanted to design that IP forever, then you can choose that IP address only. That is also tomorrow's discussion. For now, the priority is very important to understand. For today's discussion, I'm going to talk about the priority. Tomorrow, I'm going to focus on this area. This is also a very important area, but this is something very basic you need to understand. Let me what I'm trying to do now. I'm going to do this, adding the rule. Let me add that port into the firewall rule. Now I can connect to the virtual machine because I opened the port. What is priority number? Right now I'm going to explain. Just hold on because that will be a doubt, of course. So now if I'm trying to hit that server, I can connect. So everything you guys understand, give me, like today and tomorrow, you understand what is NSG, what is port, what is all that, because I'm going to discuss step by step. In the beginning, there will be here and there small confusions, all will connect. So when you save it, it will take some time to save. So give it at least half minute. So now it is connected, see? So now I'm entering into the server. Fine. I'll also enter into other VM. Other VM is actually also we did not open the port. There also I'll just quickly open the port. Other VM is this VNet, see VM02 and VNet 1. Okay. This is a VNet 2. Just go to the network. The same way you will add it. Okay. Now I'm just going with everything as it is 3389 and the priority keeping it as 100. I'm going to talk about priority today. And then connecting the machine. It's still saving. It is created the rule. Perfect. Next, I'm going to hit that server, which is this. So let me also connect to the machine. Okay, let me play with these two things first, and then I'll come with the other machine. Other machine is a different networks. No, that is a different discussion altogether. So now if I go to here, both the machines, let me switch off the firewalls, both the machines first. and switching on the firewall just to have a communication. By default, local firewall also block every communication, basically. I mean, see, communication will be there, ping will not work if you don't switch off this. So what I mean to say, let me say that before I switch off that. So what is IP of this machine? How do I know? IP means private IP, of course. In the command prompt, what do you see? Only the private IP. IP config. So what is the IP of this machine? It took this IP 10.0.0.4 as an initial IP. Go to other machine. What is IP of that machine? That will be different subnet altogether. That should be different 10.0.0 means this should be different subnet. Let me show that because we have created this machine under a different subnet. So 10.0.2.4. This is a 2 is a subnet there, right? That is what our discussion so far in the we did in the beginning. So can these two machines can talk? They are into two different subnets, but they are under the same network. Okay, these two machines by default can talk basically. Okay, if I wanted to connect to the VM1 from this machine, how do I connect basically? MSTSC. Okay, using the private IP, I can connect because both are under the same network. Yes, you can connect because VM1, VM2 are in the same network. What happened? So what is IP of the first machine? Let me see that first. 10.0.0.4. So I'll give this IP from this machine to connect remotely. Can I do that one? 10.0.0.4. Okay. If I'm trying to hit, it will give you the login. See, with the private network, public is not no more required because you are inside a single network. You are inside a single network. Within the network, the machines can talk seamlessly without any issues. No need to go with the VPN, no need to go with anything at all. Both the machines are sitting in the same network, though they are in different subnet networks. Those can talk by default. All VNet machine can talk by default in the cloud. VNet means hundreds of subnets, right? One single VNet equivalent to number of subnets. All subnets can talk by default if they are under same network. Now let me ping. Actually, I'm able to connect. If it is giving login problem, you can connect. Basically, let me connect because that session will go off if I connect outside session. So if I connect within the VM, see VM within the VM again, my outside connection is gone. Like if I come back here, if I sorry, if I look at this VM01, my connection is lost. Why? Because I took the connection from other machine, this machine. If I wanted to take it back from outside, I have to use the public IP only because I'm connecting outside of the domain, right? Where it is, here it is. Downloads. This machine, or this machine. I'm going to connect to this VM1 again. If I connect, that session will be gone inside the VM. So what you need to understand here is what I my final point here is subnets can talk seamlessly within the VNet. That's something you need to keep in mind. This remote connection is gone within the VM. That's fine. But can I ping it? Can I ping from this machine to that machine? By default, ping is disabled because within the cloud, the firewalls are open within the machines, I mean to say. I cannot ping it. Though I can connect to remote, but I cannot ping it. So just what I'll do, I'll go to the firewalls. By default, in the cloud, the pings are disabled. And there also I'll switch out the firewall. Did it there, I guess, right? Now if I do, see, now it is pinging. Now it is pinging. This machine is can reach to this machine absolutely fine, right? I can ping that machine now from this machine to this machine. This machine IP, let me find out. IP config. So what is IP? 10.0.2.4. Let me ping from there, from this machine. Okay. This is a 10.0.0.4, right? I'm pinging that IP 10.0.2.4. It is pinging. Fine. Now, my question, I don't want to make the communication between these two servers. One subnet is for production, one subnet is for development. Completely, I wanted to break the communication. How do I do that? I'm going to do that. So now, let me explain here. I have created a network called 10.0.0.0/16. Within this, I created two subnets. 10.0.0.0/24, one network. The network is 10.0.0, sorry, 2.0/24. These two are the two subnets I have created by for today's discussion. Now this subnet absolutely can talk. If I create another subnet also, they can talk because they are all are in the same network. As long as all subnet in the same network, they can talk by default. But I have created only one VNet and one VNet means virtual network. One subnet for production, one subnet for development, subnet one for testing. And I wanted to isolate the communication between the subnets. Can I do that? Yes, we can do that using the firewalls. So let me make that happen in the cloud first. What I'm going to do, here it is, virtual machine here, right? Here is the virtual machine, VM1. I wanted to block VM2 first. So how will I block? I can come here under inbound here, under inbound. So what I'll do first, I'll make this change to not to confuse you. I'll make this value as 200. Why 200? I'll explain in a while. I'm making it to 200 to I made that I'm not going to tell at the moment. Once this discussion is done, I'll come back to that value. That value makes very important thing in the background. So let that happen. You can restrict anything. You can like block one particular IP, block particular network, block particular subnet. Everything you can do in a. That's why I prefer to discuss this thing. Like when you learn the product as well. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to add inbound rule for this one. So which is a VM1. VM1 means it is in this private IP, which means 10.0.0.24. So now I'm going to do, I'm going to block the whole network. I'm going to block the whole network. So how will I block it? Basically, the source is coming and hitting. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go, okay, IP address, destination IP address CIDR range. Else, the only source I'll design at the moment. So what is the source? I'm going to 2.0/24. All these machines should not hit with any port on this particular server. It could be any, basically. Let this be. The originating one is this. This is the IP. These IP should not hit this machine, because I'm going to deny this. I'm allowing by default. I'm going to deny, and I'm going to keep this as 100, the value. Why 100? I'm going to talk. What I'm designing is source IPs. All these IPs, whatever the sources are coming from this IP, should not hit this machine on the RDB port, which is a 3389. I'm blocking it. All machines which comes from this subnet should not hit this server, because I'm denying all these IPs at the moment. So now I'm saving this role. Let me do this. Okay, this exists. I'll keep this here. And this name does not matter, guys. Name could be anything. unique. That's it. Main, these are the rules are important. This here also you have a little bit of confusion. As I move on, you understand this. So now what I'll do, I blocked that particular network. I denied it. I denied all source coming from this network to the target network is if I go to here now, where here, let me ping. One way it work, other way it won't work. That's how it is. It is working from here because I okay. This is a 10.0.0. So from let me come back to here first. This is actual machine IP. Maybe you might confuse. So now from this machine to that machine, I blocked this. Let me ping 10 dot. I'll explain, guys. No need to worry. This is a IP, right? That target one. Okay. Just still pinging. Ping is happening, but let me do this. MSDSE. Source, I designed that. Okay. It is only blocking the RTP port, not the ping. That's fine. Now let me connect and explain as well this. By default, like you can disable the ping using the firewall. That's fine. We block the port. Which port we blocked? See, it is not able to connect. Why it is not able to connect? Because I blocked all the traffic from this host, from this subnet basically. It will not connect for sure. It is not connecting. Why it is not connecting? Basically, I blocked the RDP connection. So if I go to here ipconfig 10.0.2.0, that is completely blocked on VM01. I'm hitting VM02. This is a VM02. You can see VNet VM02. From here, I'm trying to hit the VM01. VM01 is 10.0.0.4. So what is the rule I have created means, let me explain. This is one network, this is another network. Okay, this network IP address is okay. How can I enter here? Okay, 10.0.0. What was the value? 0/16. Okay, this one subnet, and here another subnet I designed. This is a VM. Just follow it. 10.0.2.0/16. Now, what I did is from this machine should not hit. I blocked this complete network to not to come to this server. Why? In the network I designed the RDP port 3389. This machine cannot come and hit this port. Only the port is blocked for this network. For this network cannot come into this network, which is the same net. Though network is same, this is a one VNet, this is another VNet. By default they can talk, but I blocked it manually. You can block it anything. Okay, let me create one more machine very quickly and then come to the discussion for better clearance on this topic. And the same VNet. Very quick. Because you will have confusion. I wanted to clear that out. VNet1, VNet1, VM04. If you understand this, I can move on, guys. This is very important. That's why I'm trying to spend a lot of time here. Sorry. How the communication happens between the machine and how can break the communication. Yes, you can break any communication from any network to any network. That's your full control on that point. So I'm just allowing that for this machine itself. Let that, because we will connect to that. Here I'm going to choose network VNet1 itself. Oh, choose a different region. Okay. I'm going to choose VNet1 itself, and this will be in the same subnet which is in the 2.0 in this 2.0 subnet. Then everything led as usual. Okay, now the situation is like this. What I'm going to make the situation is, this is one VNet and this is another VNet. In this VNet, and these two are under one network again. Keep this in mind. The network, what happened? Fine. So now this is a VNet. If you understand this diagram, you should understand that VNet. This is a VNet, and the VNet address is 10.0.0.0/16, and this is one subnet. This subnet IP is 10.0.0.0/24. Okay, and here the subnet IP is 10.0.2.0/24. This is a subnet, and this subnet has two machines basically. One is this is one machine, and this is another machine, and this also has one machine. The machine is here 10.0.0.4, and this is 10.0.2.4, and this will be next sequence. It will pick up automatically dynamically. 2.2.2.5. Basically all machines, all these machines, the subnets can talk seamlessly. Everything can talk with everything. Basically there is no issue by default. Now what I did is, this IPs, whole IPs should not enter into this particular machine only. I designed that rule. All network cannot go into this machine. That's how I created a rule basically in this VM1. You can see that. Sorry, will not be native. This will be clear, guys. No need to worry. By tomorrow, you will have full understanding on this. So now what I denied the whole network. The whole network means whole subnet. Whole subnet cannot go to this VM at all. This whole network, the whole subnet cannot, if I created 255 machines, 250 my machine cannot do the RDP to this machine. This particular machine only again. VNet to subnet also we can block, that we'll see. But it is blocked. I wanted to allow only this machine in this network. Only that machine only. I can do also that.